I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
They're developing lifelong friends, and they're being pushed beyond what they think their limitations are.
It's helped me with the importance of leadership, because I mean, before Trail Life, I literally did nothing.
As a mom, I love the fact that I know that our son is involved in a Christ-centered, boy-focused group. I'm confident that he's in a safe environment, that he's getting the mentorship and leadership of men who have the type of foundation that we need him to get.
I've never really been able to talk in public, and being in Trail Life, everyone's so accepting of you, and that really helped me become who I am and who God wants me to be.
Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot, and my mom wanted my dad to go. He was like, sure, I'll go, so he asked off for work and he went. And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer.
Experience the Trail Life difference. Find a troop near you or start one today by visiting www.traillifeusa.com.
Hey guys, we're here at the Ark Encounter up in Kentucky, and I'm here with Mr. Kent and Mr. CJ. And these guys are veteran trailmen, they're experts. So they're gonna show me a couple different ways of how to make a fire using all different kinds of resources. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Okay, so here we are with a table with different ideas of way to start fires with something you might find in your house, might find in your day pack, might find out in the wilderness. But we've got Clifford Joe here from Wisconsin and his dad CJ. How can we use a magnifying glass to start a fire, Clifford Joe?
Well, the first thing you want to do is you want to find where the sun is. Basically, right now the sun's directly above us.
The sun's above. Oh yeah, there we go.
Then what you want to do, you take your magnifying glass and you want to make a tiny pinpoint with it. See?
That's awesome, man. Very effective. The magnifying glass is handy for looking at little insects and stuff, but also making fires.
Oh yeah.
That's so cool.
I'm going to take this ferro rod and I'm going to throw it into a piece of cotton ball. Now the trick with this is to pay attention and not do it up in the air, but to bring it right down and throw a spark right into the cotton ball. That quick.
Wow.
This is a confidence builder for a young man. You get a young man out there to throw a spark into a cotton ball, he's got confidence knowing that he can do something effective to survive, to stay warm, to provide a flame to start a fire so they can cook. CJ, you have some actual flint and steel, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is called a char cloth. It's actually a piece of blue jean.
Nice.
Like this.
Okay.
So we cooked it off, put that over a camp stove or a fire or some coals.
Interesting.
And the ports let the gases escape and the smoke escape. And when it stops pumping gas and smoke out, you open it up and you'll have char cloth in there. But you take the char cloth, it's going to catch the spark, because the spark from these guys is not going to be anywhere near that of the ferrocerium rod. You may not even be able to see that. See that little spark that come off?
Yep.
That's about all you're going to get. That's what the char cloth is for. It's all carbon-based material now that we've cooked the impurities out of it. And you want to make sure that is along the edge of your flint where you're going to be striking it.
One of those sparks will land on that char cloth and create an ember. And once he does the ember,
super cool.
put it in the little bird's nest that we created.
There we go. We caught it. So it's just generally starting to get red in there.
You get one?
Yes, sir.
Smoke. Watch the smoke.
I'd never
So
seen that.
that is actually flint and steel. This is an actual flint nap.
And it's a dull piece of flint, but it still works.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you find flint?
In the woods, in the creek beds.
Yeah.
So let's show the battery and the steel wool there.
You just take a battery that you might have in your weather radio or walkie-talkie or something, and
Little 9-volt.
yeah, a little 9-volt battery, and you take some steel wool and you just touch those terminals. It's almost instant that it catches that steel wool on fire.
Wow.
And then you should be able to put your...
There you go. It's catching a spark.
But it's there you go.
Wow.
So steel is a conductor of electricity, metal, but it's in a open where air can go through it. It's not a solid piece of steel. It's really thin shreds of metal. Really unique ways to start a fire.
Yeah, I'd never seen that done before. That is super cool.
Yeah.
One thing that was common throughout all the techniques, it's like the more fuel that you give the fire, man, the bigger it gets, the more it can do for you. And it's kind of reminds me of our relationship with God's Word. It's the same thing. It's like, man, if we want to really be active, if we want to be able to grow and be useful, we have to be fueled by God's Word. As a believer, that's what really gives us the life, you know?
And you got to work at it too, because you got to prepare more stores of fuel for the fire.
The fire needs to be continually tended to, just like we need to continually tend to the Lord.
Well, Mr. Kent, Mr. CJ, thanks so much for teaching me some really practical new ways to make a fire.
Sure.
I can't wait to implement this the next time I'm on the trail. If you guys have liked and enjoyed the video, like and subscribe below. And consider joining Trail Life. Go to their website, traillifeusa.com, find a troop near you. And if you're interested in finding more adventures of the Wow Brothers, myself and my brothers, go to wowbrothersproductions.com. See you guys.
The competition is coming to an end. I am the last contestant. So I'm gonna make some trail bread, and then Morgan's gonna judge it, and we're gonna see just who is the best brother at cooking on the trail. You're watching Trail Hacks. Trail bread is one of my favorite things to make while on the trail. I think Morgan's gonna really appreciate this, because after a long day of hiking, you just want something that's delicious and salty and savory and fills your stomach. And that's exactly what trail bread does. So I'm gonna get started here. The first step is to add 2.5 cups of flour to your bowl. Here we go. This should be enough to feed all 4 of us boys. Step number 2 is to add 1 teaspoon of salt and whatever else you happen to have in your counter at the time. So I had some smoked paprika and chili flakes, so I just put some of that in here as well. Oh, and that's gonna add all that flavor to the bread. Yum. I have 1 teaspoon of sugar here. I'm gonna add that as well. Now for the most important ingredient. There's a little bit there, but this is yeast. And this is what's gonna make the bread nice and light and fluffy. Really, really important ingredient. What's crazy about yeast is actually it's a living organism. And so in a little bit, using some warm water, I'm gonna wake it up. And it's gonna get through all the flour and all the dough, and it's gonna make it rise and make it really light and fluffy. There we go, that's all of my dry ingredients. So after you've stirred up all the dry ingredients, we're gonna go on to the wet ingredients. And to start with, add 2 tablespoons of oil. And then you're gonna stir it up until it gets all clumpy. Now we just need 1 more ingredient, some warm water. So I'm gonna head over to the fireplace and heat myself up some water. I have about a cup full left in my water bottle, and that's just what you need. You need 1 cup of water. So I'm gonna heat that up. Really, really important. And this is where it's kind of touch and go. If the water's too cold, it won't wake up the yeast to have that rising action. But if it's too hot, it'll actually kill the yeast. So it's like fine balance of having the water kind of warm to the touch. If you want to be able to stick your finger in it and not burn yourself, but it'd be nice and warm. All right, I think it's done. Perfect. It's crazy because just 1 little bit of yeast leavens the whole loaf, and it spreads its way throughout all of the dough and makes it rise. It's an amazing thing. But it's kind of like an example of what sin is to us. We may think that, oh man, just that sin I did, just a little thing, doesn't affect anybody. But just a little bit of sin can actually, it affects our whole being and it corrupts us, and it really separates us from God. But thankfully, through what Christ did on the cross, is that he took the punishment that we deserve for our sin, and he bore it himself. And he took that punishment himself and died in our place. And then if we have faith in God and trust in Jesus as our one way of salvation, then he promised us to make us like new, and that we can be like born again, so that we don't have to have our sin affect us anymore. We can be like new creations. So that's super exciting. It's a great hope that all of us as believers have. All right, there we go. Look at that beautiful bit of bread. So now we're gonna wait, let it rise. Let the yeast start to wake up, do its thing, and make the bread all beautiful and fluffy. So I'm gonna let that sit there for about, say 15 minutes. All right, this is what I'm gonna cook my bread on. So you wanna find a stick, like something that you would wanna roast a marshmallow on. Man, it's starting to get dark, storm's coming. We've been cooking all day for this competition, so I need to finish this up. The dough is risen, it's beautiful. I'm gonna start making the trail bread. So grab a chunk, start rolling it out until it's kind of a skinny, long, worm-like looking thing. I think I need a little something extra just to get it across the finish line. So actually I brought some bacon with me. I'm gonna wrap that with my trail bread, and it's gonna have all the delicious juices sinking in and give a little bit of protein. And I think it's just gonna make me have that final bit of goodness that's gonna help me win. There we go. Are you believing how good that looks? Wow. All right, almost to the finish line. Now I just have to make sure this doesn't burn. Make sure not to put the bread on the open flame, otherwise the outside will get nice and crispy, but the inside will still be raw and doughy. So you kind of just put it off to the side where it's still hot, but it's just not on the open flame where it's gonna burn. This is bad, it's starting to rain. It's gonna drench the fire in a few seconds. But this is the true test of an outdoor cooker. Can you cook in the elements? So I'm still going strong, we're gonna make this happen. I think it's good enough. All right, let's see what Morgan thinks. Sorry it's raining, Morgan.
So
glad you waited though. Dude, this is trail bread mixed with delicious bacon. And
Wow.
it's piping hot, so be careful.
Whoa.
Good?
Damn. With warm, comforting bread. I'm tasting the spices. You got some red pepper flakes.
Is it too spicy?
No, it's perfect. And that bacon. Oh,
Final
it's
touch.
magical. Kim,
Thank you.
that is awesome.
Well guys, thanks for showing off your trail cooking skills. I was really impressed. You guys all are quite talented.
Thank you.
This was hard for me to decide. I don't like judging like this, but I'll start with Asher. Your tea, man, was awesome. I loved it.
Ooh, tea.
It was incredibly comforting. It had this like light edge of citrus to it. Very good. Hudson, man, your feast pit was incredible. I love the proteins, mixing them with the vegetables.
Dude.
It was really good. Yours, unfortunately, was not quite perfectly executed. There's a little bit of raw meat involved. I'm not a huge fan of that. So, unfortunately, that took up a couple points for me. Kian, your trail bread, I just ended with that. It was incredible. It was so light and fluffy. The yeast had worked its way through that dough. It had risen perfectly, and then intertwined with that bacon. It was so good. So, nice, Kian. With that being said, you guys all are amazing trail chefs. Proud of you, but I think the winner is Kian. Kian, that trail bread. That was excellent.
Good job, boys. Good job, guys.
Guys, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe to Trail Hacks. Join a troop, and if you like the Wild Brothers, watch our videos through Wild Brothers Productions. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and in the comments below, tell what meal you guys thought was the best out of all the ones. I want to hear your guys' feedback.
Awesome. See you in the next
Catch
trail
you later.
hack.
See you on the trail.
I mean, it's probably started when I was in high school, the degradation of men. You see it constantly. I just think about the Barbie movie that just came out and how patriarchy is a bad thing, it's evil. And you see that impact on boys today. Mark talks about how they underperform girls in almost every arena now. But I was thinking today when we were talking about some of the things in the general session, men have been integral to spreading God's word, to scientific advancements, to basically everything that we have done as human beings.
With true respect for women.
Oh, that's what biblical manhood is about.
Exactly.
It is not about degrading women, it is about walking arm in arm. God put men here for a reason, but we have our role, and we have acquiesced in that role in so many arenas, especially in the United States today, but globally, we've just acquiesced our manhood, and we got to get it back.
Right, and we're not redefining biblical manhood or biblical
no.
femininity. What we're doing is we're raising up
Bringing
the
it back.
again.
And as best I can see, there is no other organization out there like Trail Life that is really feeding into the next generation of young men. There are men and women because he created us in that fashion, and we have a role to play, and we have lost that. And that's what Trail Life is doing, is it's bringing biblical manhood back.
Trail life changes dads more than you realize.
When I joined Trail Life, me and my dad, we were, he works away, he travels for his work. Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot. You know, I loved him and everything, but we weren't on the best of terms. I got started in Trail Life and everything, and I loved it.
I was a drop-off dad. When he first started in trail life, I just dropped him off, set in the truck.
And then I went to a summer adventure, and it changed me a little bit. It made me a little bit older, and I learned a lot of things about leadership, and I went home and I was older. And then the year after that, I went, and my mom wanted my dad to go.
So my wife's on the computer, she said, "Are you gonna go to that?" I didn't know I could go.
So he asked off for work, and he went.
So I went, not having a clue of what I'd done. So my son and I showed up at the equip, and that's where it first hit me. And I've been going to everything I could go to, the trainings and all that ever since.
And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer and closer. And I can finally say that he's probably not even, he's moved from just being my dad, being very close to me. Even when he's away, we talk every day, and he calls us and prays with us at night. Even though he can't be there, he calls us.
And it is for families. It's for bringing families together.
It's just brought our whole family together closer.
I'm thankful that my son got me involved.
It's a true blessing.
Hey guys, I'm Asher Wild. Today, Morgan and I are going to head out on a little paddling adventure. It's a beautiful morning, and while we're out paddling, we're going to show you guys some of the basic skills you guys will need to know how to properly paddle your canoe, including using the J-stroke. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Before you head out on the water, it's important to have a float plan. Now, a float plan is basically just letting somebody know where you're going and how long you plan to be out in the water. Today, Asher and I, we're just going out here close in the bayou. It's not going to be a very long trip, but still it's important to make a float plan. You never know what might happen on the water. It's good to let others know. You can't have fun without safety. All right, let's go. It's always important when you head out in the water to make sure you have a good PFD that fits your body type and is nice and snug. So I got mine on right now. Probably the most common technique for paddling is just simple strokes. Basically what I'm doing right now. You paddle on one side, and then eventually the canoe will start turning the opposite direction, and then you alternate and paddle on this side, right, to make up for it. This isn't the most efficient method though, because what's going to happen is you're going to zigzag a lot. You're going to be going back and forth, and that takes up a lot of time and energy. A more effective way of paddling is what's called the J-stroke. And it's basically the same thing as a normal stroke, except what you're going to do is you're going to plant your blade into the water nice and far, bring it all the way back until it's past your hip, and then you're going to twist the blade so that it's parallel with your canoe. So you bring it up top, pull it all the way back past your hip, twist it a little bit so it's parallel, and that's going to actually offset your stroke, so that instead of going like this, you're going to stay nice and straight so that you're more efficient. Sometimes you'll find though that the J-stroke actually isn't enough. If you're facing a strong wind, kind of like right now, the wind's picking up, or a strong current, what's really helpful to know is what I like to call the rudder method. And the rudder method is basically taking the J-stroke just a step further. So right now I'm paddling on the left side. So say there was a really strong wind coming this way, I could use the rudder technique to off-balance that wind and keep me turning in the right direction. So what you saw right then was probably the background shifted a lot, right? I'm paddling one way, and I use the rudder method, and I turn this around, right? This is a really effective method for properly turning your canoe. We recommend that when you're going paddling, it's best to go in groups of at least 2. The buddy system is really helpful. Not only do you go faster, but it's just better for safety in general. And when you're paddling with multiple people, it's crucial you remember teamwork. The person in the back, it's his primary job to make sure that you're steering correctly, that you're going in the right direction. The person in the front, in my case Morgan, it's his job to provide a lot of the thrust needed for us to get from point A to point B. It's also his job to be the lookout. Paddling is great because it teaches you all about endurance and perseverance, and that's really what the life of a Christian is all about. In the world, there's going to be all kinds of currents and winds that are going to try to push us back, but for the true follower of Christ, we have to be pushing forward. We can't stop and give into those, because if we stop for 1 second, we're going to be pushed back. We have to persevere and follow after Christ with all of our hearts, souls, mind, and strength. Thanks so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed watching this video, please like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, about how to start your own troop or become a troop member, please head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers and about some of our adventures, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks so much, guys, and looking forward to seeing you guys in the next episode.
Hey guys, I'm Hudson Wild, and we're still here on this beach. Morgan and Asher built a successful emergency shelter. Kean put together a beautiful fire, and I've been fishing all day catching us some dinner. Success. I'm about to fillet these and gut them, prepare them for dinner. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. Sun's starting to set. It's like the perfect time to fillet these fish. You want to prepare your food before the sun goes down so you still have enough time to have light and see what you're doing. This piece of bark is going to act as my little fillet table. This is a sand trout, and I'm going to show you how to fillet him correctly. It's important to have the right tools, and a sharp knife is essential. A dull knife can actually be very dangerous. You're struggling, you're going to slip, and it can cut you. It's very important to have a sharp knife. But with that comes great responsibility. You need to know how to use it properly. So as I'm filleting, I'm going to be cutting into the fish and cutting away from myself. You don't want to be cutting and doing any of this action where the knife gets slipped and cut your hand. So to fillet a fish, we're going to make this first incision, cut from right behind the pectoral fin, a nice smooth cut, all the way up towards its forehead. And that way we maximize that meat up there. Then we're going to tilt the knife at a 45-degree angle. So you're gonna have your knife blade pressed firmly against the spine, and you're just gonna feel that. It's gonna give a little bit of resistance. So just follow right above that. Nice and smooth cut all the way back to the end of the tail. Last little bit, boom, then you're done. Now, start at the base of the tail, press the blade firmly against the skin and the meat, and you'll just follow that all the way down, just cutting the meat right off the skin. You know, trout skin is often very soft, especially this guy because he's so small, the knife went straight through. But that's okay. I'm gonna leave the skin on and I'll just add a little extra layer of protection for the meat from keeping it getting dirty. And what we'll do is we'll just pull the meat right off the skin once it's cooked. No problem. So to gut a fish, it's pretty simple. Right here at the bottom of the fish, insert the knife and then slowly, slowly cut forward. Again, having total control over the knife blade. You do not want it to slip. Hold the fish tightly, hold the knife tightly, cut up, 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 all the way through kind of this pectoral bone. Okay, now you're going to insert the knife and kind of cut around the top of the mouth here, and you're gonna free up these gills because you're gonna take the gills and the intestines, all the organs, rip them right out. There you go. Now you're done. And do that for all of them. The fire appears to be dead, but actually there's a lot of embers right underneath this firewood. All I have to do is give it a slight blow, it'll flame up. So I have with me a little young, fresh sapling. That means it's not gonna burn super quickly when I put this on the fire because it's still wet, nice and young. I'm gonna insert it into the pinfish's mouth. There we go. I have a nice little spit here I can roast my fish over. For the fillets though, it's a little bit different. So I'm using this nice thick piece of wood. It's really nice and smooth, it's nice and clean. I'm just going to put the fillets gently on them like this. And this will enable me to actually get them down on the fire and cook them a lot closer. Filleting and gutting a fish is not always super pretty, and it does make a mess. And you know, these fish didn't come without a price. They actually had to die in order to feed us tonight. And so, you know, thinking about that, death isn't a part of God's perfect plan. And yet now that there's sin in the world, and death is a consequence, we don't want to take that lightly. And so, although this is a provision from God, it'll feed us tonight, all these fish, it is sad that the fish had to die. And so we wanna respect that and not take it for granted, and we don't wanna waste. And so tonight we're gonna be eating every little bit of meat from these guys, and we're gonna be thankful that the Lord provided this food. But You know, it didn't come freely. All right, here we have our little buffet of fish. We have our 2 fillets and then our whole roasted fish. Oh man, these guys look beautiful. So good. Beautiful, soft, white trout. Man, this is hard to beat. Just comes right off the skin, right off the bones. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. If you like the video, like or subscribe below. And if you want to be connected to a trail life troop, just research in your area, find a local troop, and sign up on traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in watching more Wild Brother adventures, go to our website, wildbrothersproduction.com, to see more. Thanks so much, guys.
Hey guys, we're here at the ARC Encounter up in Kentucky, and I'm here with Mr. Kent and Mr. CJ. And these guys are veteran trailmen, they're experts. So they're gonna show me a couple different ways of how to make a fire using all different kinds of resources. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Okay, so here we are with a table with different ideas of way to start fires with something you might find in your house, might find in your day pack, might find out in the wilderness. But we've got Clifford Joe here from Wisconsin and his dad CJ. How can we use a magnifying glass to start a fire, Clifford Joe?
Well, the first thing you want to do is you want to find where the sun is. Basically, right now, the sun's directly above us.
The sun's above, oh yeah, there we go.
Then, what you want to do, you take your magnifying glass and you want to make a tiny pinpoint with it. See?
That's awesome, man. Very effective. The magnifying glass is handy for looking at little insects and stuff, but also making fires.
Oh yeah.
That's so cool.
I'm going to take this ferro rod and I'm going to throw it into a piece of cotton ball. Now the trick with this is to pay attention and not do it up in the air, but to bring it right down and throw a spark right into the cotton ball.
Done.
That quick.
Wow.
This is a confidence builder for a young man. You get a young man out there to throw a spark into a cotton ball, he's got confidence knowing that he can do something effective to survive, to stay warm, to provide a flame to start a fire so they can cook. CJ, you have some actual flint and steel, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is called a char cloth. It's actually a piece of blue jean. Like this.
Okay.
So we cooked it off, put that over a camp stove or a fire or some coals.
Interesting.
And the ports let the gases escape and the smoke escape, and when it stops pumping gas and smoke out, you open it up and you'll have char cloth in there. But you take the char cloth, it's going to catch the spark, because the spark from these guys is not going to be anywhere near that of the ferrocerium rod. You may not even be able to see that. See that little spark that come off?
Yep.
That's about all you're going to get. That's what the char cloth is for. It's all carbon-based material now that we've cooked the impurities out of it. And you want to make sure that is along the edge of your flint where you're going to be striking it.
One of those sparks will land on that char cloth and create an ember. And once he does the ember,
super cool.
we'll put it in a little bird's nest that we created.
There we go. We caught it. So this is generally starting to get red in there.
You get one?
Yes, sir.
Smoke. Watch the smoke.
I'd never seen that.
That is actually flint and steel. This is an actual flint nap.
And it's a dull piece of flint, but it still works.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you find flint?
In the woods, in the creek beds.
Yeah.
So let's show the battery and the steel wool there.
You just take a battery that you might have in your weather radio or walkie-talkie or something, and
Little 9-volt.
yeah, a little 9-volt battery, and you take some steel wool and you just touch those terminals. It's almost instant that it catches that steel wool on fire.
Wow.
And then you should be able to put your.
There you go. It's catching a spark.
But it's there you go.
Wow.
So the steel is a conductor of electricity, metal, but it's in a open where air can go through it. It's not a solid piece of steel. It's really thin shreds of metal. Really unique ways to start a fire.
Yeah, I'd never seen that done before. That's super cool.
Yeah.
one thing that was common throughout all the techniques, it's like the more fuel that you give the fire, man, the bigger it gets, the more it can do for you. And it's kind of reminds me of our relationship with God's Word. It's the same thing. It's like, man, if we want to really be active, if we want to be able to grow and be useful, we have to be fueled by God's Word. As a believer, that's what really gives us the life, you know?
And you got to work at it too, because you got to prepare more stores of fuel for the fire.
The fire needs to be continually tended to, just like we need to continually tend to the Lord.
Well, Mr. Kent, Mr. CJ, thanks so much for teaching me some really practical new ways to make a fire.
Sure.
I can't wait to implement this the next time I'm on the trail. If you guys have liked and enjoyed the video, like and subscribe below. And consider joining Trail Life. Go to their website, traillifeusa.com, find a troop near you. And if you're interested in finding more adventures of the Wow Brothers, myself and my brothers, go to wowbrothersproductions.com. See you guys.
One of the greatest things that Trail Life has also brought to our church is the development of men. Hi, my name is Brad Dotson, and I wanted to talk to you about what Trail Life has meant to myself, my community, my family, and to our church here in Nashville, Ohio. In our culture, we want to be involved in things. We want our kids to experience things. We as an adults want to experience things, but yet we also struggle with owning responsibility of those things. And what Trail Life does, it gives an opportunity for men to grow up. We have experienced our boys becoming from just attenders to becoming leaders. At the same time, we have a brotherhood amongst the men within our church that is irreplaceable. It's just a great adventure that has started with Trail Life and built upon the ministries here at the church. We had a man come to our local fair, and he went to the fair just expecting to get some popcorn, a funnel cake, hang out with his family, see the animals. He didn't know that that trip to the fair was going to change the direction of his life and his family's life. He met us at our booth, and we just had like a simple knot tying area. We invited them to our open house, and it began a journey where he surrendered his life to Christ. And just this last week, he was helping out with the Trail Life event. And during that event, I expressed my love for him and his family and just my appreciation. And he's like, man, I would do anything for the man in the ministry that changed the direction of our family. As a minister, sometimes you're always like, do I really make an impact? Am I impacting people's lives? And in Trail Life, it has definitely been a measurable moment for us to be able to see God move and see results in people's lives, in our boys' lives, and in our community.
Hey guys, I'm Master Wild, and today, man, we're here at the Ark Encounter, and today we're going to show you guys something special. I'm here with Mr. Steven and Mr. Kent, and we're going to show you guys how to make a simple piece of twine like this and how to turn it into a rope that will not easily be broken. You guys are watching Trail Hats. All right, so for starters, Mr. Steven, why don't you kind of just run us through what we're doing here and what this machine is right here?
Yeah, well, this is our rope making machine, and we're going to use this, like you said, to take this piece of tiny twine that really isn't strong at all and make it into a rope that we could use for great purposes. All right, so our first step is we're going to take this piece of twine and tie it to our machine. And so to do that, we're going to make 2 half hitches. So I'm going to take this X, and I'm going to tuck it through the loop, and I'm going to pull. So we've made 1 hitch, and then we're going to make our second half hitch. We're going to make an X again, and tuck it through the loop, and pull. And so the next thing I need is Mr. Kent. I'm going to need you to hold the handle down here. And we have to decide how long we're going to make the rope. So how far do you guys think we should go?
It's a good question. Depends on what we're going to use it for. I'd say about 4 or 5 feet would be good.
About 4 or 5 feet. So you guys like where Mr. Kent is right there then?
That sounds perfect.
We have to keep even numbers, so we're going to be multiples of 2. We need 2 for each one, so we can make this with 6. We can make it with 12. We can make it with 18, right? We can make 24. And the more strands we weave in, the stronger this rope is going to be. You guys help me count here.
All right, 4, 6, 8.
And we're going to end right here. And we're going to end with the same knot that we began with. A lot of rope on this machine right now. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to take our needle and we're going to place this on the rope. And this is going to keep our strands separated. This one, you got it, Morgan?
Got it.
I want to start cranking this handle. We've got to crank it clockwise.
Okay.
We're going to see what starts to happen here. We set a cord of 3 strands, right?
Yes, sir.
And we began with 18. Now, if this gets hard, you can take your other hand and push on that.
All right.
And it'll help you keep it moving evenly. And how many strands does this look like now?
3, absolutely.
We're pretty clearly getting to 3 strands. You know, one of the verses I really like to talk about as we make rope is Isaiah 40:31. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not grow weary. They shall walk and not faint.
I just read that the other day, actually, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite verses, actually. And one of the things I love about that verse is the Hebrew word for wait is to braid or to twist.
Really?
So if we want to get stronger, what do we need to do?
Probably start working out. I don't know, do something hard, you know?
You don't get stronger by sitting on the couch, do you?
Absolutely not.
And in Hebrew, this idea of waiting on the Lord isn't a passive idea, it's active. And so a lot of times in life, stress happens and things get difficult. And you know, we're adding stress to this rope right now as we twist it. And as we add this stress, we're actually making the rope stronger. And so we watch this stress come and we say, Lord, what are you doing? I don't understand. Things are difficult. Things don't make sense. But you know, the Lord says that He works all things together for our good. And so we've seen this stress and we've really strengthened this rope. And now the time has come to see what's been happening with all this. So I'm ready. Morgan, go ahead and move that needle forward. And let's see what's been happening here. Go ahead. And so we begin to see what God's purpose has been all along, and we see the purpose here with all the stress and the strain we've been putting on this rope. It's pretty incredible. And you know, right now, if we stopped and we took this rope off the machine, what do you think would happen?
It would fall apart and unravel.
So it absolutely would. Now, I don't happen to have any wax here. Mr. Kenton didn't bring wax along. I'm going to blame this on him. But what I can do is I can whip this rope. So I'm going to take this one single strand of rope, fold it in half, and I'm laying this on top of my rope. All right, so I have a loop on this end, and I have a tail on this end, and then I have a really long tail on this end. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin to wrap this rope around the bigger rope, and this is called whipping. And what we're going to do is we are going to bind these strands together. I'm going to take this last tail on my rope and stick it through the loop, and I'm going to grab it. And then I'm going to come here to my other side, and I'm going to pull this. And you see how this is grabbing hold of the rope?
Yep, there we go.
And I want to pull this, and what I want to do is I want to get this tucked underneath and inside the security of these wrappings. So I'm going to pull pretty hard, and now that's pulled inside, and this is all going to hold this together so this cord cannot come unwound. And then I'm going to cut this off, and we can cut this rope off of the machine. There we are.
Wow. Guys, thank you so much for watching Trail Hacks. If you like this video, if you learned something like I did, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in Trail Life USA, man, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com, and consider joining a Trail Life troop. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. God bless, guys.
Hey guys, the Wild Brothers here. In this episode of Trail Hacks, we're going to be talking about the very important values of a trailman, including purity, service, stewardship, and integrity. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
On the trail, and really in life itself, it really doesn't matter how many trail hacks you know. The most important aspect of a trailman is his integrity, his virtue and character. And that trumps any kind of trail hacker, all the trail knowledge combined. It's our prayer at Trail Life that each and every troop walks worthy of the Lord, that his foundation is found in God's word, and his relationship with God is solid. That is the most important aspect of a trailman.
So the first value of a trailman is purity. Purity. God, He calls all of His followers to live lives of holiness, which means that we're pure in what we say, do, and think. And Jesus, He told us in His word that, man, just to look at someone sinfully in sinful lust, well, that's the same thing as actually going and committing that sin with your own hands and bodies. And so, according to God's word, there's a high standard for purity. But the good news is that if we're in Christ, if we've trusted in Jesus' work on the cross to pay for our sins, and God's word tells us that we're not alone in this fight. We have God's Holy Spirit. God has sent His very Spirit to live in our hearts. He changes our desires and the inclinations of our hearts so that we no longer seek after the things that we once sought after, but we're made new. We're new creations. It doesn't mean that we're always going to be perfect. Only Jesus was perfect, but we can win this battle. And so God has given us everything we need. And in a trail life, purity is the first value of a trailman.
Now the second value of the trailman is service. And according to God's word, all of us that are followers of Christ, we have been bought with a price. And we are called to give ourselves up for others, to lay down our lives as a living sacrifice to God. And Jesus, he was the perfect model of service. When he came to serve, not to be served, and to lay down his life as a ransom for many. That's incredible. Coming from the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Jesus perfectly modeled service as he ministered to the poor, to the broken, to those who were hurting and wounded. And Christ even demonstrates service and humility by washing the dirty feet of his disciples. This is our example. He is our King and our perfect model for service. And God calls us to be examples of this to our communities and to the entire world.
And then the third value of a trail man is stewardship. Now, it's kind of a big word, but it's really important. We see in the Bible in the very beginning that God gave Adam and Eve stewardship over the earth. He gave them everything they needed to be able to take care of the earth and take care of the animals that are on there. And in the same way, God has given each one of us different gifts, talents, resources, and he wants us to steward those resources well, to use them well for his glory. Not for our own benefit, not for something evil, but for God. God says in his word that to whom much is given, much is required. So we have a responsibility to use all the things that God has given us and to steward them well. And at the end of the day, when our lives are over, we're going to have to give an account to God of how we used the gifts that he's given us. And hopefully we'll all be able to say that we've used those well, we've used them for God's glory and not for our own benefit. So it's really important as a trailman that we steward what God has given us.
The last, but certainly not the least value of being a trailman is integrity. And being a man of integrity means that we're living a life that's worthy. We're living a life that is honoring the Lord in everything that we do and say we're representing Christ on earth. And that can be pretty tricky sometimes because, man, the world is a dark place and Satan, the enemy, he's alive and active and he's trying to get us as believers to stumble. But we can't pay any attention to that. We have to be on mission for the Lord and be men of integrity in every aspect of life. And that means that we need to be the same people no matter where we are, whether we're at church or on the trail or in the street. We need to be representing Christ in all those situations. And that's a super cool calling. That's a high calling, higher than anything else that this world could ever offer. And what's cool about that is not only do we glorify the Lord in the situations, but we also point other people, the people that are around us, to Christ and show that he is Lord and Savior and worth following and worth living with integrity in our lives for.
Well, thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this episode, remember to like and subscribe. And if you're interested now in joining Trail Life and becoming a member of a local troop, head over to traillifeusa.com to learn more. If you're interested in learning about us, the Wild Brothers, head over to our website at wildbrothersproductions.com. We'll catch you later.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
It's far more than just something we're doing for our boys. It's actually this incredible place to connect and find that community that we're often looking for as dads. And Trail Life is a place as dads to come alongside one another and say, you know what, you're not in this alone. Let's do this thing together. Let's have some fun while we do it. Let's get outdoors. But while we're at it, let's make friends. Let's have our boys make friends, but let's also be dads in it, in the journey together.
Pastors often we're trying to bring in guys and it seems like we're roping them in and it just doesn't feel like it's working. But I can tell you with Trail Life, guys like adventure just as much as young men.
When you call a man to serve God and he comes awake maybe the first time to who Jesus is in his life and he wants to do something big for God and he shows up at his church and his pastor doesn't quite know what to do with him, you can put an orange vest on and say, here, help us park cars. Well, there's more that man can do. Here's something the pastor can do with him. You can put him with a group of other men and set him in the outdoors and Trail Life leader, and he can impact the next generation, and suddenly men come alive. These ministries that we've been out reaching out to men for years, now we've got something for them to do.
You know, sometimes as pastors, we have to nudge and urge men and they kind of resist us. We have found it the opposite. All we've had to do is almost like throwing gasoline on a fire. Once the woof has happened, they just get lit.
We went through that time in the 80s where we had those accountability groups, and you went out to coffee with a guy and you sat across the table. We don't do that very good. We do it side by side. We do it outdoors. We do it turning a wrench. But I'll tell you what, these guys in the outdoors with the boys camping, the boys all bed down and the guys sit around that fire and they talk about the things that we should be talking about. Like, hey, I'm struggling with this in my marriage, or this at work, or this thing I can't get off my mind, or I saw the way that you treated your son. How did you get a relationship like that with your son? How can I do that? And those are the things we're saying. One of the hidden secrets about Trail Life USA is that we're also a ministry to men.
Men do not form a relationship by communicating. They form a relationship by doing, and then they communicate. Not until I know I can trust you am I really willing to listen to you. And I'm not really willing to trust you because of what you say. I want to see you out there hunting, fishing, skiing. You know, when you have a yard sale and you're skiing, and then we get together afterwards and we all make fun of you for having the worst wreck. That's how men form a relationship. We can have lunch for 20 years, once a week for 20 years, we still won't be friends. But I tell you what, you spend 3 days with a guy camping and seeing how he exists under stress. That's how we learn who each other are.
It's that heart of challenging boys and coming alongside them as dads, as fathers in the Lord, as mentors, as men of God, and shaping them and teaching them how to be men who love Jesus. It's also church-based, which means it's ours. It's led and initiated and organized by members of our church family. And so it's going to carry our heart and our vision and our values and DNA.
You know, we consider ourselves an outreach of the church. Another difference between us and Boy Scouts is we just don't meet in the basement of that church. We are a ministry of that local church. We're an extension of that local church, which is why our church partners are vetted to make sure they agree with the values that we hold up.
Finally, it's for fathers and sons. It's that unique opportunity that we get as dads to pour into our boys.
There's inReach. Connecting dads and sons to God in creation, what could be better than that? It's a vital component to developing our member families, which leads us to discipleship. And not just for the boys. Male leaders grow in their walk with Christ, learning to become better husbands and fathers as they lead the troop. This builds the entire family.
Really, this is for the whole family. And I know there's probably some moms here who have boys who don't have a father figure in their lives. And we want you to know this is the perfect place for your boys, and we want them to come. They are absolutely welcome.
Those single moms, they're finding a place in Trail Life. We had a single mom, and she said, well, my husband died 10 years ago and left me with a 2-year-old son. And she said, I cried out to God that he would give my son godly men to show him how to be a godly man. She said, now 10 years later, my son is in Trail Life USA. He's surrounded by godly men who are showing him how to be a man.
And I find that when we see the heavens declare the glory of God, how can we get past that this Creator also is our Redeemer? And there's a real inlet into the heart and soul of people to consider Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior and come to saving faith. And to open new realms to us that we had never seen, that's not in typical church culture, but that has revolutionized and brought us closer to our Redeemer through His creation. And Trail Life has been that blessing to us.
As trailmen, you guys are going to find yourselves out in the wild quite a bit of the time. And so it's really important that you guys know a couple of the basic and efficient methods of finding food. So today my brothers and I are going to walk you through a couple of those methods. And by the end you guys should have a really good understanding of how to kind of improv catch some food if you're ever in a survival situation. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. We're all out here and we're all going to try to catch food in a different way. So Morgan and Hudson, they went into the woods. Morgan's going to be making some homemade snares. Hudson's going to show you guys how to make a slingshot. And I'm still here on the beach and I'm going to try to catch some fish, but I didn't bring a fish hook with me. So I'm going to have to jerry-rig some fish hooks based on what's around me. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be a challenge. Let's see if I can do it. Already seeing some junk, which is unfortunate because it's plastic and stuff. I'm going to take this back with me though and throw it away when I get back home because this is just junk and it's here on the beach. So what I'm really looking for is something sharp, probably metal, something that I can use to make a fish hook out of. So let's just kind of stroll the beach here and see what we find. I'm just wading through the tall grass here. Sometimes trash gets caught in between the reeds. Gotta be careful because they're super pokey. Okay, here we go. Yep, I found something. Oh my goodness, guys, this is perfect. This is just what I was looking for. All right, all I need is the tab. So I'm gonna take this off. And then I'm just gonna take the rest of this and throw it away with the other stuff. This is what we're after though, perfect. All right, I found some shade. It's always nice to get out of the sun when you're working. And I have my, my fishing pliers here, and so now I'm gonna show you guys how to turn this into a world-class hook. Basically, I'm gonna make a cut right down here, which is gonna be the tip of the hook. And then the hook is gonna circle like a normal hook all the way up to around here. And then I'm gonna cut this part off right here, and that's where we're gonna tie the rope on. And then bring the pliers in, and I'm gonna cut it right there. There we go. So even from that one cut, it's amazing how much it looks like a hook now. And that little barb right there is kind of like the barb on a normal hook, and that's what's gonna get caught in the fish's mouth. Next, I'm gonna make a cut right there. There we go, cut 2. So you guys should be able to see the hook forming now. Now I just need to take out this middle part, and we'll be almost done. It's pretty cool because technically speaking, this is just a little piece of trash that we found on the beach. But man, in the right hands, you can mold it into something that's actually really useful and can serve a really great purpose. And to me, that's such a cool reminder of what Christ does in our lives, because, man, we're sinners, guys, and we don't bring anything to the table. Christ says, apart from me, you can do nothing. And that's so true, guys. We're hopeless without the Lord. But he takes us in our broken state, and in his hands, he can mold us, sanctify us, and cause us to be beautiful in his sight, to look like Christ. And then we can be used for his great purposes, for awesome things, right? And so that's cool. And so even little fish hook like this can remind us of a cooler purpose and how God uses us for his mission. So there we have it, guys. One bottle cap hook made off of a strap of trash on the beach, and it's nice and sharp. That can easily pierce a fish's mouth. That's pretty cool. So I made my hook, and now I just have to find some bait and go ahead and start fishing. Guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA or becoming part of a troop, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers and some of our adventures, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks for watching, guys. See ya.
Today, Asher and I are on our cross-country skis going on an adventure, and we're going to be talking about how to stay hydrated out in the cold, because we're surrounded by water if you just know how to use it. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Asher and I are out on an adventure, cross-country skiing. We're heading that way into the mountains. So much fun, but I'm still getting the hang of it. When you're out in the snow, it's really easy to get dehydrated because it's so cold out and your body's cold and you don't feel thirsty. But man, your body's still using up all that liquid, and so it's really easy to get dehydrated. But actually, man, we're surrounded by water if we just know how to use it. So today, I'm going to be showing you guys how to use snow as a water source so you can keep yourself hydrated on adventures out in the cold. So here we have some amazing water that has been frozen into snow. But you don't want to just eat it like this. It's fine if you're just around the house having fun eating snow, but this is actually going to cool off your body temperature on the inside, and it's going to make your body work really hard to try to warm you up again. And so when you're out on an adventure, that's the last thing you want to do because hypothermia can set in. So you want to try to melt the snow. And an easy way to do that is just to fill your water bottle full of snow and stick it somewhere close to your body. This isn't fresh snow, and so there's a kind of layer of debris on the top of it. It's kind of dirty. I don't want to drink that. So I'm going to dig down until I find some clean white snow, and that's what I'm going to use to put my water bottle. I grew up in Southeast Asia, right on the equator, where there is zero snow. And so I've just been amazed up here in this winter wonderland to see how beautiful and white and pure it is. And it's amazing because the scriptures talks about snow and uses it as an image to talk about something that's just pure and white and untouched and sinless. But as people, man, we know that we're the opposite of that. We're sinful and we do wrong things,
And in God's sight, man, we're soiled. But the great hope of the gospel is that Christ has made a way for us to become clean again. And through his sacrifice on the cross, it's like he took the punishment we deserve and he paid the debt that we have against God. And so for those who believe in Christ and trust in him, he makes them white as snow again. And it's like he washes them from all their sins and all the wrong things that they've done until they're just like this beautiful snow again. And so it's a cool reminder whenever we see snow to think about what Christ has done for people to be made clean again. All right, that's about enough snow. My water bottle's filled up. Now I'm gonna stick this next to my body, and hopefully in about a half hour of hard work, if my body's heating up, it'll turn the snow into nice, cool water. Here we go. Whew. Guys, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, like and subscribe below. And if you're interested in joining a Trail Life troop, head over to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in seeing more adventures of my brothers and I, go over to wildbrothersproductions.com.
Welcome back to Trail Life Table of Truth here at the Table of Truth. Table of Masculinity here at Turning Point USA's AmericaFest. Man, we've got an awesome day lined up. Yesterday was just absolutely fantastic.
That was insane. That was an insane pace yesterday.
My tongue is still sore. My tongue is sore.
My ears hurt. That's a lot of listening.
Oh, my goodness.
A lot of listening
That
and
hurts my
talking.
feelings, Roy. It hurts my feelings.
I'm sorry, Kelly.
I am Kelly Love. To
I'm
my
Roy-
right, I've
Roy
got-
Baldwin.
And to my right,
Stephen Ashton.
That is, our right would be your television left.
I still,
Good, Kelly.
I'm trusting you on that one.
Yeah.
I think that's right. I don't know. Man, it was a fantastic day yesterday. We've got a really great lineup today as well. A lot of, I guess probably, to me, the biggest interview we have, and we're going to have some big names and some people with great careers and all the things, but we've got our final Freedom Rangeman interview this afternoon, or this morning, and Blaze from South Carolina, and he's tall.
He's very tall.
So I've told him that he's got to put his seat all the way down, and I got to put mine all the way up. But he is just a remarkable young man. Yes. You don't want to miss it. And if you can't be there to watch it, make sure you go back on the live stream and find it, because we've had 2 Freedom Rangemen give their stories and where they're going in life, and talk about adventure, character, and leadership, and in their Freedom Award. And they were remarkable interviews.
It was great. Yeah, we've talked a lot about what are we producing here at Trail Life, and it is literally the young men who are involved in the program that goes from boyhood to manhood. And we've talked a lot about rites of passage in the program. And again, to be able to look at, kind of the proof in the pudding, like what's the product? And when you start seeing these young men, it's very impressive how grounded and rooted they are in leadership and character. We've talked a lot about the inner life and the role that Christ plays in all of that, and how other men shaping young men, how important that is. And you get to see it through their answers. You can tell it's genuine, it's sincere,
right.
It's real. It's not for the social media world. It's not fake. It's super genuine, and that's super impressive to me.
You asked Avi yesterday to coach me through taking criticism.
That's I forgot. That was like one of my favorite parts of the day.
My boss might think I need a lesson on that, so that's what he did. I appreciate that.
No, but
that wasn't planned. It wasn't contrived. We haven't given them a list of questions for them to study. And he was like, bop, bop, bop.
Right. He's like, here are the steps of correction. Like, this is what I've learned. Like,
That's terrific.
It just was there. Right?
Yeah, it was incredible.
It was great. There was no coaching in that. It was just like, this is what I've learned. And man, who doesn't want that in their child? Who doesn't want that themselves as an adult? How many of us can take correction well? And that's what we do. That's what we do at Trail Life. So.
Well, the other thing we've got to mention, too, is at 12 o'clock today, Mountain Time, that's 2 o'clock Eastern, Mark Hancock is going to be on the main stage.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to do everything we can to patch that through. We're 90% sure we can do it.
Yes.
So if you're watching here, we're going to put that in. That's what the heroes at Lightstream.pro are telling us.
Lightstream.pro. If we can make these guys look good, we can make anybody look good.
But I do want to get the plug in. If for some reason that live stream doesn't come through and you want to see Mark on the main stage for 5 minutes here at AmericaFest, that will be on the Rumble platform. So you can go to the AmericaFest website, and there's a link right there. But do check that out. Tune in and see Trail Life on the main stage.
Yeah, we're excited about that.
Yeah, I think not only do we have him on the main stage at the time, we have a video playing before he goes on that is just the visual of who Trail Life is, and it's going to be fantastic.
That's right.
People are going to be able to hear our volunteers in the field and pastors who have Trail Life troops actually give a brief synopsis of why they love Trail Life. It's going to be fantastic. And then I think we have a seed drop
We do.
That almost did not happen.
These Why Matter
morning.
bracelets.
God keeps showing up and answering prayer.
He does.
Yeah, I had a heart attack this morning. We got a call about 7 a.m. saying, we lost your bracelet.
I had to do CPR. It was terrible, actually.
It really was. Luckily, we were trained at Trail Life to do
we're on
first
top of
aid care.
things.
There was no mouth to mouth. I would just say that. But we're giving out these Why Matters bracelets today. They have a QR code and allow people to engage with us here at the event, and so we're super excited about that. We got an awesome giveaway with a folding kayak.
The-y-matters.com.
Say it again.
The-y-matters.com.
Yeah, and we're actually wearing some of our gear.
We got our shirts on, wearing our swag
Why
today.
Got wearing our swag. We're excited about that as well.
Hey, I'm just thinking of this. This is a good segment. What's been your favorite swag that you've purchased or you've bought here?
What's my favorite?
Favorite swag.
Oh, God.
Or that somebody gave you.
Somebody gave me. I have to say, it's Kelly. You have to understand Kelly and his gear. He's a sharp-dressed man, like always. It's never turned off. And I'm learning that about him. I have to say, it's the black shirt I was wearing on, what was it, Thursday. So if you go look at the video, it's the collared black shirt. I really like that with the walk worthy on the back. That's probably my favorite, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to give you some props because that usually isn't stuff I would purchase or buy for myself. So.
Yeah. So I don't wear white clothes. Being short and dumpy, it's not flattering. And
Like me wearing hats.
That's right. That's right.
I don't wear hats.
That was a thing yesterday, apparently.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. He wears a lot of hats, this guy over here.
He does.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
He has literally a guy just walked by, a young boy just walked by, and he literally had probably 7, 8 hats on.
7 or 8 hats on.
Yeah.
That's great.
He was one-headed, though. He wasn't 8-headed. That's important.
That is important.
Yeah, so my favorite is I've seen the Freedom shirt that Charlie Kirk was wearing the day, and it's gotten a lot of play, and everybody wants a Charlie Kirk shirt. Well, they had them in black here. And so I was like, oh, I can finally get a Freedom
wear
shirt.
one.
I can get a Freedom shirt.
I got one of those this morning as well.
Nice.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
I did. And I got a gift for my son. Hopefully he's not listening, but it says Small Arms Enthusiast. There's a little dinosaur. It says pew pew. I thought it was hilarious.
That is funny. That is funny.
Yeah.
That's great. All right, so we have a full day. We really do have a full day for you, live streaming, lots of different conversations. We've got some really good interviews, again, with some Freedom Rangemen, with some of our staff who, so much a part of the strength of Trail Life is, I would say, our volunteer army and our staff who give tirelessly to this mission. And so you'll get to meet some of them this afternoon. Actually, this morning we'll have one of our Freedom Rangemen on, as Kelly alluded to.
Roy, why did we come to Turning Point USA AmericaFest with Why Matters? What is it? Why did we come here? This is what we're kind of launching to the world today, or at this weekend. Today's the big day for that. So just give us a little synopsis on that.
Well, I would say as we we've talked a lot about this, being here at Turning Point USA and for AmericaFest, this was not a political statement for us as an organization, but it is a cultural moment about what we believe is God's design when it comes to boyhood and masculinity. And we have something to say about that.
We do.
We have powerful evidence that our process, this proven process we talk a lot about, works. We believe at the heart of this is discipleship and mentorship as we develop young boys into men. And so that's why we're here. And so for us, as we thought about our marketing and books, Mark has written Let Boys Be Boys. There's lots of different literature and blogs, like The Boy Difference. As we've talked about that, we wanted to repackage some of the content that we've produced, over the years. And so that's why the Why Matters really is really kind of twofold. One is that masculinity, boyhood, is by design.
Mm-hmm.
We believe in a creator that has designed male and female. And so we're unapologetic about that. And so that's kind of why we wanted to bring that and the value.
And God don't make no mistakes.
And He don't make any mistakes. So that's part of that. And then it's understanding that boys are in crisis. We have an epidemic among young men, and we need to do something about that. And obviously our programming and what we do in terms of mentorship and leadership and our badges and all of that community that we build around that, we're seeing boys thriving and flourishing through our program. And it's because we've prioritized them.
I learned something yesterday on our first interview. We had the pastor from New Orleans, Louisiana. Terrence, yeah. And him and I kicked it off because we're both from New Orleans. But he was talking about the inner city context. And so he said there were, for the inner city context, there were 3 groups of what's happening to boys. One, they're turning to drugs and alcohol.
Yep.
Or gang violence. Number 2, they're turning into couch potatoes, which is problematic, right? And then third, they were identifying in the trans community.
Yep.
Homosexuality or the trans community. I guess I didn't know that about the inner city urban context. I was really, really shocked.
Oh, and again, we talked about one of the key problems of that is the fact that there are not fathers in the homes. And so, so we have a fatherless issue. And again, this is why we do and what we do is so important, is that we're able to provide strong biblical male role models for those, whether it's for fathers or mentors, in regards to modeling for young men what it means to be a man. Because if we don't do that, it's all the other cultural messaging that is literally bankrupting, and I don't want to use such strong language, but we're castrating young men when it comes to understanding what it means to be masculine.
Well, that's not just figurative, that's literal. We are castrating young men.
We are.
In our culture.
We are.
And we say some controversial things here in Trail Life. We have this fundamental belief that boys and girls are different.
Amen.
And that we can tell the difference, and that the Y matters. The Y chromosome determines masculinity, and we believe that comes with a Y. That comes with God-given responsibility to protect and to provide, to act as prophet, priest, protector, provider in your family, to lead well, and that those things do matter, and we need to raise up the kind of men that women are interested in. And there's a lot to be said for what's happened with women. We've talked about men a fair amount, and these men that are underground and in basements and can't identify masculinity. But there's also this issue that I hear so many young men talking about, that they're trying to find women who aren't so caught up in this feminist movement, that believe, I don't need a man, I don't want a man, I don't want anything to do with a man. And both of those things are true. But what we can do as Trail Life USA is we can create the kind of men who are ready to step up and to lead and protect and to provide and to step into that gap. And we have a sister organization called American Heritage Girls, committed to creating the kind of women that really are this biblical role model, the Ruths, the Deborahs, that we're looking for.
Culture is in this middle of this shift. And I think we're hearing a lot of people say what Trail Life has been saying for years about masculinity.
Right.
Like, we're having more and more people saying, it's time to be a man, don't transition. All the things that we're hearing in culture today now that we weren't hearing 2 years ago. Here's the difference between the rest of culture and Trail Life. And I'm going to be pretty bold in this statement. We're the only ones coming to the game and to the fight with a proven process that has worked for years and years and years to raise godly boys into godly masculine men. And Trail Life is the answer to that. It's not enough just to say it. You have to have a proven process that goes along with it, and Trail Life does.
Well, and boys are looking for that because boys know that culture isn't providing an answer for masculinity. If you can't define what a man is, how can you tell me what I should be as a man? It doesn't make sense. And so they're looking to the church, and the church is looking to provide answers, and Trail Life, for so many churches, is providing that answer.
We got the OG standing in front of us.
We do have the OG. Look at that.
I want you guys to have this, all right? Southern California this spring might be a good thing for the
I love it. You know what, this is, I love, can I tell you, this is one of the things I have loved, is the interaction that we get to have.
Pat Garibay just walked up in front of us. If anyone's wondering what's going on here, the Pat Garibay and Patty as well. We were just talking about American Heritage Girls.
We were just talking about
And they have showed up here to booth. And Pat, what is it you're showing us, Pat? What is this anyway?
So this is a young leader summit
a young leader summit. You wanted us to, well, we're talking about growing boys to be men. So Pat is bringing us information about a young leader summit.
And this is a good intro. Pat Garibay will be with us at 11 o'clock today, right?
Oh, no. I'm going to be inside, but I'm going to be in there.
Okay.
All right.
So we had you on our schedule today, but that's all right.
We did do yesterday.
I know. Yeah,
but we can't have too much Pat Garibay. Actually, I had you at 10:30 on the schedule is what I had, which is right now, and you showed up just on time. So I was like, is Pat here to talk to us again or not?
You guys are really searching, aren't you?
I'll show you my calendar, Pat. I'm not making this stuff up. So
that's good.
I think this was the original until I think you booked somebody in my spot.
It's all good.
So when Pat sits at the table, here's what it is, Pat. When you sit at this table, there's good looking at the table.
Lightsymphony.pro doesn't have to work so hard when Pat's here.
Well, hey, for those who are streaming in, Pat is on the board here for Trail Life, and it really is from the top of the organization down, and I would say from down all the way to the up. It is really there's such a fight, and I would say to be the synergy and be like-minded and aligned around the things of Scripture and Christ and God, and then boys, and how do we pour and disciple boys. And so it is an honor, Pat, how you serve on the board. And
you guys are doing great work.
We're grateful.
Thank you.
We're grateful.
I'll tell you, in to that point, when we interviewed Pat yesterday, and I'm not to call you out, like he sat here the whole time he talked about his journey and his journey with Trail Life and his journey with AHG, with tears in his eyes, the humble leadership that leads this organization, myself not included, but everybody else across the board, is absolutely some of the most humble servant leaders that you'll ever find, right. And it is really remarkable. So if you're a volunteer, if you're a parent out there who is thinking about, is this an organization that I can trust? Are these led by men that I can trust? Yeah. You go back and watch this video and watch how Pat Garibay talks about this organization, talks about American Heritage Girls, and see the sincerity in his heart that you can visualize through his eyes. Was absolutely incredible and amazing.
I watched it back this morning, actually.
Yeah.
It was excellent.
Yeah, they're men of prayer. Yeah, and they're men of prayer who want to serve the organization. So we're so grateful.
You guys do great work.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you.
We sound and look good again. Props to Light Symphony Pro, making us look and sound good.
Hey, these guys, by the way, Light Symphony Pro. If I don't know if you work events like this, or you have a podcast episode, I want to tell you the level of professionalism. I don't know that you guys have eaten for 3 days. No, the professionalism. We've thrown them a lot of curveballs, and they have taken all of it in stride. Lightsymphony.pro. We love you guys, seriously.
You guys have been wonderful.
Big time.
All right.
I was worried beforehand because I hadn't met y'all. To be honest with you, I was worried how this was going to work out, and you guys have been fantastic.
Well, so I want to circle back to the why matters. I think one of the most important things, and I don't want to kind of go around it. I think the other big part of the why matters is there's our identity in Christ. And again, what we used to be able to assume biologically is under absolute attack and threat. And so you think about boys are boys and girls are girls, like how all of a sudden that is culturally relevant, right? Mm-hmm. Things that we've probably have taken for granted. And that's one of the other big reasons for why it matters is where and how is your identity grounded? And so part of that is because I think we're always asking the why. What's important about my life? Why did God create me? What's my purpose in life? And we believe that, one, Christ has the answer. But part of that for us, for Trail Life or even American Heritage Girls, is you can find who you are in community and connection with others, both who are further along down the path in life when you think about mentorship and leadership. But I get to do this with my peers and discover who I am with them as well. And I think that's part of the beauty of the Why Matters messaging that we're a part of, because we do want young men to discover who they are in the Lord and then be fearless in their pursuit of being fearless in the pursuit of that.
Something that Emily, who just walked by, she was giving a gift bag to one of our hosts here. has talked about in our leadership meetings. And Emily's on my team, as you guys know, and it was quite the challenge to me. She said at some point, as we were planning for this, that we need to be men who lead with our chest. And this came from a female on our staff, and lead with your chest. And I think the very call that we give to the boys to be courageous and to be bold, Joshua in Scripture, be bold and courageous, is kind of intertwined through the whole experience of trail life. It goes for, we're not telling that message anymore. We're not telling boys to be bold and courageous in society anymore. We're actually, Mark said it really well, we're telling them, we're not saying this out loud, but all the messaging that we're giving them is that you're a defective girl. Why can't you sit down? Why can't you be quiet? Why can't you learn without moving?
Right.
All the things. And all of society is built for a girl. Our churches have been built for girls. Sit down here, sing some songs that you're not necessarily maybe that interested in, and maybe you should be, right? But you're not as a boy, and sit here and be still for an hour in a Sunday school class, in a small group setting, in a youth group room, and that's not how boys are wired, and we want to embrace that.
But can I tell you, I think this is where what's insidious about this. So I'll talk about this from a business, even from a marketing perspective. Like when you think about marketing a product or a ministry or a curriculum, you don't target men. You don't, right? You build your messaging around women because they tend to be the primary buyers. And so I think there's even an insidious aspect, and nothing against that. But when we market, when we move, it is like, how do we grab the attention of a woman, not a man, because it's so difficult? And I think we've just become lazy in regards to moving and mobilizing men around these things. And I think we have to be prayerful about this. I think we have to be intentional about this. I think we need to be modeling this for other churches and other men, what this looks like, and to embrace that. And I think part of that reason we've done that, because typically if we want to mobilize men, we do that by shaming them. You're not going to mobilize a guy by shaming them. I'm not mobilized. I'm not energized.
No, it doesn't make me rise to the occasion.
I won't rise to the occasion. There's no vision for men to get behind and mobilized. And so I think that's part of it, Kelly, is when we think about these things, like I think there's aspects in the church that we've absolutely embraced. This idea that we can't talk or men aren't listening. And I think we're doing a huge disservice.
Well, Roy, you've brought this up several times. You talked about our proven process. And that's a documented thing in the book Raising Godly Boys. Mark outlines the Trail Life Proven Process.
Yeah, what is the Trail Life Proven Process? What is that?
And so he talks about 4 problems we see in society, and we're dancing all around these issues. But let's go ahead and name them.
Yep.
We say that boys are unguided, they're ungrounded, they're unappreciated, and they're uninspired. Boys are unguided, they're ungrounded, they're unappreciated, and they're uninspired. And let me unpack those for a minute, and then let's dive into some of this.
Yeah, that's good.
But boys are unguided. Boys need male role models. 25% of boys don't have a father in the home. 76% of teachers are female. If we go to church, 80% of those people in the front teaching Sunday school are female. So where does a boy go to find someone who looks like him?
Right.
Someone to be that role model, to say, hey, here's what it looks like to be a man. They're ungrounded. 58% of Americans don't believe that God or the Bible are a source of truth. And if boys are playing sports, the first thing they want to know is, what are the rules? What do I have to do to win? If we're playing football, where's the touchdown marker? What's out of bounds? Are we playing, is it 3 completions for a first down? Am I playing 20 yards? What are the rules? Because I want to know how to win and lose, but our culture is stripping those things away. Unappreciated, 53% of 18 to 34-year-olds don't believe gender is determined at birth.
Repeat that one again.
Isn't that crazy? 53% of 18 to 34-year-olds, this is about 2 years ago, so this may have shifted, do not believe that gender is determined at birth.
I'm going to lose this if I don't interrupt, and I know you got your stats lined out. So
the point is, boys and girls are different, and when we don't acknowledge that there's a difference, then boys end up where you're talking about, thinking they're defective girls because I'm just the same, but I can't do where I'm not measuring up.
Right.
Academically, they're caught in this failure cycle. And they're not getting it. But yeah, I don't want you to bust, Kelly. I don't want to get uninspired. But please.
Well, you talked about the rules of the game. And if you don't give the masculine Y chromosome the rules of the game, he becomes frustrated.
100%.
And he doesn't know where to go, so he doesn't do anything. And that's what we see happening in society today. We've stripped down the rules of masculinity. What are the roles? What are the rules between the sexes? And we have a society that is absent of those rules now, or a lot of people are saying there are no rules. Be whatever you want to be, and it frustrates these men into inaction.
Mm-hmm.
These young men who should be building something great with their life. They should be building something with a family and having kids and moving forward, because the rules have been stripped away and it hasn't been a clear message all along in their adolescence. Here's what it means. Here's what it means for you to grow up and be the man that God has created you to be. They're just living in this place of frustration, and that's what we're seeing.
And this is the fourth one, Kelly. So you're painting this picture. So finally, they're uninspired.
Yeah.
Because they are lacking challenge, because they don't have clear rules, because we've taken away risk and competition. Kids are disappearing into video games, right? They're disappearing into video games. They're disappearing into pornography. And I'll add this one. This one's a little controversial, but I can't tell you how many men have disappeared into sports. I can't tell you how many 40, 50-year-old men can tell you every sports statistic in the world, and they're sitting watching TV all weekend long, watching sports. I'm not trying to shame men, but there's not some challenge. There's not something worthy of their life that they're leaning into. So we're finding these other spaces to fill our time because we don't have that purpose, because there isn't that inspiration. And so when in Trail Life, that's our approach. We want to guide, ground, appreciate, and inspire. And we find when we do that, men come to life. And these points are easy to talk about because there's truth in that.
Right.
Yep.
There's truth in that.
You know, it reminds me, for those who aren't aware, I worked at Focus on the Family for 6 years. I was their director of parenting and youth. And I remember when I first sat down, and I didn't know much when I first started. I didn't know much. I mean, I knew Dr. Dobson was, but wasn't super familiar with a lot of the content. And I remember sitting down and watching what launched Focus on the Family, which was his 7-part video series. And I remember sitting down and watching the first session. One of the things he talked about, he's like, Lord, if you're going to build this ministry, like what do you want me to go to? What do you want me to go with? Like, what do you want me to go into culture with? And he said, and it's kind of funny how he talks about it. He says it wasn't like smoke and mirrors or this mystical dream, but he said the Lord spoke to me. And Dr. Dobson said that fathers need to have something left, that when they're done with their work and they're doing their providing, that they have something left in the tank when they get home to pour into their wife and into their children. And that really struck me. I think about Luke 1:17, about the hearts of the fathers returning back to their children. And I think that's partly what we're talking about. So when you talk about this proven process of unguided, uninspired, those unappreciated, at some level, we've got to prioritize their health. Our boys need that modeling for them. And I think that's part of it. But what's hard when we talk about these things, it is we begin to realize how we fall short as men. I realize how I fall short as a father. I do. But that doesn't mean that I have to stay there or be shamed by that. For me, it's like, okay, today.
Well, and yesterday we talked about not being perfect, but showing up. Right. And I tell you, the dad that's in the game, the dad that's showing up is 90% of the way there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect.
That's right.
But you have to be there.
That's right.
You have to show up for your kids. That is your number one priority, is showing up in your presence. And there is a ton of data and research that substantiates that as if it was designed that way, right?
That's right. Boys need men. The Y chromosome needs the man to show up.
Absolutely.
And that's our secret sauce in Trail Life.
It really
guided.
is.
We have men who are surrounding these boys every week. Mark said yesterday in his interview that we believe that any legitimate call to manhood involves being a dad or a dad-like to a boy,
right?
Or a mentor. Maybe it's not a boy, maybe it's a young man, but we're mentoring somewhere.
Right.
Paul said it's better to remain single. Sometimes we think that being a man has to do with being married, and no, it doesn't necessarily. There is a call to being single and to caring for orphans and widows and men, but any call to manhood involves mentoring and giving your life to something greater. And that's part of the inspired part. But boys need to be guided. we're doing that in Trail Life. Boys need to be grounded. We have a biblical worldview integrated through everything we do. Every week, boys are showing up, and we're not making them come in and sit down and be still and do what they're told and behave like the girls. We're letting them go outside. We're building fires. We're doing things. Things are physical. Everything we're teaching is integrated with motion because boys don't come in and sit down and do that well. So we're going to ground them, but we appreciate their nature and that they're different than girls, and so we're going to teach them and work with them in a way that they can relate to. And then we're going to challenge them. And that's one of the crucial things about the patrol method. We don't do things to a boy or for a boy. Men are showing up, but men aren't showing up to babysit boys. They're not showing up to coddle boys. They're showing up to say, hey, what kind of things do we want to accomplish this year? What big challenges do we want to take on? And how can we support you and come together to help you make these dreams come true? Because when boys are given a challenge, they step up and they rise to the occasion.
Because they're not doing it for them. They're like, here's the problem, now solve it.
That's right.
And we're going to come alongside you, even if you fail, we're going to eventually help you be successful.
To the guided, and I want to jump off of Stephen's point about guided here really quickly. In a call and what Mark said yesterday, a call to men to mentor. Now this isn't theology, but Columbus once said that a man's life should have three phases. The first phase should be to learn your craft. First 28 years of your life should be spent learning how to be a man, how to provide for your family, all of those things. The second phase of your life is going out and building your fortune. Again, this is not theology, but actually in practice doing those. But the third phase of a man's life is to show the next generation how to do that. Now, I don't know if it's broken down into 20-20-20.
Well, does fortune mean money too? Because I think that's important, Kelly. Because your fortune isn't necessarily financial.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But we are called to go and subdue the earth and build something great.
That's right.
To do something impactful.
That's right.
in this space that God has allowed us to inhabit and be in control of as His highest form of creation.
Absolutely.
And so, I don't know if that's an element. Those three elements need to be in a man's life, but I don't know if it's segmented that way or if it's every day they kind of segment out. But there is a call, and I want to just put that call out. If you're interested in pouring in, maybe you are a retired person, or maybe you are, and you don't have to be an outdoor type. Maybe you're just a non-dad who's married, and for whatever reason you don't have any sons. You want to pour in your life. Go to Trail Life, find a troop, and go volunteer.
Get involved.
We have, and I think we should talk a little bit about our background checks so everybody knows. We just won. What was the award? We just won top 20.
Oh, Ministry Watch.
Ministry.
In terms of just our fundraising and the way that we steward our finances. Yeah, in a very select club through Ministry Watch.
Out of 1,300, there were 25 that were chosen, and Trail Life was one of those 25.
I think it was the Shining Light.
The Shining Light Award.
Shining Light Award.
And the same goes, that kind of oversight goes with how we approve all of our adult volunteers who are approving, how we get them involved and make sure that our boys are protected. That's one of our core values, protecting our boys. But I do want to say that if you feel that call to pour into the next generation, Trail Life is a great place to do that.
Well, and if I could say, and this is even for parents out there, especially single moms. We've talked a lot about single moms. I would say even single dads. Like if you're doing this alone, there's a lot of great research. I like referencing Search Institute, their 40 developmental assets. One of the things they talk about is that as a parent, I need to find 3 to 4 other adults who are like-minded, where we have shared values, who are also pouring into my son. That could be a teacher, that could be a coach, that could be a Sunday school teacher, like whatever that is. Like I need to be intentional in surrounding my kids with other healthy adults.
That's right.
So they know what it looks like. They can model. So I think of my own son. My son and I he's 27. He's very different than, there's things that are very similar about us, but there are things very different about us too. I want him to be able to find who he is in the Lord through other male models, not just me. And so I think those are the things that we can be really intentional with. And that's one of the beauties of Trail Life, is we provide that for those who get involved. And the more that you, like you said, the more that we can get more men involved in that and volunteer to be those models, the stronger I think we become in regards to that, and the benefit it is to boys.
Hey, I don't know if it's pride or what it is, so I don't want to assign intent to it. But there are dads out there who believe that they're enough for their son, and I want dads to know that it takes a collective.
It does.
I'm not Hillary Clinton, and I'm not. It doesn't take a tribe, but
it does.
But it does.
But it does.
And the point is that your son may have different personality than you. He may not be able to. You may be his hero dad. But he needs other guys because he needs to see what godly masculinity looks like in his context.
He does.
He may not be wired like you. He may say, my dad was an awfully godly man who loved the Lord and was masculine, but that might not work for him because his personality and the way God has wired him is a little bit different.
Right.
So he needs this collective of men to draw from.
Kelly, I'd love to tell a story.
Yeah.
One of my favorite Trail Life stories, and if you go to to the traillifeusa.com and you go to resource library and you search for boat, this one's going to come up.
Boat?
Boat.
B-O-A-T.
Boat. But we talked about how boys plan the program in Trail Life. And there was a particular troop. They were planning out their program, and the boys were kind of shouting out things they were excited about doing that year. And it sounded like it was to become the year of the blast and cast. The things kids wanted to do was shoot guns and go fishing, which sounds like a boy's world. Trail Life, we're very much trying to live in a boy's world. And the more they talked about it, some kid threw out the idea. They said, why don't we build a boat? Well, the adults didn't know they were supposed to shut them down and tell them that was a stupid idea. So they kept going with it. And they said, well, I don't know, why don't we build a boat? And so the kids started talking about it. And one adult said, well, out at the camp that I run, we have a lumber mill. And we could maybe like cut down some trees and mill those up and see if we can turn those into lumber. We could dry that. And so they went and cut down the trees. They didn't know where this was going to go, but they cut down the trees and they started milling it, and they milled the trees and they started letting those dry. And then they said, well, what about the motor? Now, no one had a motorboat in mind at first, but some kids started thinking about a motor, and they said, well, what if we start fixing motors? And so someone had an old lawnmower, and so they started to repair the lawnmower engine. And they thought maybe somehow they put this lawnmower into the boat, because this wasn't a fully fleshed out idea.
Right.
This is a boy's world, and these dads hadn't built a boat before. These dads weren't experts in engine repair, but they fixed the lawnmower, and then they said, well, why don't we sell the lawnmower? Because someone else gave them, and I don't remember the story, you go on the website and check this out, but someone else gave them a brush hog or something like that needed to be repaired. So they said, well, let's sell the first one and we'll take the money and we'll see if maybe we can buy a real boat engine that we'll put on this.
Right.
And meanwhile, this lumber is seasoning. And so they fixed the next motor, and they ended up repairing 3 or 4 motors, and they used the money to buy an old Johnson in 150 engine to put on the back of this boat. And then the boys started doing research to decide what shape boat they should build. And they drew out this whole boat. And this story, it's like I said, it's on the website. So they milled the lumber and they designed the boat, and then there's pictures of these boys constructing this whole boat. They covered it in fiberglass. They made a wood frame boat.
Wow.
They put an engine on the back. The night before they actually took us out in the water, they stayed up all night long trying to get this engine to run. And when it came to life in the middle of the night, there's a picture of like an IV kind of thing, like running gas into the engine, because it wasn't all like put together yet. But they got it to run, and they took it out on the water like that, and they got this boat running. And
That's amazing.
Then the boat exists. It's this beautiful wooden boat that they built together. But it's a spirit of, we don't know how to do this as men, and the boys didn't know how to do this, but we're going to come together as a group of men, and we're going to have some adventures. And it's not all boat building. Maybe it's a backpack trip.
Right.
Maybe it's a trip to Alaska. But these boys come up with ideas, and as a group, they make these things happen. And I tell you, that's the magic of Trail Life. And the camaraderie and the relationships and the life lessons. One boy actually took blacksmith classes, and he made the oar locks that went on the boat and earned his blacksmithing badge because he was interested in that. And some men came alongside and helped make that happen. That's
great.
Really, but these are the kinds of things that are happening in Trail Life.
That's fantastic. Now, there's an ark in Kentucky that these boys built that you can go visit. It's a theme park, the whole deal. Just kidding.
Well, but think about the lifelong lessons that teaches. And I could see when I think about how then life happens and adulting happens, and think about those lessons learned about, you know what, I'm facing an obstacle right now that I don't have the skills or know-how, but I promise you that they're going to encounter something, and that boat and the work they did on that is going to come. That lesson's going to come. It's going to bear its true fruit and its rewards in that as they face something they haven't faced before.
And there's another value there, and I just think as a dad and a dad's heart with his boy, man, like it meant a lot to that boy, and he's always going to remember the time me, my friends, and our dads built this boat together. But that dad, like I'm almost getting emotional here. That dad did those things with his boys.
Yep.
And you can't replace those times.
Not at all.
And so if you're a dad out there and you're thinking, man, like I want to have those experiences with my son, but I don't feel prepared.
Right.
I'll raise my hand. Come alongside some other guys who are in the same boat with you.
That's right. Well, that's
and
a moral,
y'all will build a boat as you cross the sea, right?
There was no one guy in that troop that knew how to build a boat, but there was a collective of men, and they asked questions, and they came together and said, "Our sons are dreaming about this, and let's make it happen."
Yeah, absolutely.
And the boys did it. And the boys did their pictures of the boys,
Because isn't it? I mean, at the heart of even us as grown men, I'm a grown man.
Really?
I am. Just in case anybody was wondering.
Until he puts a hat on, folks.
But I think this is captured in Scripture, where at the end of our lives, we want to hear, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Like I think of we think of bucket lists, and we think of things that we want to accomplish. What greater accomplishment would it be is to hear from our Heavenly Father, our Abba, "Well done." I think it is within the heart of masculinity. I think in the heart of manhood is we want to hear from our dads, "I'm proud of you."
That's right.
You don't outgrow that.
That interview we had with the father and son
Right,
yesterday,
exactly.
like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, but I think that, imagine modeling that now for our children and our boys. Like my boy and my daughters, they want to hear, "I'm proud of you. I love you." Regardless of what the output is at times, I just want to see you overcome your fears, your anxieties, whatever that is. I want you to be a conqueror. I want you to be an overcomer. And fathers have such an incredible role to play in that.
Well, and that story of the boat is a great story, but I love that you're bringing this up, Roy, because it doesn't need to be building a boat. Sometimes it is just going out on the first camping trip with your son.
Sure.
And walking down in the woods and setting up a tent. And when that boy goes camping with his dad for the first time, and he sets up that tent, Dad's the hero. And that's one of the beautiful things about the outdoors. There's so many places where boys can find answers. Anything today, you can Google and find the answer. But a boy doesn't learn how to pitch a tent in the woods and cook over a fire and do those things from Google.
Yeah. So I just did my first trail life camp out.
Tell us the story,
with my
Kelly.
5-year-old and 9-year-old. So if I was their hero, I was an angry hero putting that tent together.
I'm going to watch my dad overcome his anger.
So we bought the boys a tent, and it's the size literally of this booth. It's like this monstrosity, because Kelly Love overdoes everything. It's this monstrosity.
Well, you told me you were a hammock camper, Kelly. I
have a hammock camper, and I slept in a hammock. So I had my 2 boys in a tent that sleeps 48 people. And I was angry by the time that tent got put up.
I'll bet you were.
But you know what? Some other dads came alongside me, helped me get it put up, and let me be the hero and kind of calm me down a little bit. Here I am. Executive director of my department at Trail Life, and I'm out there with a bunch of volunteer trailmen.
And you're unregulated.
And I'm unregulated. And they're coming. And it's okay, Kelly. It's okay.
He was unguided, ungrounded, and he was feeling unappreciated at that moment. He was about enough uninspired to go back home.
But listen, if you're wondering if Trail Life's for you and you're like, I'm not an outdoorsman, I give you hope. Come on, there's room for you too. There's room in my tent anyway.
Well, if you can get it put up, come help Kelly put up his tent. Then there'll be room in there for you.
That's right. That's right.
Oh my gosh, that's so good. All right, it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we got 11 o'clock. I think he might be just walking up.
Oh, there we go.
There he is. All right, so what we're gonna do is, I guess we'll
reset the table.
Yeah, we'll reset.
The table of truth.
We'll be back.
So we'll go to break. So we've got to wait for the countdown, though, before we can officially be off the air. There we go.
There it is.
Hey guys, Hudson and Morgan here. Last you saw us, we were using these 3 sticks, the sun and the shadows, to find our direction, to find true north. Well, we've completed that. Now we're going to use the same setup to find what time of day it is. That way we know if we have enough time to hike out of this forest or if it's time to start setting up camp. You guys are watching Trail Hacks.
Knowing the time of day is really important. We don't know if we have enough daylight hours to make it out of here, so that means we might have to set up an emergency shelter. We need to know what time it is. So like Hudson said, we're basically gonna turn our compass rose into this clock, and it's really a fun method. I'm gonna find some nice straight little saplings, and we're gonna use that to mark the major hours in the clock so we can kind of determine where we're at today. The sun's really hiding from us.
Awesome, thank you.
We
These
need
are
to pop
perfect.
back out.
Making your own makeshift clock is a lot of fun because it's effective. So if you remember correctly, we made these 3 sticks to find out which direction we're going in, which is north, this way. Now our first reference point for finding the shadow on our little compass rose here, this is going to be our 12 o'clock. All right, so we have our 12 o'clock, our 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. Now, whenever the sun comes out and the shadow is cast, that's gonna give us an idea of what time it is. So now it's just a waiting game. Whoa. All right, this is something you have to be careful for. Ticks. This little guy is, man, he's looking for blood. He's looking for a host to latch onto. Ticks can carry different diseases like Lyme's disease. You gotta be really aware. So ever so often, check inside the base of your shoe line and your socks. Make sure these guys aren't crawling on you. All right, I think we got our shadow there. Man, the sun disappeared for a while. There it is, there it is.
Oh man.
Just for a minute. Whew. The sun is so sporadic. Right about there. Here, wiggle that stick again, Morgan. Right again.
So we're talking like 12:45?
Yeah, about 12:45-ish, almost 1 o'clock. Wow, so we actually still have a lot of time in the day left.
Man, with what little sunlight we've had, we've been able to find our direction, and now pretty much the time of day. I just think it's so cool because you read in Genesis, and God says He's given us the moon, the sun, different constellations and stars, all for our benefit, so we can help tell the time and know the seasons, and we're out here doing it. I mean, you don't need a compass, you don't need your phone or your watch. God's given us everything we need right out here to really navigate our way out of these woods.
There you guys are. You guys thirsty?
Hey, yeah.
We found water.
All right, awesome. Water. Man, thank you guys.
Did you figure out what direction we're going in?
So we did, actually pretty effectively. This is north, right here.
And what we found out, based on the sun, which is now gone, it's about 1 o'clock, a little before. So what do you guys think? Do we have enough time to escape the woods, or should we set up camp for the day?
If it's only 1 o'clock, we have tons of time. I think we should go for it. We're young, strong, we got this.
Sweet.
Cruise.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, let's purify our water, all get a good drink, get hydrated, and then bolt out of here.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Sounds great.
Good job, we made it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have our heading true north, and we're gonna bolt out of here as fast as we can. Guys, thanks so much for watching. If you like this video, go ahead and like and subscribe it. And if you're curious to learn more about Trail Life, feel free to head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about the Wild Brothers and some of our adventures, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. We'll catch you guys later.
Morgan and Hudson are up in the woods a ways trying to figure out what direction we need to go in and how much daylight we have left. It's Ash and I's job to find some water for us so that we can power our way out of these woods and escape. You're watching Trail Hacks. An amazing trail hack we learned living in the jungles is that when you run out of water, look for moss. Moss has so much moisture in it. There's been several times where we're on the trail, completely run out of water, and then we have to actually squeeze the moss and get the moss juice. It's usually very clean. It tastes like dirt, but you're hydrated. So I'm seeing tons of moss around here. This is gonna be perfect.
Kean, I don't know about this, man. This is American moss. This is deer moss.
Dude.
This stuff is dry as cardboard.
It's as dry as a bone.
I know.
How are we gonna find water?
We're in America, so the rules are a little bit different, but I think I know what to do. See, right now we're kind of on the slope right here. I think if we follow the slope downwards, we should make it to a point where
there's a creek
we'll find a creek or something.
I believe we're on a faint game trail here. A game trail is kind of a path through the woods that you can notice where it just seems like there's a kind of a natural path where animals used to go through. And we're not the only ones who need water out here. Animals do as well. So if you can spot a game trail, usually it leads somewhere in the vicinity of water. So this is really good. We're gonna keep following this, keep going downhill, and hopefully see water soon. We're definitely going downhill.
Hopefully we reach water soon. We need to stay within calling distance of the boys though. Yeah, let's not go too far. Watch out for a spider web. Oh yeah. Hey Kian, see this?
Yeah.
It's starting to get really green. Usually when you're close to a water source, the environment starts to shift a little bit. Like back where we started, everything was a lot more dry, not super green. But right here, we're starting to see this shift. A lot of the trees and plants are looking more like a jungle actually than a forest. And so I think that's a really good sign. We're probably getting close to a water source, hopefully a stream or something. Hey Kian, hold on, I think we got something. No way. Oh yeah, look at that, it's the stream. We got water. Okay, don't poke your eye out. Watch out for snakes. Even though the stream is crystal clear and beautiful, we're not gonna just drink it straight like this because we don't know where the source came from and if it's infected or not. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the water and then bring it to a rolling boil for 2 minutes. And once the water cools off after that, it should be safe to drink. Man, the Lord really blessed us that we could find this water so quickly. This is awesome. And this is just what we need to be able to escape out of the woods. Yeah, and with all the water that we got, it should keep us going for actually quite a long time. But we are gonna run out eventually and we're gonna get thirsty again. And that's just part of being human, is that we get thirsty, we have needs and desires. And water, it cures and quenches our thirst temporarily. In the same way, our souls, our spirits, we long to have our spiritual thirst quenched. And the only person who can do that is Jesus Christ. Jesus said that I am a spring of living water, and whoever drinks from me will never be thirsty again. And so as believers, man, that's so encouraging, because this is just a reminder of our dependence on this water to stay alive. And just like we need this water, man, we need Christ, and he's our living water, and we drink from him, man, we're never gonna be thirsty again. So that's encouraging to hear. That's what this reminds me of. But we need to get back to the boys and see if they figured out
where we're going.
Yeah, where we're going.
Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this video, I want to stay up to date for the next awesome trail hacks that are going to be coming out. Make sure to like or subscribe below.
And if you guys are interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, go over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. God bless, guys.
Thanks,
See ya.
guys.
Stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
I started Trail Life looking for an alternative outdoor program for my boys. Never expected it to end up being like a band of brothers for us. Iron sharpens iron. I needed it just as much as my boys needed it.
You did.
And then I find these knuckleheads, so it's all right.
So I'm brand new to this. We just started our troop last year, but the amount of resources and the amount of stories and the support that I've gotten from this brotherhood and this program has been phenomenal. I feel like I'm able to do things that I wouldn't normally be able to do without this kind of support. I'm able to lead by example, and the thing that I want most for my son is to be strong and courageous, and I can't think of a better way to do that than to do something that I'm uncomfortable with myself. And so I'm trying to lead by example, and these guys are helping me. Michael.
I love Trail Life, got my boys into it, and actually found a home here for myself as well. Met some great men. No matter where you go, it always feels like you're at home. You're already family.
I retired after many years in the military, and there was a brotherhood there, and I didn't know where I was going to find that. And I thank God every day that He's given us something like this to cherish together. The other thing I'm able to do as well is to help brothers in their battles, pray for them in fellowship, and even be there for them when they really, really need somebody. I would go to battle with these guys any day.
I joined Trail Life back in 2019. My son was looking for that outdoor adventure. He wanted to go fishing specifically. Here I am, 4 years later. He's having fun with the troop. At first, I thought, oh, great, we're going to be part of this troop. I'm part of a region. I can go up to North Texas. I can go up to Oklahoma. I can go up to New Mexico. I have brothers. I have brethren I can call upon. Someone I can text. Someone I can get together. It's a family reunion whenever we are together, and that's Trail Life. And the ministry I have, boom, just the biblical conversations on the drive here for 15 hours. 15 hours of biblical conversation and just how to get out in the outdoors and improve the program. It's real. It's something we care about. It's where we are. It's our heart.
I'm a chaplain, retired Army chaplain, and I was out of the military for 5 years. I was in a funk for several years, just needing to find where God would lead me to the next group, and God brought Trail Life into my life. It was opportunity to hear Mark Hancock on American Family Radio. My wife happened to be in the truck with me that day, and she said, "Doug, that's where you need to be." And I tell you, seeing an organization that has their commander as Jesus is just a rewarding thing for all of us, man. And I love being a part of this group. I love these men. They're godly men. And if you're in the time in your life that you need to change, this is an opportunity for you to get into a ministry that loves Jesus. God bless you.
Hey, welcome back to the Table of Truth. We've been calling it that all weekend.
There we go.
You've been calling that
I've been calling it all weekend.
The Table of Truth.
Table of Masculinity, Table of Truth. Welcome to the Trail Life booth here at AmericaFest. We're back and on our live stream, and so excited to have Nathan Barkosi.
There it is, Nathan Barkosi. Yes,
cool
sir.
story, though. I just learned your story about 10 minutes ago, and I tell you what, it so aligns with the heart of what it means to overcome. And so I'm super excited for everybody to hear your story. To my right is none other than Roy Baldwin, and then Nathan's on the right over there, television left. And so we're really excited about it. Also, brand new author.
Yeah.
And I want you to tell us a little bit about the book. But the book is called Old Wealth, New Wealth, True Wealth. And we were just talking about that in our live stream. What does it mean to actually create a fortune? And what do you put value in your life? And so I know we've talked a little bit. There's a lot of alignment. But your story's really incredible. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me today, guys. And it's such an honor to be around high level thinkers and men like yourselves, truly masculine men, right? Because we have a society that's lost that, right? The men, boys now are so confused and they're losing purpose because they're told what a man is supposed to be. They don't get to live what a man actually should be, right? And I love your why matters, right? I mean, the message you guys are bringing here is incredible. So I appreciate it. Obviously, my life story, the important part begins when I was 16 years old. I was a nationally ranked cyclist, top 10 in the nation. I was the youngest to ever win the Tour of the Gila down in Silver City, New Mexico. I was state champion in New Mexico. I was the state road race leader, so I was doing really well. I was accomplishing all of the goals that I needed to hit in order to move forward. I had my eyes set on the Olympics and going to the Tour de France, racing internationally, getting offers from semi-professional teams as a 16-year-old to go race. And so that was my dream, and that was my passion. I was always on the bike, minimum 3 hours a day, maximum 8 hours a day, riding so many miles each week. And that was my passion, right?
Can I just say real quick,
yeah.
you must have had an amazing bike seat, because I can't imagine riding a bike that long. I'm getting tired after about 15 minutes. Sorry, Nathan.
You're not liking this stool. You were complaining about
Dude, I know. I'm like, oh, gosh, I can't imagine.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was, I actually did. I lost feeling when I was sitting down because I was in the seat, I was in the saddle so often that it was just, I actually lost feeling. So right. No, it's a hilarious point that you bring up. Yeah. And so I was passionate about that, moving forward with that, and that was my career. That was my one path forward, right? But I wouldn't have been able to improve society if I would have just been a cyclist. So that's obviously where we go to the next part of my story. On January of 2016, January 23rd of 2016, I was training with my coach and my teammate. We were on a long ride, and I got hit by a car at 60 miles an hour.
Wow.
So I died on the scene. The officer at the side of the scene reported it as a fatality, and I was unconscious in a coma for 2 weeks. And by God's grace, I did open my eyes again 2 weeks later, paralyzed. So I was in the ICU.
Holy cow.
I was in the ICU for a month.
Wow.
Paralyzed and recovering. And it's really incredible. I think there's a lot we can dive into around this story, and I'd like to dive into as much as we can, because we're talking about Christian masculinity right now. And so,
So tell me, you're laying in the bed. Mm-hmm. Doctors are telling you that you're paralyzed, and did they come to you and say you'll never walk again, or like we're gonna try? What happened there?
So I don't remember personally being in the ICU, but yes, the first thought was that I wouldn't live, right? And then there was always, the doctors always have their things to say, the nurses always have their things to say, right? But this is what, there was a priest down in New Mexico that was at my high school, and he said, the doctors had spoken and the nurses had spoken, but God had not spoken yet, right?
Wow, yeah.
And that was so true, because I went through a lot of surgeries, I went through a lot of miraculous recovery, and there were many times when my parents were, they just felt not hopeless, just in despair, right? And they didn't feel hopeless because they knew that God's grace was going to help persevere.
That's good.
So God gets the glory for this, obviously. But there's a moment you're laying in the bed, and your passions have been stripped away from you. Your capabilities to even function normally have been stripped away from you. And there's a moment there, I just have to imagine, like you're on the struggle bus. You're like on the struggle bus. And at some point, and I hate to use this term, but you have to there's an internal willpower that pops up, and by the grace of God.
Right.
But there's an internal willpower that pops into you. Can you share that moment with us?
Yeah. Well, what I always tell people, it's a very David Goggins mentality, it's just brute force, right? And so while I was laying in bed, I knew that I was a nationally ranked cyclist, right? And I knew that I was on my way to becoming pro, and I knew that I had those capabilities,
right?
But I still couldn't even, I had to attempt to roll over and push a button so that a nurse could come roll me out of bed into my wheelchair just to get out of bed in the morning. Right? That's a big identity shift and a big mindset shift, right? So what I really encountered in that moment was just kind of a shift on what actually holds value, right? What truly holds value is our time, because tomorrow's never promised for any of us, right? So we need to make the most of our time and then utilize, through God's grace, right? Utilize the fortitude that He blesses us with to move forward and make the best decisions and persevere to push ourselves to become the greatest men that we can be.
Yeah, fantastic.
Well, part of us being here, and we talk about, boyhood and into masculinity, and obviously, we talk about God's design, in terms of boyhood, by His design, we're designed male and female. But what you're getting at here is that next layer down beyond just our biological design is why God has put us on the face of the earth. And I can't imagine your identity as a cyclist. And then you talk about through that process, you discovered that's the value of time. Could you unpack that a little bit, Nathan? Because you're talking about your identity and this major shift that's happening. Can you unpack that a little bit, especially for maybe the young man who, maybe thought he was going to be this, and then something happens, and now I'm going to have to relearn a little bit about who I thought I was. Now that that's maybe taken from me, like, what was that process like for you in some ways of rediscovering who you are in that? I am sure that was part of that process for you.
Very true.
While you're sitting here at this table.
Right. No, absolutely true. And you don't anticipate having to learn how to walk again when you're a 16-year-old, right?
Right.
and so that's a big identity shift. And I think the biggest message for the audience to hear, right, for a young man to hear, is that everyone encounters suffering in some regard. It's a very Christian story, right? It's obviously Christ was the perfect example of everything that we experience. Sure. Everyone encounters suffering and death, and then through God's grace, right, we need to be able to accomplish and achieve the resurrection, right? And so the biggest part about my story that really shaped, I guess, the trajectory where I am is my foundation in Christ. Because yes, I was so passionate about becoming a professional cyclist, but I was founded in Christ, right? And what I experienced when I encountered death, I mean, what we believe in is true, right? I experienced God's perfect peace that we are all longing for, right? So I think that is the abundance of grace that was bestowed upon me, so that I could move forward and pursue the path forward, which is to be able to help young men be able to find their true purpose, right? Which is founded in Christ, and mirror his example in everything, so that we can build his kingdom on earth as it is in heaven.
Because I would say at some level, right? Because it's not just what you can do, but it's who you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things I love about Scripture, about our identity, is that we are adopted into his family. And it's not an adoption that, I've had second thoughts, right? It's eternal. It's not a temporal thing. And I hear that a little bit as you're describing that. It's like, right, it's not just what I was or what I did, but it's who I am. It's who Nathan is, that was no longer going to probably be defined by a bike, that even my ability to breathe and walk, like that has eternal value as well, that I'm now a son of the Almighty King. And he has a purpose for me, which is probably why you've written a book. And so, right, your entire perspective, I'm sure your priorities radically shifted out of that. Can you talk, like, what were some of those things that shifted for you? What all of a sudden became important in your life?
Yeah, time, most definitely, right?
So talk more about that.
And really, right, so how we use our time, and not just time, right? Because if we have freedom of time, but you don't give your attention to the right things, then you're wasting your time, right?
Sure.
But taking your time and taking action to live your faith in action, right? There's a lot of people that can read the Bible and not really understand it, and obviously not take any action. There's a lot of people who can listen to a lot of motivational speaks, like here at AmericaFest, and then not do anything about it.
Right.
But the difference that is made in our society is when people hear the truth, they hear the word, and they take action on that.
Nathan, I'm interested. I also had a death experience during COVID.
Really?
And there's this sense that God miraculously stepped in to save my life. And it was, for me, it made an easier transition to understand that the time is limited and God has put me here for a purpose. I already knew those things theologically. I saw it lived out in that moment. And so, was that a help to you, knowing that God had spared your life and brought you back to life? Was that a help for you to find new purpose when you can't cycle anymore?
Yes, most definitely, right? So I knew that if God saved me, I was most definitely here for something bigger, right? I have a purpose that I need to move forward with, and this is for all of our audience. It's not just me, right? We all have a divine purpose, right? To use our talents, right? And this goes back to the Bible verse about talents, right? And how to utilize them. You don't go and stash them under the ground. You don't bury them. You don't keep them to yourselves. Just like money, right? We don't hoard money and keep it to ourselves. We need to steward God's money, right? It's a tool. And so let's utilize the tools that God gives us, our talents, our passions, right? To all of the audience. It's not just a story that you and I have with a near-death experience. It's everyone in the audience that needs to find their purpose in Christ and in the truth of the Bible, and then utilize that to form the action steps that they take.
Nathan, how do people want to engage with the book, want to engage with your life and your story? How do they find you? How do they find you and the book and the story?
Yeah, absolutely. So the story is actually, it's really unique because I did write a little autobiography about my life story, obviously.
That's great.
But it's hard for an audience to relate to that. It's a cool story. It's very inspiring, but it's hard for them to relate. What did Jesus do? He spoke in parables, right? So I worked with my team, and we actually structured it as a parable now. So it's about three young boys who are given a riddle to solve from their father to carry on the family legacy and really to define true wealth, right? Which is the ownership of your time. And I'm not going to walk you through the whole riddle, but it's a really fun story.
Awesome. So how do they find that?
Exactly.
You're on Instagram.
Right. So they can find me, they can find the book at truewealthbook.com. That's truewealthbook.com. They can find me anywhere. It's my main website is nathanbarkocy.com, which is Nathan, BARKOCY.com. And I'm Nathan Barkocy across all social medias.
Okay, Nathan Barkocy across the web.
That's right.
Yeah, awesome. Last question, 60 seconds. Your message to young men. Anything you want to say. We do have a beat button, but it's not really a beat button. It takes the whole live stream down, so don't make us use it. So don't get that free.
Yeah.
But I want you to speak from the heart. 60 seconds. Go.
Look right there at that camera.
The world offers you comfort, but we were not made for comfort. We were made for greatness. That is a quote that I've always lived by. And so if you're going to become great, go take action to be great today.
Look, a cyclist who is trying to get the lowest time.
That was amazing.
That was awesome. Bada bing. Nathan, thank you for being here, buddy.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate
for being
you
with
guys.
us, man.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think this is the beauty of the live stream is we get to meet lots of other people who God is doing amazing, miraculous things through and giving them purpose in life. And this is really exciting. Nathan, thanks again for joining us here at the table. All right, so more to come.
Noon is about to happen.
So in 30 minutes, our Mark Hancock will be taking the stage at Turning Point. We'll hopefully have that streamed live for you, and excited about that. So, and then we'll be back after that. So thanks for joining us.
And we got an awesome swag bag for you, Nathan.
A deal. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Asher Wild. Today, as you can tell, it's really rainy, it's damp out. Really not the funnest day to be outside doing stuff, but oftentimes you're gonna find yourself probably out in the woods on such days like this. And so I'm gonna show you guys how to make a fire even when it's all wet outside and it's hard to find firewood that's dry enough to start one. You guys are watching Trail Hats. Now, it's been raining all morning and the forest is absolutely drenched, but fire is so crucial when you're out in the wild. You need it to stay warm, you need it to cook your food, etc. So even though it's super wet out, that's not gonna stop us from making a nice toasty fire. So before I go ahead and start looking for firewood, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a nice area where we can make it, and also a platform on which to build the fire. This is really important, guys, so follow me. Okay, I think we found something. This looks pretty good. So what you're looking for is gonna be a tree that it's not doing the best. It's not the healthiest tree ever. There's big areas of shaved off bark, but what's nice about this is that the bark, it's not clinging closely to the tree. Right now it's super loose. And the outside may be wet, but the inside is gonna be nice and dry because no water has been able to get down there. It's coming right off. Now, I just realized there may be some creepy crawlies down inside. I did not think about that. You see that little guy? There's a spider. It's crawling out. Ah, there's a cockroach too. It's okay, sometimes you gotta face your fears in order to get to the good stuff. Take this, put it over there, and this will be a great base on which I can build my awesome fire. Okay, I got my platform to build the fire off of, and now I'm gonna move on to finding kindling and firewood to get this fire roaring. But I can actually use this tree for the same purpose. Right here we see that, like I said, it's dying, and because of that, the wood is really soft. So right here on the outside, it's actually a little bit damp because it's raining out. But if I actually break off some of these first couple layers with my knife here, and the inside should be nice and dry. Okay, so I have my kindling now, and that's a huge step. But kindling is not going to keep the fire going for long. What I need is some big, substantial pieces of wood that's really going to last a long time. So now I'm going to move forward a little bit and try to see if I can find some rotten logs. Rotten logs are perfect because, again, they're weak. I can break them open, and the inside should be nice and dry. And I can be able to use those bigger pieces to keep the fire going for longer. All right, here we go. We found a log. This one may be too far gone. I don't know. It looks pretty drenched, but let's go ahead and see if we can crack it open, see what we find. Be careful, by the way, when you're using your knife. Wow, look at that. Nice and dry. We're gonna have a fire in no time. Sometimes your knife might not suffice. Sometimes you gotta go all karate on this kind of stuff. Hold on. Oh man. Whew, it's raining down on me now. Ah. There we go, easy peasy, right? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and chop this up and then get my fire going. Oh man, the rain's coming down now. I gotta cover up my wood. I took out my rain coat and put it over the firewood so it doesn't get too wet. I worked too hard for it, you know? Well, it's still raining, but it died down at least a little bit, so I'm gonna seize the moment and get all my fire stuff and take it over to a cleared area, and I'm gonna go ahead and get this fire started. And I actually am, even though we're in Florida, it is getting a little bit chillier out, so the fire will be nice. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use my foul weather gear here as a kind of emergency shelter as I get this fire going. So here, come underneath the tent in a sense. I'm gonna go ahead and get my platform set up here with my bark that I got from earlier. It is a little bit wet now because, well, it started pouring on us, but that's okay. My other firewood over here, let me kind of get it nice and close so that when it's time, I can quickly apply it. For my fire starter, I'm gonna use a little bit of lint that I brought along. This is perfect, this will take a spark. So I'm gonna get it going right there. I'm gonna spread it around a little bit. Now you're gonna take out your flint. You got your knife. Be very careful. Spark is gone. All right. Got a flame now. That kind of coats this thing into existence. Blow a little bit if you need to, but don't blow too hard. You know, sometimes when it's cold and rainy and you've been hiking all day and you're exhausted and you're hungry, kind of the last thing you want to do is to work on something like this, you know, to get a fire going and to serve everybody else. But really, that's a servant leadership right there. That's what it's all about. Even in those moments when the least thing you want to do is to put more effort into it, you know, work really hard on something like this. You want to make sure that you're always thinking about the other person and going the extra mile to serve everybody else. That's gonna go a long way. The trail brings out the best and the worst in us, but moments like this is when your character really counts. And you go the extra mile to serve everybody else and to do the hard things even when it's not comfortable. Guys, thanks so much for watching Trail Hats. If you like this video,
feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and some of our videos, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. and if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life, head over to their website, traillifeusa.com. Guys, the lightning is coming down. I'm getting out of here. Make the fire. Let's go.
Hey guys, Hudson here. While the boys are off working hard in the sun, making snares and fish hooks and whatnot, I'm gonna be just relaxing, chilling here in the shade, making my own homemade slingshot. You're watching Trail Hacks. Growing up over in the jungles of Southeast Asia, my brothers and I, we always carried slingshots. They're just a very practical tool, and they're a lot of fun. So today I'm going to be showing you how to make your very own homemade slingshot. So what I have here are a few different selections of what your Y piece could look like. So these are a couple that I went out just the other day, found and cut. You want to make sure that you're very careful with the saw that you're using or the pocket knife that you're using to cut these, and also make sure that they're responsibly sourced. You don't want to just go hack down a beautiful, young, vibrant tree just for one little piece of wood. Step one, find your Y handle piece. Super important. And what I like to do is the squeeze test. I like to take both the Y pieces in my hand and squeeze it as hard as I can. If you can't break it, that means it's a good piece. It's going to be strong. It's going to last a long time. Step two, we're going to attach the rubber tubing onto the Y pieces. And I oftentimes carry around rubber tubing with me. So what I like to do is take my knife, my pocket knife, and just to carve a little bit right here at the base of the Y, and when we secure it, tie it down, it'll be nice and snug. It won't be moving around on the round surface. And what I want, I'm just going to kind of measure. You want probably about an inch and a half of excess rubber right here, and this is where we're going to attach the rubber onto the Y piece. And then pull the remainder back and see about how far you want it to be. I want mine to be about a foot. That's my first piece, and now I'm going to use this as the measurement for my second piece so that they're exactly the same length. So now that we've completed that, we're going to attach rubber tubing. The best method to do this is using rubber bands. So what I do to tie is overlap. I'm going to take this end, and I'm basically going to just give it over to my other fingers, just like that. Then I'm going to pull. Very nice simple knot there. Put your rubber tubing down across that little notch that we carved out so it's nice and flat. And we take this, we wrap it around. I'm going to put this end through this side of the rubber band. Basically what it does is it cinches down. Cinches down, and this is going to be basically our starting point. But then we basically just start wrapping around this rubber tubing. So it's important to just continue to maintain the pressure as we wrap it. Don't let go, because then it'll all come undone. And then leave some space towards the top so that we can tie the very end of the rubber band. So I've left some excess here. Now in order to tie it off, wrap a little bit around your thumb, not too tight so it doesn't hurt your thumb, and then take the remainder and squeeze it up in that space. Sometimes this can be a little bit tricky. But put the tip of that through that little gap, grab it, pull it tight, and then you pull your thumb out. There we go. Again, applying lots of pressure on that rubber band, wrap the remainder around. So with the very remainder, I'm going to bring it till it's just a little guy. Last little loop here, and I'm just going to twist on itself and put it up top. And that'll keep it secure. And then if you ever need to undo it, all you have to do is take this off the top and the whole thing will unravel. So that is our first strap, our first knot. Now let's do the second one. So now we have both sides secure. Awesome, it's looking a lot more like a slingshot now. Third and final step, attaching the pouch to the rubber tubing. And today I don't have any leather with me, but a great hack I learned when I lived over in the jungle is to use what you have on hand. And the best material that you often have on hand is your backpack straps. All you have to do is cut off a little bit of excess, and this material, this backpack strapping, makes a great slingshot pouch. Don't cut any straps that are necessary to your backpack functioning properly. Only find a piece that's excess, that's not needed, it's not essential. So what you'll want to do is just burn the end of this. That way it doesn't continue to unravel itself. And I'll do the same on my backpack strap right here. And that'll keep it intact. All that remains now is to make a little hole in each side of the pouch. That way I can string my rubber tubing through it. But you don't want it too close to the edge because then it might tear through. Now, on the underside, I'm gonna take the lighter and I'm gonna basically just do the same thing. I'm gonna burn and kind of close up all those little frayed ends. Once you've completed making the holes through your pouch, it's time to attach it to the slingshot. String your rubber through, and again, look how tiny these holes are. They seem really tiny, but trust me, you can work this rubber tubing into them. Once you've gotten the rubber through the pouch hole, we're gonna bend about 1/2 inch of it over the other side, and this is where we're gonna tie it. Cinching down, making that nice connection here. Sweet, we got one end secure. We're gonna do exactly the same thing on the other side. And that, my friends, is a wrap, literally. Alrighty, let's test it out. It's important to shoot the slingshot the right way. Don't be doing anything like this all sissy-like. The correct way to hold it is to wrap your forefinger around the front Y piece. Your thumb supports it right here. You have it at a sideways angle, pull back and launch. Awesome, looks accurate. So there you have it. Now you know how to make your own custom homemade slingshot. If you guys liked this video and found it helpful, like and subscribe below. If you're interested in learning more about trail life and how to become part of a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and more about our adventures and to learn more of the history of the Schroeder Slinger slingshot, go over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
Trail life, the boys grow spiritually, physically, mentally.
It's helped me with the importance of leadership, because I mean, before trail life, I literally did nothing.
They're developing lifelong friends, and they're being pushed beyond what they think their limitations are.
I've got one of my young trailmen, he was struggling a lot, and he is crawling up rocks. The entire time, we're having some great conversations about his relationship with God, and we're still teaching him skills that he can use in life. He gets out there and he's just so awed by God's creation that at the end of it, he's like, I can't believe that I did that. And we just sat there and we prayed and we thanked God.
I like how you go camping and swimming.
There's a lot of leadership involved. You get to get a lot of good experience.
As a mom, I love the fact that I know that our son is involved in a Christ-centered, boy-focused group. I'm confident that he's in a safe environment, that he's getting the mentorship and leadership of men who have the type of foundation that we need him to get.
I've never really been able to talk in public, and being in trail life, everyone's so accepting of you, and you never feel out of place here. I never felt out of place, and that really helped me become who I am and who God wants me to be and show me where my life is going.
Other than my guidance at home as their father and Christ, I see it as the third largest thing that has molded them to be growing into men.
Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot. You know, I loved him and everything, but we weren't on the best of terms. And my mom wanted my dad to go. He was like, sure, I'll go. So he asked off for work and he went. And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer and closer. He's moved from just being my dad, being very close to me. Even when he's away, we talk every day, and he calls us and prays with us at night. It's just brought our whole family together closer.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually, the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about trail life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is. We come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're mature Christian, but he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually, the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about trail life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is. We come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're a Christian, but he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
It's a privilege to be with you here today. My name is Mark Hancock. I'm CEO of Trail Life USA. Trail Life is dedicated to bringing adventure, character, and leadership to boys from kindergarten to high school. We have troops in about 1,500 churches across every single state, about 68,000 trailmen in Trail Life USA. So why do we need another boys organization with troops and uniforms and handbooks and hiking and camping and a robust awards program? This reason is simple. And honestly, Trail Life is here because of two non-negotiable things that make us essential. First, we're Christ-centered. We're not just some group that says a quick prayer before we meet in the basement of the church. We're a heart-driven Christian ministry that uses the wild, untamed beauty of the outdoors to temper boys and shape them into godly, courageous young men. This is our foundation. This is who we are. Second, we're boy-focused. We believe that boys and girls are different. We believe that boys and girls need spaces where their differences are recognized, their uniqueness, their wonder, the marvel of a boy. We're pushing back against a culture that treats boys like their strength is a problem, like boyhood is some sort of social disease that needs to be eradicated. Boys and young men are desperate for a place where their energy is celebrated, where their drive is channeled, and where they can look up to godly men and see what authentic manhood looks like. That's the very heartbeat of Trail Life USA. We're watching fathers and sons connect in ways the modern world has totally stolen from them. We see a powerful biblical promise coming to life. Fathers are turning their hearts toward their children. Children are turning their hearts toward their fathers. I'll never forget being at a Trail Life event, standing with a dad who had been longing to connect with his 11-year-old son. As they walked across a dusty field without a single word, that boy reached up and took his father's hand. The father looked at me, tears streaming down his face, and said, I thought he was too old for that. I thought that time was gone. That's the type of healing that happens every time trailmen gather. But what about the boys that don't have a father's hand to hold? 1 in 4 boys in America grows up without a dad in the house. He walks in a world where he is hungry, desperate even for male role models. When the fatherless boy steps into the Trail Life troop, he is joining a band of brothers. He sees men of integrity, men with purpose, men of relentless faith, and they become a living, breathing blueprint for the man he's meant to be. I heard the testimony of a young man who spent years in Trail Life after his father passed. At his final Trail Life Awards ceremony, he declared, I need to thank the men in this room. You taught me how to shave and to love Jesus. And then there's the truth that totally surprised us. Trail Life is just as much a ministry for men. We have over 20,000 adult men volunteering across the country. Many of them don't even have a son in the program. They're here because Trail Life is where they finally found their brotherhood. When the boys are asleep in their tents, the men gather around the fire, side by side around that flame. That's where they open up and talk about the stuff that really matters. They're like a generational relay team, recovering a vision of biblical masculinity and passing it on to the next generation. I see it. I think you do too. The impact of Trail Life is part of a larger movement Echoing a spirit of change we see through Turning Point USA, we share a vital objective, restoring strength and purpose to the American family and spirit. Trail Life is achieving this, shaping boys into godly men by reconnecting fathers and sons, providing role models for boys without dads, and giving pastors a ministry that truly captures the hearts of men. Parents, if you have a son, go to Trail Life USA, find a troop near you, get them on the trail. Men, if you feel called to make a real difference, thousands of boys are waiting for you. Pastors, if you're interested in a ministry that engages your men in the work of the kingdom in a powerful way, reminding them of who they are, Trail Life would like to welcome you to join 1,500 churches that are actively impacting the next generation. Scan the QR code or swing by our booth. God bless you, and God bless Turning Point USA.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey, we're the Wild Brothers. I'm Morgan. This is Hudson, Kian, and Asher. Just so you know, Wild is actually our last name. And we did happen to grow up in Southeast Asia, in virgin jungles, tropical islands, and so we did have a pretty wild upbringing. And we were over there as Christian missionaries, taking the gospel of Jesus Christ to places where it had never been heard. And so we had a pretty awesome childhood.
Yeah, and over the years we've been documenting our lives via video, making epic adventures to share people here in the States to inspire them that following Christ is the ultimate adventure.
But now we're in a new season of life, living here in America, and we are so excited to partner with Trail Life USA to bring you guys trail hacks. These are skills, tips, know-how, everything you need to become a better trailman. And the first one is going to be premiering soon, so we are just really excited.
And we'll see you guys on the trail. Catch you later. Today the competition is on. My brothers and I are going head to head to see who is the best trail cook. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. A lot of people have asked us who is the best cook. Well, today we're going to decide. We're going to all compete against each other to see who can make the best trail meal. I'm gonna start us off with cooking in a pit. It's a full meal in a pit. It's basically creating a crock pot, you know, pressure cooker in the ground using the natural resources around us. And it's amazing, a technique I learned in the jungle from my really good friends, the Wana people. Can't wait to show you how to do it. First step is to heat up the rocks. Be careful with which rocks you use. This one, see how it's already broken? Some rocks, when they get up to heat, they actually explode, they shatter. So don't use like shale, really weak, soft rocks. Those tend to shatter, explode. Use really hard quartz-like rocks that won't. But even then, keep your distance when you're cooking your rocks, just in case one happens to pop. So here's my pit. I've already dug it. The next step is to line it with leaves. What I'm using is these large palmetto leaves. They're actually pretty perfect. You want something large and kind of like a fan. So I'm gonna go ahead and line the bottom of it and the sides with these leaves, and this will protect my food from getting dirty. To transfer the hot rocks into our pit, we need some tongs so we can grab them. I'm making my own homemade one with a piece of wood, basically a small branch. I'm just gonna split it down the middle. Definitely be careful. Have someone supervise you if you're using a small hatchet or machete. You can also just use regular large steak tongs and skip this process. I've let my fire kind of die down, and so that's what you want. Now it's just all a bunch of embers. The rocks are smoking hot, so it's time to transfer the rocks into the pit. Man, the smell brings back so many good memories of growing up in the jungle. And I'm feeling so confident I'm gonna crush this competition. This is awesome. This looks great. I got a bed of collard greens, and I'm gonna put in these 4 beautiful little pieces of corn. And I'm gonna get my potatoes. And now, time for my meat. I'm gonna put some hot rocks wrapped in some leaves on top of my food. This will help cook it. And then I'm gonna wrap this thing up. The pit is finally complete. Now it's the fun part. We get to fold all these leaves. Be very careful. I would even advise putting some gloves on. And that's going to hold all my leaves in place. And I think that is a wrap. Now it's just a waiting game. We gotta let all this cook down. It's super hot. You can see all the steam just coming out of this. That steam is what cooks the food. The boys are gonna be super impressed. I think I'm gonna win this competition.
So today I've been nominated to be the judge. Hudson, Keen, and Asher are going to try to pull off some exceptional dish or beverage that you'd cook on the trail. And depending on how it goes, this could be a great experience or a bad one. Trail food is notorious for being, you know, rustic.
It is smelling amazing. The delicate aroma of like the greens and the sweet potatoes is telling me that I think it's time to uncover. Oh no, it's not finished cooking. It's not finished cooking yet. So this is what I was a little bit worried about when I was first covering up the pit. There's a couple of noticeable areas where the steam, which is really pouring out, and I think I should have used more palmetto leaves. I think I have enough cooked where I can present it to Morgan, but this could really dampen my chances of winning this competition.
So what do we have here? This looks awesome.
Yeah, so pit style cooking, corn on the cob, sweet potato, a piece of nice succulent beef, and then collard greens.
And you did all this in a pit, huh?
Yeah,
so you used hot rocks?
Style.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's a pretty advanced technique. This looks good. I'm ready to try it.
Enjoy.
Really good. Perfect, Hudson. Look at that. Man, you went the extra mile. It's amazing how those rocks can... Oh, you know, Hudson? Looking slightly raw there. A little chewy. Alright, let's try the sweet potato. Nice and soft. Perfect. This was really good, Hudson. I think you made a couple mistakes. I will judge at the very end once I've tried all the dishes. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, stay tuned and watch the rest of the episodes to find out who wins the competition. If you guys liked the video, like and subscribe below. If you're interested in learning more about trail life, go over to their website, traillifeusa.com, and find a troop near you. If you're interested in the Wild Brothers, my brothers and I, and our adventures, go over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Hey guys, it's Kian here, and today I'm going to be showing you guys how to make what I think is the most important knot ever, the bowline. And there's actually 3 ways to make it: the regular bowline, the one-handed bowline, and the flying bowline. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. Guys, there's a million different types of knots out there, and to tell you the truth, I don't know very many of them at all. But the really important knots that you need and use all the time are those that are easy to make and easy to undo afterwards. And the bowline really fits all those marks, and so I'm excited to teach you guys about it today. And I actually learned how to make this while my family and I lived on our wooden double canoe, the Chendarwasi. And man, I use the bowline all the time because it's so useful and it's really easy to undo. And so I'm gonna teach you guys 3 ways to make it today: the regular bowline, the one-handed bowline, and then the flying bowline. So let's get started. All right, that was the fast way. Now I'm gonna slow down and teach you guys how to do it. So first, you're gonna make a loop in your rope. You see that, how it's on the top right there? That's super important. If you don't do that, the knot's not gonna work. An easy way to remember this knot is actually by telling a story. So this is the story of the rabbit, all right? He comes out of his hole, he goes around his tree, and then he goes back down to his hole. And by remembering the story, there's no way you can forget this knot. So here we go. Here's the rabbit. He goes up from his hole, then he goes around the tree. Then he goes back down to his hole. All right, and then you're gonna grab these 2 parts of the rope, see that? And then tighten it. Boom, that's the bowline. You've done it, good job. And this knot will not come undone. No matter how much you pull on that, man, the rope's gonna snap before that knot comes undone. But look how easy it is to untie it. You just pull out this little rope, boom, you're good to go. Now you guys know how to do the bowline knot, but there's lots of variations on this knot. So next I'm gonna show you how to do the one-handed bowline. Now, I learned this for emergency situations in case of a man overboard.
Welcome back to Turning Point USA AmericaFest, Trail Life booth on Media Row, the table of truth, the table of masculinity.
Can't take this guy anywhere.
Can't. Hey, welcome back, man. We just had an amazing moment for our organization.
Yeah, it was great.
Probably the biggest audience that we've been in front of as an organization. And a completely, not completely new, but somewhat new. A large portion of this audience don't know who Trail Life is.
Yeah, unknown.
And they are figuring it out for the first time now. Mark absolutely crushed it on stage. Props to my boss.
That's right. Did a great job.
He did.
Yeah.
What I love is he represents so well this organization.
Yeah.
From top, we had Pat Garibay earlier and just talk about the board member. You're seeing our Freedom Rangemen. We just have high levels of integrity throughout the entire organization, and Mark is an embodiment of that. If you ever get the chance to talk with Mark or know Mark, he's actually a super humble guy.
As a matter of fact, there was a mother on here yesterday and her 2 sons, Silas and Brandon.
Right.
Yeah. And Silas was telling me a story. He said the first time he met Mark, he was at an event and he was talking to Mark and he said, "So how long have you been in trail life?" And Mark said, "A long time." And they talked for a while and Mark gave him his card as he walked away and he said, "I realized that was the CEO. I had no idea." That's just how Mark carries himself when he's there with the boys. He's just in there with them, and he's not important. He's just a dad in there with the kids, wanting to love them and look like Jesus.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I also want to just mention to anybody who's going to watch this video, any of our members and dads and boys, there's an opportunity from big stage to local stage we do these Trail Ready Learner Conferences for our members all over the country, and Mark always has an annual message to our members. And one of the things I love about Mark, and we're gonna talk about the other side of the coin, but one of the things I love about Mark is I don't believe there's a man in America who understands the need to protect the heart of a boy better.
Better than Mark, yeah.
He is the most articulate speaker on this topic.
Totally agree.
He's going to hate that we're talking about him right now.
Yeah.
That's okay. We admire
That's okay. This is the table of truth.
It's a table of truth.
So
table of masculinity.
We love our boss, and he represents the mission and heart. And I think, again, you think about biblical masculinity, Mark exudes that as a CEO for our organization, and I think he does it really well. To your point, with the way he is with boys, I've seen him interact with others. He is a man of conviction and mission and purpose. He wants to can do everything he can to protect boyhood, and he believes in that. And it's hard not to follow someone like Mark when he's so passionate about that mission.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he hit all the bases. Christ-centered, boy-focused. I loved him at the end talking about the boy was standing at his freedom warrior ceremony at the end and said, "These men gathered in this room taught me how to shave and love Jesus."
For a boy who had lost his father. I mean,
what a great moment.
That's what trail life is.
And it was that community of men. There wasn't one man necessarily he was pointing to. There were absolutely many men involved in that journey, but it was that community of men that rallied around him. Yep. And such a good story.
Yeah, and one of the other things, and I think we're going to use this segment to talk a little bit about this, but Mark alluded to that at the end of his talk, which is trail life is the thing that we've discovered, the secret that we have discovered is the power of trail life as a men's ministry. Mm-hmm. A men's ministry. So
surprisingly so. Hey, this is just going to bug me. I think you're sending a verbal text message of everything we're saying to somebody.
Wow. That's going to be really rich.
It's going to be a great message.
Can't imagine sending that. If I send it to someone, I'm sorry.
Yeah. If you got that, Roy apologizes in advance.
He was dictating. The message is actually to Mark Hancock. He was dictating how much we love him to him.
That's right. That's good.
Sorry, I saw that. It was.
No,
I was like, I need to tell him.
This is good.
The moment was spectacular. Because we had a new audience. The message was on point for this audience, and really what the heart and some of the directional things that we're doing organizationally, really embracing this secret sauce of trail life of being a men's ministry.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, and again, I think when you think about AmericaFest and you think about Turning Point and what it represents and who Charlie was, again, if you're looking like how do I do something locally? How do I get involved? Trail Life provides you an opportunity to go deep, right? It's like, well, I don't know what to do. I don't have a lot of skills, blah 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 blah. But Trail Life is a great way to engage that and to engage with the next generation of young men, to become a part of the brotherhood of other men where I can get to do life together, who can help shape my masculinity in really powerful ways, and that's what we do. And so Kelly, talk a little bit, I think, because you tour a lot, you go to a lot of homeschool conferences, you go to a lot of denominational conferences. Talk a little bit about I love your perspective on men's ministry and what Trail Life provides in that regard, because you talk a lot about this.
Yeah, so I talk about there's actually two products that we have. Mm-hmm. One is the young men who are standing in the booth right now,
right,
our Freedom Rangemen, and that's the end result of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years of a young man being in trail life. The other product that we serve on a platter to churches and to pastors. I think that's one of the things that we sometimes don't get all the way, even internally.
Right.
Is that we serve on a platter a men's ministry and a boys' ministry. And it's this idea of a man and his son, or a boy who doesn't have a dad and some dad likes, being on a journey to biblical masculinity together.
Right, together
through that process. And for that second product, I'm just going to tell you, there's no youth group that's filling this need. There's no youth group.
That's good.
Where a father and son are in the pew singing songs together, listening to the same messages. That happens occasionally, but very, very rare. This is my son, me, being in the woods together, shooting stuff together, blowing up stuff together, building stuff together.
Building boats together.
Yeah, all the things together that you cannot replace. And we serve it up to that second product, that church.
Right.
And we on a platter and say, here's the proven system to raise them in. And I tell you, if you will poll the moms and the girls in your church, if they are looking for godly masculine men to one day marry, you're going to get a resounding response. And the church, by and large, in this country, is not addressing it.
Right?
And we've been surprised by it.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned two products, Kelly, and I want to come back to that because I heard one being the boy, and I think you were saying, and I want to make sure I understood this, that the other one is the men. Or is it the men's ministry? Were you defining that?
It's the ministry of the journey together with the fathers and the sons.
Right. Because
one of the dad likes One of
the things that stands out to me is 70% of pastors have said their greatest struggle is engaging men. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a piece of that puzzle. And so I think that father-son journey, but I definitely want to talk about, and you guys were headed here with the annual report, the strong men, strong churches idea, but that we are engaging men in the church, and we're bringing men back, and men are looking for, and boys are looking for that space. We've alluded to this. We keep coming back to similar themes around what is masculinity, and we have a culture that has no idea.
To your point. So every pastor that I've ever met and ever know, and I tell pastors this at pastors' conferences, every day of their ministry, they've been praying for that cackle of men who will stand in the gap, will pray, will fast. If the church has got a decision, will go serve the widows and the orphans. And I tell pastors, 5 years after you start a Trail Life troop, you will have that cackle of men who have been discipled baby step by baby step. Right. I can give a guy who's brand new in the troop, brand new in the church, and maybe he's not in the church yet. I can give him a bundle of sticks. And I can say, go show those boys how to start a fire with that bundle of sticks, and he can do that. And what's happened subconsciously in his mind, and he doesn't realize it, is he's taken a baby step toward leadership and discipleship.
That's right.
And so 5 years, you see these men from outside in the community, and that's why we see 1 in 5 guys who enter the troop from outside in the community, who are not a members of the church, become members within 2 years of that church, because it's that baby step discipleship that we see.
Yeah,
we have story after story after story. Man, I had walked away from my faith, but my son wanted to be in Trail Life, or I was lost as a tissue in the wind. Right, I was just blowing anywhere in any way, and I came to faith, or I came back to my faith in Christ. And that is a ministry of that local church. It's not a Trail Life ministry. It's a ministry of that local church.
Right.
Yeah. It's interesting. So Barna, we talk about the beauty of this, and we keep coming back to similar themes. This is not rocket science, right? This is not hard. But think about this. According to Barna, less than 10% of U.S. churches report an active men's ministry. According to Barna, less than 10% of U.S. churches report an active men's ministry.
That's unbelievable.
Is it any wonder why we are having issues when only less than 10%? So the opportunity to do something is relatively low-hanging fruit, and you're like, well, what do I do? How do I even start that? Reach out to Trail Life USA. We have this proven process that works.
So part of that stat is that most churches think they haven't differentiated that boys and girls need different spaces, that they're different. So they have a children's ministry that they think is sufficient to reach those kids. And boys and girls, Mark said it on stage to a rousing applause, which was great.
Yeah.
But that boys and girls are different.
They're different.
And I've said this. I say this to pastors when I'm on the road a lot. It's time for your church to get serious about raising boys into godly masculine men. And that's where we are. That's the tip of the spear, and that's the moment in this culture.
You know, there was when I was at Focus on the Family, part of our one of the pastoral parts of the group was led by H.B. London. And I remember there were conversations we would have at Focus that, and they would talk a lot about this. If all the ministries dissipated, what should be the one ministry that should not go away within the church? And we unequivocally said men's ministry. It is at the heart of a thriving and flourishing church when you have active engaged men within the confines of your church. That has got to become the priority of every pastor and every church out there.
Yeah. Masculinity is not an indoorsy thing.
I said the other night on an interview, when did we as churches start believing that a sewing circle was a good place for men to be?
Not against any man who loves to sew.
No.
But men tend to stereotypically, right, engage differently.
Well, it's action and it's challenge. Masculinity isn't formed apart from challenge, apart from overcoming, apart from mission.
I want to give a shout out to Ellen on my team. Ellen said the other day, and it's the single greatest line around this topic that we haven't yet used in marketing, and it is this: it's a men's ministry that starts at age 5.
Oh, I love that. Say that again.
Good. A men's ministry that starts at age 5.
Yeah, that's good. Ellen,
that is
shout out
perfect.
to Ellen.
Ellen,
that is a pearl of wisdom there.
It is.
The only men's ministry that starts at the age of 5.
Well, that's probably true too.
Our men's ministry starts at age 5.
That is really good.
Yeah.
We need to put that on our next marketing material.
We'll look at that,
Steven. We'll have to look at that. That's really good.
No, I think it's awesome.
But again, part of that, what's beautiful about that is that is how we have to be thinking about these things. That it's the church of tomorrow, and that somehow without an intentional program, that somehow through symbiosis, right? It's just we're going to kind of throw up for chance that somehow our boys are going to turn into these men. We're failing. We're failing. Period on that.
So there's a difference between art and science. So art is. It's conceptual.
Right.
You can do it. I can't do it. But what we're talking with Trail Life is a scientific, proven process. That's what science is.
Right.
It's a repeatable, duplicatable process to get the same outcome. And Trail Life is a scientific approach.
Yeah, it's an evidence-based approach to turning out strong biblical men.
We know we had the hypothesis.
Right.
We've tested it in the lab, and it works.
It works.
That's right.
It works. Yeah. Go buy it now. Like it's just like 100% guaranteed.
Take my money.
All right, so real quick. So we just came out with our annual report, Strong Men, Strong Churches. It is a great resource, not just from an annual report perspective, but I want to share a story that is in here that I just think is tremendous. So so here's one of the facts, right? It says only 36% of parents believe churches are serving their sons well. Let me say that again. Only 36% of parents believe churches are serving their sons well. So here's a letter from a mom. She goes, after spending some time in Trail Life, my son David began to step up as a leader. His peers naturally were seeking his advice before making decisions. He was having meaningful conversations regarding his faith. The loss of his brother, right? So some context here. The loss of his brother and offering advice to his peers. I was blown away by the maturity I was beginning to see in my son. And then she writes, this occurred alongside my husband. I love seeing him so passionate about trail life in a way I had not seen him before. I can't fully express the joy it gave me as a wife, watching him become a leader within our troop and eventually a point man. In order to be successful in his role, he had to really evaluate and grow in his own faith. This is the power of trail life. I am so incredibly proud and fortunate to witness both of the men in my life in an environment where they are encouraged to know Jesus, be men, and experience adventure. It has had such a positive effect on them as individuals as well as our family. Man, what a beautiful testimony of everything that we've been talking about. And I love it, that perspective from this mom of talking about, and obviously within the context of extreme loss, right? And I think that is the beauty, again, of this band of brotherhood that we talk about. This, so when we talk about men's ministry or we talk about boyhood ministry, I mean, these stories really give it its proper perspective. And again, we see it when we've had Matt on, or Asa on as our Freedom Rangeman about the product that we're delivering. But it is raising up this next generation, not just for the next generation, not for some future time, but for today, for now.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful to see.
Roy, I was in Austin, and there's a third person that we haven't yet talked to.
Sure.
And I want to spend a second talking to that person. I was in Austin. I got finished with a talk. I think I was doing the 5 bigs of raising a boy into a man. And a mom came up after the talk, and she said, look, I'm not a single mom, but my husband just sits around and plays video games all day and all night when he gets home off of work. And I don't want that for my son. And at times, I feel like a single mom in trying to engage my son in masculinity and engage him with the outdoors and engage him in all the things that you were talking about during your talk. And she asked me a question, and there's a space, and we're working on some podcast ideas that we're going to be doing at Trail Life in 2026. There will be a podcast. I'm going to go ahead and put that out there in the ether. I'm gonna get us committed. Roy,
we're committed. We are.
We're
committed. We're going to get it right.
And she asked me, there's a gap in what's available for boys out there. So she said, my son loves podcasts, loves Charlie Kirk, loves all of those types, Jordan Peterson. But what he doesn't see is boys growing into manhood, talking about that journey.
Right.
And she asked me if there were any resources for that. And I encouraged her to get into Trail Life Troop. But I walked away from that moment going, man, there's a space where there's a gap of nobody really talking to the heart of a boy and what it's going to mean outside of trail life. It is just a gap. There's a vacuum in our culture. And so I want to talk to that mom real quick who's out there who feels like maybe she is the lone voice in her house.
Right.
Because dad's disassociated or unattached.
Whether he's physically there or not relationally there.
That's right. I want to tell you, you can shame him into trail. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, it can't help. I mean, it can't hurt.
So what's going to happen? You bring your boy to Trail Life. He's going to come home and he's going to be talking about this, and he's going to ask his dad, "Dad, will you go on this camping trip with me?"
Yeah.
And dad's going to feel obligated to go, and that's a hard place for her to be. I want you to know that you're in our hearts at Trail Life, and and we believe in you. I believe if you'll take that step and get your son in Trail Life, findatroop.com, or you go to our Trail Life site and hit Find a Troop. I believe if you'll take that step, that step of faith, I think you'll see massive change over the next 2 to 3 years in your family and what happens inside the 4 walls of your house.
Well, I want to speak to that too for a minute, because we talk a lot about not shaming men, but personally, I believe in that man. I think that man wants community. I don't think that man is fulfilled sitting in his basement playing video games when he comes home from work every night.
He's not.
He wants to step up and lead in his family. He wants to have that band of brothers and that community and that space where he feels significant, where he matters. Because right now, if his wife is viewing him that way, he doesn't feel like he matters to his wife. He doesn't feel like he has a significant role in his family, and he doesn't know how to lean into that. And my prayer would be that Trail Life or something like that would be a space where that guy can find his identity and he can find his place and he can start leaning into who God created him to be. We talked earlier about proven process and boys being unguided, ungrounded, unappreciated, uninspired. And when I look at that story, that's a man who's unguided. He hasn't had men pouring in his life that have shown him what it means to lead his family well and to be a dad. He's ungrounded. He doesn't understand biblically that he's on mission. And there's something that God's called him to that's way bigger than playing video games in his basement. And he's unappreciated. He's not feeling appreciated by his wife, and maybe for good reason. I don't know, but he's not feeling that appreciation. And I tell you, as men, when you speak into that and you appreciate, that does make us come alive. And he's obviously uninspired. He doesn't have that bigger picture vision. And I do think some of what happens in trail life is those guys start to show up. John Laveau. Now, John Laveau wasn't there, but if you go onto our website, there's a video of John and his son, and they talk about the same story. And he said, my dad was gone all the time, and we didn't have a relationship. And John comes on, he says, I was a drop-off dad. I came and I just dropped my kid off every week, but someone invited me to go to a camp out. And it's your story, Kelly. And he said, and I went. And I showed up. And he said, and I found this group of men. And he said, I wasn't a camping. There wasn't my identity. But I found this group of men, and they started to challenge me. And I started to find a place where I could do this with my son, and we could start to build a relationship. But I could fit in, and I could find my place. And that's where this proven process really doesn't just work for boys. It speaks to the heart of men as well. And I think there's hope for that guy. I really do.
That's really good.
Absolutely.
That's really good. Yeah, and I wonder, too, I mean, I think, we think about the different audiences, that we're speaking to. Like, what do we do? How do we mobilize? And again, I think so much of what we struggle through, and I look at the different data from Barna, where men are at. When I started equating that also to pastors, and how pastors are feeling the isolation and loneliness that you're beginning to see. I mean, there's so many pastors that are dropping out, no longer wanting to pastor. I wonder, and this is an assumption I'm making, I wonder how many of them are actually thriving and flourishing even in their own marriage and for them as a dad. And maybe we don't talk enough about it because we're all suffering in isolation at some level. And so I think one of the things I love about
80% of men have no one with whom they can be transparent or accountable.
Right. I mean,
80%.
Right. So how do we begin to so part of that is, I think, one, can we just be honest about where we're really at? Really look at the data and saying, this isn't about shame, but part of that is truth. And we've got to wrestle with the truth that we're looking at, like something that we're doing within the church, and I mean the big C church, isn't working. It's not working. So we've got to find ways to be able to say, okay, how can we look at this in a way and then allow the Holy Spirit to lead us and guide us into all truth? And I just wonder at some level with Trail Life, can we really look at and mobilize and say, you know what we're producing and what we're doing, not like Trail Life is the end all be all, because it isn't. All to God's glory. But it's to your point, Kelly, of the evidence is there that we can help shape the men to lead not just in the future, but today. Your men and then the boys that we're starting at the age of 5 to start building and developing them to be the future leaders, for your church, or you're looking for elders, you're looking for those kinds of people who are going to have healthy marriages, raise, godly children and grandchildren, like all those things. It's like, if you're not intentionally going after that and pursuing that, again, is it any wonder then why you're seeing the statistics that we're seeing? The stats are saying you're not doing well in this area. What are you going to do about it? And we have to be prayerful about that. But I think that's part of the challenge, I think, is we're not openly talking about this and our own failures and our own shortcomings in a way that ultimately can bring God the glory and those things.
There's something interesting that we haven't covered yet, and that is what our process is and what our hopes are through a church starting a Trail Life Troop.
Sure.
And so we've talked a lot about that this is a ministry of your church. And sometimes that might feel like a heavy coat to wear.
Let's talk about that.
This is another thing I've got to do.
Right.
Another thing I've got to start. And so, first off,
you're right.
When we roll into when a pastor has made the decision to start a Trail Life, or he's considering it, I want him to know from the bottom of our hearts, from the very highest part of our leadership of our organization, we want this to be a win from him.
Yeah.
He won't be looking back in 3 years and having Aunt Bethel come to him and say, I told you that thing wouldn't work.
Right.
We've tried to do stuff like that before.
Right.
It's going to be a win. And one of the reasons it's going to be a win is because we have boots on the ground who are going to walk with your guys who are starting the Trail Life Troop in your church and make sure that it gets off the ground really well. It is our goal that for you, Pastor, that this is a win. That 3 years from now, everyone in your church will be excited the fact that you have a Trail Life Troop in there. They'll be seeing the fruit of that Trail Life Troop in your church, and the church will be served well by that Trail Life Troop because we teach servant leadership.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's really good.
Place I would love to go. We've been dancing all around this for a while.
Let's stop dancing around it. Let's go
let's
after it.
dive in. Well, I made the comment a while ago that
Hey, I got to say something. Thor is walking by.
Thor?
Thor! Talking to you, sir. Thor.
Dude.
Well, that might fit, Kelly. I don't know. I said earlier that masculinity is not an indoor thing.
Right.
It has to go outside. It has to go outside the walls of the church. But I think a lot of times we think of trail life as just outdoor adventure. I mean, our name is Trail Life. But a huge part of what we're doing, and I think part of the impact of the church that goes so far beyond just trail life, is the service part of what we're doing. Mm-hmm. It is the way that we're engaging with the community. It's the way maybe that guy we were talking about a little bit ago, who's playing video games in his basement, or is disappearing into any number of things where strength just goes away. But he finds a space where maybe it's not hiking, maybe it's not backpacking, maybe it's not fishing. Maybe last year there was a crazy wildfire in California, and some of the first boots on the ground were trailmen who said, we're going to start taking water out to those guys.
Yeah.
And they said, there's a need, and we're going to meet it. There's a great story in our annual report about a disabled Marine veteran whose flagpole fell over. And some trailmen saw it, and they said, you know what, we're going to rebuild that thing, and we're going to put that back up, and we're going to restore his flag. Cash Daniels is one of our is a great story from Trail Life. He was actually Nickelodeon Kid of the Year a couple years ago.
Wow.
And he has pulled thousands and thousands. Is the number in here? 45,000 pounds of litter from Tennessee waterways. And he and his troop have come and rallied around that, but they're outside, they're doing things, but it's not just outdoor adventure. There's another story here of some boys standing in the rain, leading a color guard at an event. But we see these kinds of things happening all over the country. Operation Christmas Child just wrapped up. We're troops for packing shoeboxes. Do you guys remember that final number?
I don't
recall. But thousands and thousands of shoeboxes were packed. And these are spaces nobody ever stepped a foot onto dirt necessarily to do any of these things.
Right.
But it's making a real difference in your church. You know, sometimes as a pastor, you're like, there are all these needs in my church that need to be met too. A widow who needs her gutters cleaned out, or we need a ramp built for somebody. And where do we go to get those kinds of things taken care of? And Trail Life is a space where the on-ramp is adventure. And I tell people all the time, at Trail Life, we use on-ramp as adventure as an on-ramp to build relationship. But out of that relationship, we want to help boys find their giftedness. What are we created for? And men end up finding the same things as we start using our gifts to grow the kingdom. And as we go outside the church, it's not an indoorsy thing because God called us to commission. God has given us these gifts for a purpose, and the church isn't a building. And every pastor knows that. That's not news. But the church isn't a building. The church is what we do outside the building and how we engage our community. And the only way we're ever going to grow our church is to go outside of the building and engage our community in meaningful ways, and to find ways to help men do that, ideally with their son or with someone else, to take those gifts they have and say, you can make a difference. It's not just parking cars, right?
That's right.
It's not just a pancake breakfast. There's a space for you here.
Yeah, it's a men's ministry. It starts at age 5.
That's right.
Well, and at some level, when it becomes a men's ministry and you focus on that, it's also a family ministry. Like when the hearts of men, again, I think of Luke 1:17, like John came, and what did John the Baptist proclaim as the Savior's coming onto the scene? It is that the hearts of the fathers will return back to their children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like so when men engage, everyone benefits from that. So if they can go from the couch, they literally can become the MVP of their family. I mean, there's such power. I think there's such power in that, and we really have, we've neutralized that. We've let a culture neutralize that message.
I don't want to flip the script on where we're going.
You can flip it.
Flip the script.
Well, I want to say, if we're going to go, but the other thing that's about this is some guys are out there saying, I'm 83 years old. I'm not going camping anymore. Is there a place for me in Trail Life? Is there a space where I can be useful?
Don't waste the gray. That was part of the interview yesterday.
That's right. Don't waste the gray.
But that's part of this story. Is there's absolutely a place for this. A weekly meeting where you're engaging with these boys, and Trail Life is intergenerational. You have these 80-year-old men who are pouring into some 50-year-old men who are pouring into some 30-year-old men who are helping some of these younger boys get it.
Right.
And Patrol Method lets these 18-year-old boys pour into some 9-year-old boys. And it is the church really at its most effective working together to grow generations of men. And
Well-
that's super exciting.
Well, yeah, and I think when you look at some of the research out there on some of our most healthy, thriving, flourishing churches right now that are seeing unprecedented growth, it's the multi-generational, intergenerational church who's no longer separating and segregating families. It's finding ways to have the benefit of and again, really at the heart of that is discipleship. It really is having the multiple generations coming together, serving together, loving together, doing activities together in a way. And those are some of the most healthiest churches that we have in the United States right now.
And how many spaces do you have where you have that wide range of men interacting together to do something big?
Yeah, fantastic. We talked a little bit to the pastor's heart. I want to transition to mom and dad both together. And my wife had some really fantastic. My wife and I were on a panel with Nick Freitas and his wife. It was an accidental panel. Nobody booked us into it, but we took the opportunity to be on stage with him. And my wife dropped some knowledge, and literally almost all of the women in that room, and it was thousands, came up and wanted to talk to my wife about that. And it was this: you should have a picture of the man that you want to grow. You have a boy. Do you have it written down? I think we have some general ideals as parents, like I want him to be faithful to God. Right. But have we written it down? And I would challenge every parent out there to write down the man you want to grow. The Bible says put your vision on tablets and keep them in front of you, right? And I think every mom and dad should do that. And I think once you do that, you get clarity, and it helps you make decisions about where you're going to put your son, what activities they're going to be in. And that was advice that was given to us. Our 16-year-old daughter was born at 26 weeks, was the youngest child to survive in South Carolina born prenatally.
Wow.
And so she had lack of oxygen on her brain. So when we decided to homeschool her, we were on the struggle bus. She's unbelievable. She's got a job. She's driving. We're here in Phoenix right now. She's feeding the animals every day. She's doing all the things. Very responsible. But part of the reason for it is an old homeschool mom said, "Don't worry about that stuff. Get a whiteboard out, and you and your husband sit down and write out what kind of woman you want her to become when she leaves your four walls." And 70% of moms, when they look at their son, if you don't start with the end in mind, they look at their 18-year-old and say he's not prepared for the world. 70% of moms. That, to me, nothing could be worse than as a parent looking at your child that has been in your four walls for 18 years, and you look at them and say, they're not ready for the world. And that's not shame. What I'm saying is start with the end in mind.
That's right. Well, I'll tell you, when I was at Focus on the Family, there was a lot of different research that we would do, and really looking at the American family through lots of different resources and marketing and data and all of those kinds of things. And we would take some of that and we would do workshops and obviously create curriculum and some resources while we were there. But it was interesting when we got families kind of out of the noise of just life and schedules and busyness. And when we asked them their aspirations for their kids, it wasn't necessarily college. It wasn't the American dream. It was with eternity in mind. It's like, I want my child to have a personal relationship with Jesus. And when you could get there to that point with them, then you're like, so what are you doing today? If you look at your calendar today and all the busyness, what about your schedule reflects that? And it's like a hard smack across the head of, oh my goodness, like who have I outsourced that to? And you can't. Like when you look at the role that mothers and fathers play in that, and I think that is having the end in mind. So I think the first thing for us being a Christ-centered organization is what are you doing so your son or your daughter can know Jesus Christ? Right? And do they see it modeled, right? 24/7 through your own. It's like Deuteronomy 6, to love the Lord your God with all your heart, strength, mind, and soul, and then impress these things upon your kids. So I love what you're saying, Kelly. It is with the end in mind, but don't stop can we just get that box checked?
Absolutely.
Right?
That's
it
the
is
highest and most powerful.
Right.
But it's also, I want my son to be respectful, have character, have integrity, to have stick-to-itiveness, to have it's all of these things that build the masculinity picture. I've been saying a lot lately that masculinity is not what it looks like. It's not Thor walking by.
Although he looked very masculine.
From our outward,
I'm like, dang, man, he looks great.
But we don't know. We know he's in the gym a little bit.
Yes.
But we don't know. He might play video games every night, right? He may not be able to share his feelings with other people.
Right.
He may lack integrity. And I'm not, like, nobody knows who we're talking about. And I'm not talking about him because I don't want him to come over here and beat me up.
Right.
But like it's all of those characteristics you want him to live out in his life.
Right.
To be a provider, to be a protector, to be prince and prophet of his family.
Yep.
To fall in love with a princess and go win her heart. Right. All of those things you want for your son. Have you taken the time to start with the end in mind and write those things down?
Yeah.
And then compare it to their calendar and your calendar. And where we're outsourcing this stuff.
Yeah.
We tell public school in particular, we tell our kids to respect adults, to respect authority, and then we go sit them down with some purple-haired teacher who's fresh out of college. And my CEO is right there. I don't know if I want him to hear what I was about to say. No, just kidding. Hey, Mark, you crushed it, by the way.
Dude, you were amazing.
Crushed it, Ville.
Oh.
Yeah.
You have to watch the first part of this. We did that. We thought you did an incredible job.
It's good.
So Mark just walked on the scene for those watching us.
But we outsource, like, to your point.
You're right. We have.
Outsource it to people who don't share our value systems.
Right.
That don't share our belief systems. That don't share our worldview. That don't. You said yesterday, how unbelievable is it that we have to work to get the American flag back into school.
Right.
To get the Pledge of Allegiance back in school.
Right.
And yet we're outsourcing it, and we think that that's somehow through busyness of life, through unintentionality, through all of the ways that we're pulled as parents. And so, listen, we understand these things. We understand what it means to put food on the table and have to work extra hours and struggle through everything. And maybe you even have to go drive Ubers on the weekend. We understand all of that. We've been there. We know what that is like. However, intentionality has to meet your parenthood.
Well, and again, this is what I love about Trail Life, because this isn't about one more program. This is like we want to cut through all of that, and this is where Christ-centered is so very important. And I think you see this is in Jesus' teaching. You see this with Jesus' interaction with the rich young ruler. Like, ultimately, he's like, are you keeping the commandments? And like, yeah, I'm keeping the commandments. But then he gets to the heart of it. But are you doing this? And he walked away. Jesus allowed him to walk away. So I think those are the things of, like, we can gain the entire world. We can do all the right things, but yet completely miss the eternal perspective that we have in terms of the way that we raise our children, especially raise our young men. So that's one of the things I love about Trail Life, is this isn't just about outdoor adventure. This isn't just about looking at boys and understanding that, you know, they're in crisis and we've got to provide some outdoor. It is like, let's find great ways for you to discover your why, discover who you are in your purpose, and understanding that Jesus has written your story, that God has already written your story. And with courage, we want you to face whatever that is, whatever God has for you in that. And that's what I love about what we get to do, and the partnering that we do with churches in doing that. I think that's the beautiful part of that. It is with the end in mind.
Yeah. I want to kind of, and we can keep going for a while, but just in terms of thinking through, but we got some interviews coming up.
We do.
And that sort of thing. I want to talk about this moment again, because I think it speaks directly to the heart of the masculine heart, and that is that a man of God has to take a swing at some point.
Say that again.
Has to take the big swing.
Right.
In their life.
Yes.
And that's true in their parenthood, and that's true here. This is what Trail Life is here doing. We're taking a big swing. We're putting all the things. We talk about that lead with your chest. We talk about be bold, be courageous, stick-to-itiveness. and seeing Mark on stage, in the biggest stage that we've been on as an organization, probably not Mark, but we've been on it as an organization, is an opportunity to live out what we teach, preach.
We do.
In taking a big swing, and so
even us sitting here.
So if you're part of the Trail Life family, and you're a volunteer out there, and you pour your heart and soul, I just want to ask you to pray with us and for the results that happen. That God will bless the work of our hands while we're here, and we will see massive growth. In churches, because the goal is to be 30 miles from every boy in America, and join us in believing that we're going to get there in the next by 2030.
Right.
32.
Yeah.
2032.
2032.
Yeah.
But think about, and again, let's go back. Less than 10% of U.S. churches report an active men's ministry. What if in the next 5 years, Barna does another report and it's no longer 10%? What if we get to 20%, 25%? Again, I think this is the beauty in the moment that we're saying, you know what? This is how it has existed for the last however many decades or generations. But for me in my house and this generation, we're putting our foot down. We're drawing a line in the sand, and we're like, not on our watch. And that's, I think that's what you're saying, and I think that's why we're here. We don't want to be the best kept secret in the U.S. at all.
That's right.
And so that is, like, you talk about put the sheepskin out on the
the ground.
On the ground is we want a troop within 30 miles of 90% of the boys in the U.S. in the next 6 years. We've got work to do, right? That's a lofty God-sized goal. That is not a human-sized goal. That is a God-sized goal.
It's big and hairy.
It is.
Yeah.
It is
audacious.
It is audacious, and so I think that's what we're leaning into. And that, again, I love that you brought that back around, Kelly, because that's why we're here.
That's right.
And we can't do it.
No.
Apart from ourselves, it's not human. It's not a human effort. It's really a God effort, because we're seeing the data, we're seeing the statistics, and we're saying, man, we're not happy. We're not pleased with that. We can do better.
Yeah, I would lean off of what you just said. When we look at this data, when we look at where boys are, you can walk by 35% of men 34 and below still live with their parents, and they don't have a job, and they're not looking for a job. Can we just say, as a society, we're not happy with the state of manhood, and we have to do something about it?
We do.
Well, we've rolled out the Live Your Why Challenge. That's part of what this is. Men are isolated, and the Live Your Why Challenge, it's on the Why Matters website. V-Y-Matters. We have the Live Your Why Challenge, and we're trying to confront a couple of these things. We're trying to confront the isolation issue and the purpose issue. We're back to guided, grounded, appreciated, and inspired. But let's help men not be isolated. Grab a couple guys and say, hey, we're just going to meet once a week, and we're going to start working through this. And out of that Live Your Why Challenge, we have a why markers idea, which goes back to what you were talking about, Kelly. What does it mean to be a man? And it's Trail Life, where we're going to take a stab at those why markers. What are the markers of manhood, and how do we live those out? And so we're planning to have a second campaign after this Live Your Why Challenge to continue to have those discussions as men of what does it mean to be a man, and how do we challenge each other? How does iron sharpen iron?
That's right.
That we can continue to lean into this together.
I had a conversation with Mark, and this was probably a little over a year ago, and we talked about going to a men's conference. And typically when you go to a men's conference, it feels like you're not doing enough.
Right.
And you go to a women's conference, and it's like you're a princess of the Most High King, and he loves you.
Yes.
And there's a balance there, because, like, we're not here to shame men or shame dads, but we are here to challenge men and challenge boys.
Challenge.
That is, we're here to challenge and say, God has more in store for you. God has more in store for your family. God has more in store for your relationship with your son than you could ever ask, dream, or imagine. But it's a challenge to get there. We are asking you to rise up. We are asking you to take a step to you know what? You said something. To put your feet down, to put 2 feet firmly on the rock and say, As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. If you somehow feel shame on that, I would ask you to embrace not the voice of the enemy that is condemnation.
Amen.
But the still small voice of the Holy Spirit that says something inside of me needs to raise up.
Yes. Yes.
Something inside of me needs to rise.
Yes.
And it matters for me, and it matters for my family, and it matters for generations and generations and generations to come of the people who will carry my last name.
Absolutely. That's well said.
Yeah.
That's good. All right, I think we need to go to break.
I need a break.
We need a break.
I need a little boys' room.
It's been really good. Hopefully you've really have enjoyed this conversation. Again, comment. Love to hear your thoughts or feedback. Maybe something that a topic we could tackle. We have our notes and our agenda, but I would love to hear if anyone has any comments out there.
Yeah, we
could tackle.
We need to figure out how to do that.
I can look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also need to get that Why Matters website online so people can go to it and embrace that challenge. If we could scroll that across the screen from time to time, if we're doing that, that'd be great.
And by the way, we have gear. So the Why Matters t-shirt, you can actually go to the Why-Matters
the-y-matters.com.
Coffee cups, hats, t-shirts, black t-shirts, white t-shirts, gray t-shirts.
That's actually true.
Polos. We've got koozie covers. We've got coffee mugs. We've got pins and lighters. And no, we don't have any lighters.
I think you've
because
gone
we
too
rub
far,
sticks
Kelly.
together in trail life. we use flint.
That's right. We use flint.
Like real men, flint.
All right. Thanks for hanging out with us. We will be back.
My favorite part about trail life is that as a homeschool father, I don't have as many opportunities for my son to interact with other boys his age. Being in trail life allows him to be around other boys his age and learn more about how to interact with them in a godly way. And I really appreciate the way trail life has God just baked in from the very beginning, and it's not just tacked on as an afterthought, but it is the cornerstone and foundation of what we're out here to do. It's about teaching the boys to honor their God and respect Him as He has asked us to do.
Hi, we're the Wow Brothers, and we're partnering with Trail Life USA to bring you trail hacks, essential tips you need to know in order to be a better trailman. In this episode, we're going to teach you the 10 essential items you need the next time you hit the trail. There's a fine line between being underprepared and overprepared. If you don't bring the right gear along on your adventure, you'll definitely regret it. But on the other hand, if you bring too much gear, your pack's going to drag you down. The top 10 essentials are 10 key items you need for any hiking trip, and they will cover all your bases without slowing you down in the process. First things first, on any adventure you need to know where you are and where you're going, or else you might end up lost. The first essential is navigation. Always pack a compass and a map of your local area. Know where you are, where you're going, and be sure to let others know as well. Essential number 2, sun protection. We live in Florida, the Sunshine State, but no matter where you are, you need to have a good plan for sun protection. Make sure to bring sunscreen, 30 SPF or higher, and a good pair of sunglasses. You could also bring an SPF shirt or cap. Essential number 3, insulation. It's not always sunny out. The cold can be just as dangerous as the heat. Make sure to bring extra clothing and insulation in case of a sudden turn in weather. Make wise decisions and take proper insulated clothing depending on your environment. Essential number 4, first aid. The first necessity to any adventure is to stay uninjured. But you can never tell when an accident might happen. Even the best of us make mistakes. The next essential is having a first aid kit and knowing how to use it properly. Essential number 5, illumination. Nothing's worse than getting caught in the dark without a light. Make sure to keep a reliable flashlight well charged in your backpack at all times, preferably a headlamp, and one that's weatherproof. This is especially important during the winter months when you have less hours of daylight. Essential number 6, repair kit and tools. A sturdy knife is one of the most important of the 10 essentials. It is crucial for gear repair, food preparation, first aid, and the list goes on. Essential number 7, fire. You never know what kind of conditions you will face on your adventure. Whether it's dry or maybe wet and rainy, at some point you're going to need to get a fire started. Now, a fire can be started by using flint, a lighter, or even friction. One of the most reliable fire starters is a pack of waterproof matches. Make sure you keep these handy in your backpack. Essential number 8, hydration. Without water on the trail, you are toast. Always make sure to bring one full water bottle per person and an extra collapsible water reservoir to refill your water supply if you come across a clean water source. Essential number 9, nutrition. Adventures take up a lot of calories. On the trail, it is important to bring along something to refuel your body with. Pack snacks, preferably healthy snacks, and be prepared to bring some extra. Have enough food for a whole day because you never know if you will need it or if you need to share with others. Essential number 10, emergency shelter. The weather is unpredictable and we've all had experience with this. Rain, snow, or even hail has a way of regularly interrupting our plans on the trail. The last of the 10 essentials is some form of emergency shelter. This could be a tarp, bivy sack, or even a space blanket. Anything you can use to throw up a quick shelter and get out of the elements. There you have it, the top 10 essential items you need on the trail. Now you can have peace of mind knowing that whatever comes your way on your adventure, you're ready for it. Now it's time to hit the trail. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you want to learn more about trail life and how to become a trailman in your local troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about the Wild Brothers, go to wildbrothersproductions.com to see more of our adventures.
Hey guys, Wild Brothers here. Today we're stuck on this beach. We don't know how long we're gonna be here. It could be a few hours, it could be overnight. And so in the meantime, we're gonna set up camp, which means doing 3 things. We're gonna set up a shelter, find some food, and get a nice, good fire going. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right guys, well we're here. We need to make the most of the daylight hours, and so let's get started setting up camp. It's time to delegate some responsibilities. Hudson, if you'd be in charge of getting food, that'd be great. Kian, if you could be in charge of getting the fire going, that'd be sweet. And Asher, if you could stick with me, we'll be responsible for setting up our shelter. All right, is that all clear?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so we need to find some shelter, and Morgan, I'm thinking that we should actually maybe stay clear of the beach just because I think the tide might rise and also the ground's uneven.
Yep.
Plus, it's so windy out, it might be kind of hard when you get the fire going.
Sounds
so I'm thinking we can maybe go inland and see if we can get through the first layer of trees, and that can be where we make shelter. Hey Morgan, this actually isn't a half bad spot right here.
I like it a lot. It's protected from the wind, still a view of the ocean.
Yeah, and it's nice and cleared out.
Now, today we're gonna be making an A-frame shelter. A-frame shelters are pretty easy and they're great on the trail. Typically it consists of 2 Y poles, 1 pole across the top, and then a simple tarp that you can drape over it and then attach from the 4 corners. Now, A-frame shelters we used to make all the time growing up in the jungle. We'd be out on the trail hiking in the virgin jungles of Southeast Asia, and all we had to do was stop, take about 20 minutes, and we could quickly whip up one of these. Now, for today, looking at this area right here, it's actually gonna be a lot easier to take advantage of these 2 trees. We're gonna use these trees, and instead of getting a pole across, we're just going to tighten a rope from the top, drape the tarp over, secure it from the 4 corners as we normally would, and that'll be our shelter. That's about it. Before making a campsite, make sure to look above for any signs of deadfall, also known as widowmakers. Perfect, Asher. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna be using a trucker hitch today to attach our line to tree B. Asher has it secured to tree A, this is tree B, and we wanna get it nice and snug. So here's a great way to do that. First, we're gonna take our line here and we're gonna make a little loop like this. Then we're gonna pull this part of the rope through, like so. Now we have a little loop here, and we're gonna take the rest of the rope, we're gonna wrap it around the tree like this, and we're gonna bring this part of the rope through. Do this, just cinch it until you get a nice tight line. Look at that. You can tie rope across that if you want. You're gonna pinch this part with your forefinger and thumb next, and we're just gonna loop this rope through like this to create one more little loop. It's not going anywhere. If you wanna run this around one more time, you can, to create a secondary knot. And then any excess rope you can just tie to the tree or just have it free hanging. That's it, that's the trucker's hitch, and this is gonna allow for a nice secure top line. Now we can drape our tarp over it. Now it's time to secure the 4 corners of the tarp. The knot we're gonna be using for that is a half hitch. It's about the easiest knot you can learn, I'll show you. For a half hitch, we're gonna take our rope, we're gonna go underneath through the eye of the tarp corner. We're gonna bring this part underneath and out again, and then we're just gonna cinch this tight like so. It's a pretty intuitive knot. And then if you want to, you can even take this rope and do a second little half hitch over it just to lock it in. The wind's actually picking up, and I think a storm's brewing, so we're about to get some rain, so it's important that we finish this up fast.
Shelters are super important when you're on an adventure, just because they provide that area of just safety and comfort. And that's really, honestly, what God is for in the life of a Christian. God describes himself as our sanctuary, our refuge. And that's super encouraging, because we know that in this life there's going to be all kinds of trials, elements that come our way. We know that for the Christian, no matter what's going on in our life, we know that God's always there looking out for us, protecting us, for those who love him. And so, you know, this is a great shelter for the night, and hopefully it'll take care of us, but God's going to take care of us forever. And so that's a real comfort.
Time to chill and take a break. A well-earned break. Good job, Asher.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
And if you're interested in learning more about partnering with Trail Life USA or becoming a member yourself, a member of a troop, visit traillifeusa.com to learn more there. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and seeing some more of our adventures, visit wildbrothersproductions.com.
Catch you guys later.
Hey guys, Morgan Wild here. Today I'm at home and I'm getting ready for a backpacking trip. In today's episode, I'm going to be showing you how to properly pack your backpack. You're watching Trail Hacks. On the trail, your backpack is your best friend. Ideally, you should have everything in your backpack to have a safe and fun adventure. Now, we encourage that you always bring along the top 10 essentials. And if you're wondering what are the top 10 essentials, look in the description below. There should be a link that'll take you to a video that goes over those in more detail. Here I have some of those. Now today, I'm not going on a long trip, and so that is represented by everything laid out on the table. I have some water, some food, a little bit of sleeping gear, an emergency shelter. There's a lot of things here on the table, and all these have to make it inside my backpack. But I'm gonna have to prioritize first what goes where. My sleeping hammock and my warm weather gear. This is stuff that I'm gonna be using at the very end of the day, and so I don't want this at the top, because I'm gonna have to be shuffling, getting through it in order to get to things on the bottom, like my snacks. My snacks, that's gonna be one of the first things I use during my hike, and so I want this near the top. I also want my water more accessible. I also want my matches more accessible, and sunscreen. Those would not be smart items to put in the bottom. So prioritizing what goes where is important. The higher priority, the higher up in the backpack it needs to go. Keeping priority in mind, what goes where, it's now time to pack our backpack. And I recommend that you trailmen use what I call the sandwich principle. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, think about it. What does a sandwich look like? You have a bottom piece of bread that's pretty light, then the middle is comprised by heavier, denser fillings, and then you have a topper, another piece of bread that finishes off your sandwich. Well, when you think of your backpack, you should think of it like a sandwich. You want to have lighter objects on the bottom. You want the middle to be comprised of heavier, denser objects, like you're filling in the sandwich, and then you want the top of the backpack to be topped off with another section of lighter objects, like a sandwich. Light, heavy, light. This is gonna help a lot with your center of gravity, and it's gonna make your backpacking experience a whole lot better. So let's implement the sandwich principle right now. Here is my warm weather gear and my hammock that I'm gonna be sleeping. This is low on the priority, and it also happens to be lightweight, so this is perfect. I'm gonna put this on the bottom of my backpack, and that's gonna be that first piece of bread. Now we come to the middle of the backpack, and this is the much bigger section, so we're gonna prioritize all of our heavy items. Here I have my emergency shelter, this big tarp. I have the first aid kit, and also some cooking gear. All these things are pretty bulky, kind of heavy, so I wanna put this near the middle. Now we come to the last piece of the bread, this final top section. And for this, we're gonna wanna put our snacks. This is high on the priority list, and some of these other items. Now you might be looking at this water going, wait a minute, what about that? Not only is this heavy, but it's also high priority. So do we break the sandwich principle? Does this go on top, or what do we do with this? In this case, you can do different things, but I would encourage a bladder like this just actually sliding down in between everything up against the back of the backpack. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna be pressed firmly against your back, and that's just gonna help keep the center of gravity in the right place. All right, the last step is to cinch everything down and make sure that your backpack is secure, that there's not bulges or anything hanging off any kind of straps. It's important to do this because when you're on the trail, you don't want your backpack snagging on branches, and you also want it to be streamlined so that in the case that there's weather, foul weather, and there's rain especially, your waterproof case will roll right on with no issues. If you've done all these things, you're well on your way to have a great backpacking experience. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA and how to join a local troop in your area, head over to traillifeusa.com. If you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and some of our adventures, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com.
Awesome. Welcome back to the Trail Life booth here on Radio Row, Media Row at AmericaFest. I'm so excited for my next guest, the third of our interviews, but the first person that I thought of when we said we were going to have Freedom Rangeman coming. Mr. Blaze Fuller, everybody. Say hey, Blaze.
Hi, but hi, y'all. How you doing? First time on an interview, so you'll have to forgive me.
No, that's awesome. Fantastic. I'll tell you what, I had the opportunity to work with you in Greenville. And when we started talking about Freedom Rangeman that we wanted to come, Alex and I were in a meeting, and Alex and I looked at each other and said, Blaze Fuller.
Oh, boy.
We think you're an incredible representation of what it means. You're the product of Trail Life. You're the hope of what we're going to turn out. And so, everybody, welcome to Blaze. Blaze, give us your stats. Give us your details, you know, your wife's name, kids, all of them. No.
Well, first of all, I'm saying you guys don't have to worry about that. I've been in Trail Life for 10 years, y'all. It's been a fantastic program. I started in the second year of Hawks. I was 8 years old. Joined Trail Life, one troop, stayed there for a while, had a little bit of difficulty with that troop, worked through it all, joined another troop, helped start this troop, was with that troop for 4.5 years.
Awesome. And when did you get your freedom?
I earned my freedom this May, so I'm a relatively new Freedom Rangeman.
Awesome, fantastic. And tell us about your standard. Your standard is like the coolest standard probably in all of Trail Life. He walked up. It is a true weapon, so tell us about your standard.
So unfortunately, I'm not able to have my standard here. My standard is an ice axe. Inspired by some Western trips that me and my family took. It's 2023. I was debating. I'd been in Trail Life for a long time. Didn't have a standard because I'd never really settled down to think about it. And we were visiting with the family to Mount Rainier National Park, and I was in the museum looking through the old climbing equipment. Saw an ice axe and was inspired to build my own.
Fantastic. So take us through that process. What did you do to build this thing?
So first of all, as with everything good, it started with a lot of research, looking at different designs, trying to put my plan together. I work a lot based off of what I see. So if I can see something, I can build something. So I was working off of pictures. I had minor experience welding, cutting metal, that sort of stuff, thanks to my dad.
So wait a second. You're saying you didn't go buy a head to put on this thing? You actually forged this
That
thing?
is correct.
Out of hard steel?
At a hard steel, yeah. It was difficult. But yes, the head came together. I didn't forge it. I don't have that equipment. But I welded it all together and then formed it with files and other power tools.
Oh, man, that's fantastic. And in the bottom of it's got something really cool, too.
So as with all ice axe, it has a spike on the bottom for the use of sticking it into the ice so you don't slip and slide around. It took me about 3 months to complete.
Fantastic. So you didn't give us your stats, though. So tell us how old you are.
Oh, yeah. I'm 18 years old. Yeah.
Yeah. He's single, ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I want to jump to, so trail life is all about adventure, character, and leadership.
Yes.
Right? And so let's start with adventure and the best adventure you've been on in your trail life career.
Ooh, the best adventure? That's a difficult question. I've been on a lot of ventures with trail life. I've also been on a lot of ventures with my family.
Yeah.
But I remember distinctly my first backpacking trip with trail life.
Yeah.
First backpacking trip without my dad. So
Okay.
this experience, I don't remember exactly what year it was. I remember I was back with Troop 23 in South Carolina, and we were backpacking. Just a very short trip, but it was dark, it was cold, and it was rainy. And I was alone with the troop without my father, and that certainly stretched me, tried me. People were puking on the mountain roads going up, so it was definitely an experience.
Yeah. So, and how did that form you? That adventure, or all the adventures that you've been on?
So first of all, I made it through that adventure, and I think that takeaway was very important for me. Without my dad, he is and was a big part of me.
Right.
So it taught me that I can function without him and still be successful.
Gotcha. By the way, how are you feeling about AmericaFest?
How am I feeling about AmericaFest?
Yeah. So you're here. It's wild, right?
It's a lot more people than I anticipated. I knew it was going to be a very large crowd, but all the vendors and everything's just been very good. I've enjoyed my experience. I've been blessed to be here. Thank you, Trail Life, for providing this opportunity I have to be here. But it's been a fantastic experience.
Awesome. And so what do you think about their messaging and tying in with what you've learned and what you've been a part of with Trail Life?
Ooh. So I think that Turning Point and Trail Life have very, very common goals. To create men of integrity, grow true men, not just, male characters in this world. Grow the men of tomorrow to be able to lead their country, and not only lead their country, but more importantly, lead their family. If the family's in order, the country will be in order.
Yeah, fantastic. Character. How has Trail Life shaped your character? So you were talking about it a little bit with Turning Point and how they share some of those same values. How's it shaped your character?
Shaped my character. I'm going to admit one of my strongest both weaknesses and benefits is I'm very confident. Now, confidence can be depicted as pride, but it can also it has its benefits.
Yeah.
So it's helped temper the pride in me to remind me that I am under God, under other authorities.
Yeah.
So it's really taught me how to hold my place and not.
So are you saying that you have grown in your confidence through Trail Life, or has it shown you how to tamp down?
Yeah, it's tempered my my confidence. I used to be a very proud individual. I used to be very forward and almost in a disrespectful way, but it's tempered that and to bring it into a confidence where I'm willing to talk to people, but I'm also able to take the lower seat in that conversation.
Is that? Like what was it about Trail Life that allowed you to kind of bring you back down to a little bit of a reality? There's a difference between confidence and pride.
There
right?
is. Yes.
There's a big difference.
Yes.
And so, what pulled some of that pride away?
So a lot of it was interacting with the older leadership, meaning my adults, my father figures around me. They helped teach me that I had a lot to learn still. But that was probably the main. Being around men, just me being a boy, just brought me, reminded me that I'm only 18, and so it kept me humble.
By the way, I gave Blaze specific instructions for this interview. He had to lower his seat down all the way. How tall are you, Blaze?
I'm like 6'3" and a half.
There's no way you're 6'3". It's more like 6'10".
I don't know about that.
He would argue with me.
I would.
Okay.
Maybe you're just short.
Ouch.
You're okay. I'll give you average.
Average male size. That's right. Everything's made for me.
He makes up for what within height. He makes up within character.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
At least personality, if not character.
I choose character.
Yeah. Awesome. So pulled some pride away from you. That's an interesting thing. What did that? So you said being around some other people and all the things. Were there moments that you can point to?
I'd have to think about that one a little bit. I've had some experiences outside of Trail Life and inside of Trail Life that just, embarrassed me in a good way. It taught me to take a back seat a little bit.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's fantastic. Adventure character leadership.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that really stuck out in my mind is your ability to lead. It seems natural, and I think I don't believe we have. I believe we do have the Tim Tebows of the world who are born leaders.
Yes.
I think you got some of that. And then there's people who can develop into leadership.
Yes.
By learning the tools and the principles of leadership. And you seem like, to me, the first time I met you, I was like, man, that dude could run for president one day. That
I'd love to, by the way. I'd love to.
Oh, awesome. That dude could run for president one day. That dude could command a troop in the Army one day. Not saying that you're going there. By the way, what are your career goals?
Currently, I'm out of high school, working full time for a local internet provider as a line locator. I don't intend to stay there very long.
Right.
That's just my launching pad. I'd like to start my own company, clearing trees and removing, lot clearing.
Oh,
so
I love that.
That's my goal.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Why that?
Well, I enjoy it. Our family heats our house with wood, so I've been doing that for my entire life.
Okay.
And, I love the equipment. Love transforming something ugly or less than beautiful into something beautiful, bringing it to order.
Yeah, bringing it to order. What God called man to do, right?
Yes,
that's right.
Yes.
So back to leadership. What do you feel like? What has Trail Life taught you in terms of leadership, and how did that develop within you? And somebody I see like got a little bit of Tim Tebow in the world. Like if you told a group of guys, hey, we're going to go take that hill, we're going to take that hill.
Yeah.
You just have a little bit of that naturally in you.
Yes. So I would say, first of all, I'm the oldest of 6 siblings, so there's 6 of us total. And being the eldest child, you have to have a little bit of that, go-getter and follow or helping lead your siblings, setting an example for them. And I would say that was where I was kind of instilled my leadership in me. Trail Life kind of distilled that out of me. I was first officer for, I want to say 3 years in our program, which is a long time for first officer, but I was the oldest boy in our troop for a while. And that time as first officer not only, stretched me and grew me, but it also taught me how to lead boys. And, not only boys, but how people are different. And people being different is an interesting aspect of a leadership. And leadership is not, dragging people behind you. Leadership is bonding people together to form an effective team for some sort of goal. Be that attacking a mountain or
Yeah. Man, that's really good. So one of the things I've been impressed by all 3 Freedom Rangemen is you guys sit down at this table and you give like John Maxwell level pearls to drop on leadership. Say that again. Like leadership's not dragging people behind you.
Correct.
Kicking and screaming and hating the journey.
I would say leadership is also not, just expecting people to follow you, and it's not pushing people from behind. Leadership, you have to engage. You have to be with those who you are leading.
Yeah. Awesome. How have you seen that practically play out?
So
in the Trail Life context.
In Trail Life context. Okay. Yeah. So being first officer, I had a lot of, I had a lot of boys under me at different times. I know some boys are the boys you have to give attention to.
Yeah.
And that's how you get the best out of them. Some boys you have to ignore in a good way to pull the good out of them. So that's where it's difficult to lead without knowing the people you're working with.
Yeah. And so in Trail Life, there's this patrol method, right?
Correct.
And so you had the opportunity to follow other leaders.
Yes.
And you had the opportunity to be a leader.
Okay.
And there's a learning process on both sides of the aisle. Actually, following helps you become a better leader,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that process and kind of what you learned from it.
The process of following or what?
Following and how that played into your leadership.
So following, I haven't had a lot of people I've followed. I follow my father I follow right in his footsteps. So I give a lot of the credit of learning how to follow from him, take instruction from that. I've followed in other cases, and I've not done a good job of it. And I've realized that recently, in the last year or so, that to be a good leader, you have to be willing to submit to the leadership of others, be that parents, teachers, Mr. Kelly here at this event, or other...
Mr. Kelly.
Yes, and that's part of me. That referring to people as Mr. is part of me reminding myself of what respect level I have to hold for them and what position they are in over me.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way.
So, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. But Trail Life gives you this incredible opportunity to be on both sides of the coin and kind of define that which was naturally in you already.
Yes.
Right? Like I said, I think you had some born leadership within you. You got first child syndrome with a lot of childs behind you, right?
The blessings and curses of it.
Shout out.
Yeah, not to you.
Tell me your
family.
brothers and sisters' names.
So my sister, I've got 2 sisters. They're directly under me. They're Harmony and Mercy.
Awesome.
Under that, I have Pierce. Pierce is in Trail Life.
Yeah.
He's a second-year navigator. Slate is a first-year mountain lion, and then Brace is a first-year fox, which I have the pleasure of leading in our local troop.
Oh man, that's fantastic. So you're still, you didn't just age out.
That's correct.
You're still giving back into the troop.
Yes. The troop's given a lot to me, and now I have the knowledge to give back to the troop, and not only give back to the troop, but I'm still being mentored by the men around me.
Yeah, man, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. All right, Blaze, wrapping up.
Okay.
I want you to look in that camera.
All right.
That is the world camera.
All right.
That's the whole world is listening and watching.
Oh, boy.
Just to give you a little bit of pressure. Watch this Freedom Rangeman step into this moment right here. No pressure.
Lord help me.
I'm trying to build up the moment.
Oh, yeah, build up the pressure for me.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, so 60 seconds. I want you to talk to the young trailman out there. I want you to speak to his heart. Any message you want to give him, but to that trailman.
All right. Well, trailmen, wherever you are out there, first of all, I want to remind you that you can do it. Not only you, though, you have to submit to the Lord Jesus first. Without Him, you're gonna have struggles. I fought that battle for a while, and I had finally had to submit. I finally had to break, and without that breaking process, you're gonna have difficulty in life. So I encourage you to first submit to the Lord Jesus. Finally, or not finally, but next, I would encourage you to press on. Without the commitment and without the go-getterness of that you can provide, you're not going to get as much as you can out of Trail Life.
That's good.
So I would encourage you to, press on and not give up. You're supposed to be a man. Men step up and lead, but I understand that that's hard. So I'd encourage you to do that. That's about all I have for.
All right. Trailman. That's good. 60 seconds, bud.
What was that? 60 seconds?
I was close.
Oh, okay.
So 60 seconds.
45.
Well, something like that. Yeah. I didn't have a clock on it. No. But you did great.
Okay, good.
So 60 seconds. Your message to the world. Anything you want to say to the world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right, world. Well, first of all, please don't fall apart on me.
That is
valid.
Good. Yeah, it's very valid.
There's a lot of struggles in the world right now. We have a lot of people telling us this or that, or talking down to one person or another, Lord. But you need to focus on one person and one person only, and that's Jesus Christ. Without Him, you're all going to fall apart. And it's a hard thing to do. It's an easy thing to say, but you have to submit. You have to try to unite, and with uniting, there's going to be strife. There's going to be battles and there's going to be tensions, but we have to work through that. Be willing to talk through those problems, and doing that, grow closer together.
Awesome. 60 seconds. Anything you want to say, Mom and Dad?
Oh, Mom and Dad. Oh, wow. Well, first of all, Mom and Dad, thank you. You've done a ton for me. First of all, you put me in Trail Life. Without you guys, I wouldn't have been here to have all these experiences, up to and including being here at Turning Point this year. Dad, thank you for kicking me in the seat of the pants when I needed it. When I got lazy or stagnant in my Trail Life journey, you reminded me that I needed to keep going. I couldn't give up. Mom, you were always there behind me, supporting me, feeding me, clothing me, reminding me that I am enough and I can do what I need to. Y'all have really been my greatest supporters, and I thank y'all immensely.
And moms, I don't believe feeding Blaze was an easy task.
It was easier than others.
Really?
But it was necessary.
It was necessary.
It was necessary. I couldn't be where I was without you guys. So thank you.
One of the things in just listening to your talk is this refinement of who you are that I've heard from the things that you've said. and the ability that it seems like you have to embrace it. And that's not always easy to do, and you probably didn't always do it well.
Yeah.
But you're in this place where you're recognizing that I'm being formed into the man that's going to lead my family one day, and I want to do that well. And so I want to take constructive criticism. I want to lean into it. So I just want to say, well done, Blaze.
Thank you.
We're excited for you. Any parents out there watching this, listening to this, who will watch it, because this is going to be evergreen on our site and our YouTube channel for many years to come. I just want to say, I think every mom, we talked in the last segment about starting with the end in mind. What characteristics do I want my son to have?
Yes.
And I believe that you're a good example, and I think every mom here wants to see their son turn into an 18-year-old like you, who's accomplished, who understands what it means to be a man and grow into a man. So well done.
Yeah.
You crushed it.
Thank you. I would say to you moms out there, I would encourage you to instill the love of Christ into your boys. Don't force it to them. Let them accept it as it comes. Expose them to it. Don't expect them to, as soon as you say it, absorb it, but just continue to bathe them in it, because it took me a while to finally realize that I needed Jesus. But when I did, all the knowledge that you had already instilled in me, Mom, was fantastic. I'd gathered a lot already from them. So
fantastic. Blaze, you crushed it, man.
Thank you.
We're gonna wait for a countdown here.
Oh, just gonna sit here and wait?
No, he's Johnny on the spot.
All right, thank y'all.
My favorite part about trail life is that as a homeschool father, I don't have as many opportunities for my son to interact with other boys his age. Being in trail life allows him to be around other boys his age and learn more about how to interact with them in a godly way. And I really appreciate the way trail life has God just baked in from the very beginning, and it's not just tacked on as an afterthought, but it is the cornerstone and foundation of what we're out here to do. It's about teaching the boys to honor their God and respect Him as He has asked us to do.
Hi, we're the Wild Brothers, and we're partnering with Trail Life USA to bring you trail hacks, essential tips you need to know in order to be a better trailman. In this episode, we're going to teach you the 10 essential items you need the next time you hit the trail. There's a fine line between being underprepared and overprepared. If you don't bring the right gear along on your adventure, you'll definitely regret it. But on the other hand, if you bring too much gear, your pack's going to drag you down. The top 10 essentials are 10 key items you need for any hiking trip, and they will cover all your bases without slowing you down in the process. First things first, on any adventure you need to know where you are and where you're going, or else you might end up lost. The first essential is navigation. Always pack a compass and a map of your local area. Know where you are, where you're going, and be sure to let others know as well. Essential number 2, sun protection. We live in Florida, the Sunshine State, but no matter where you are, you need to have a good plan for sun protection. Make sure to bring sunscreen, 30 SPF or higher, and a good pair of sunglasses. You could also bring an SPF shirt or cap. Essential number 3, insulation. It's not always sunny out. The cold can be just as dangerous as the heat. Make sure to bring extra clothing and insulation in case of a sudden turn in weather. Make wise decisions and take proper insulated clothing depending on your environment. Essential number 4, first aid. The first necessity to any adventure is to stay uninjured. But you can never tell when an accident might happen. Even the best of us make mistakes. The next essential is having a first aid kit and knowing how to use it properly. Essential number 5, illumination. Nothing's worse than getting caught in the dark without a light. Make sure to keep a reliable flashlight well charged in your backpack at all times, preferably a headlamp and one that's weatherproof. This is especially important during the winter months when you have less hours of daylight. Essential number 6, repair kit and tools. A sturdy knife is one of the most important of the 10 essentials. It is crucial for gear repair, food preparation, first aid, and the list goes on. Essential number 7, fire. You never know what kind of conditions you will face on your adventure. Whether it's dry or maybe wet and rainy, at some point you're going to need to get a fire started. Now, a fire can be started by using flint, a lighter, or even friction. One of the most reliable fire starters is a pack of waterproof matches. Make sure you keep these handy in your backpack. Essential number 8, hydration. Without water on the trail, you are toast. Always make sure to bring 1 full water bottle per person and an extra collapsible water reservoir to refill your water supply if you come across a clean water source. Essential number 9, nutrition. Adventures take up a lot of calories. On the trail, it is important to bring along something to refuel your body with. Pack snacks, preferably healthy snacks, and be prepared to bring some extra. Have enough food for a whole day because you never know if you will need it or if you need to share with others. Essential number 10, emergency shelter. The weather is unpredictable and we've all had experience with this. Rain, snow, or even hail has a way of regularly interrupting our plans on the trail. The last of the 10 essentials is some form of emergency shelter. This could be a tarp, bivy sack, or even a space blanket. Anything you can use to throw up a quick shelter and get out of the elements. There you have it, the top 10 essential items you need on the trail. Now you can have peace of mind knowing that whatever comes your way on your adventure, you're ready for it. Now it's time to hit the trail. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you want to learn more about trail life and how to become a trailman in your local troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about the Wild Brothers, go to wildbrothersproductions.com to see more of our adventures.
Hey guys, Wild Brothers here. Today we're stuck on this beach. We don't know how long we're going to be here. It could be a few hours, it could be overnight. And so in the meantime, we're going to set up camp, which means doing 3 things. We're going to set up a shelter, find some food, and get a nice, good fire going. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right, guys, well, we're here. We need to make the most of the daylight hours, and so let's get started setting up camp. It's time to delegate some responsibilities. Hudson, if you'd be in charge of getting food, that'd be great. Kian, if you could be in charge of getting the fire going, that'd be sweet. And Asher, if you could stick with me, we'll be responsible for setting up our shelter. All right, is that all clear?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so we need to find some shelter, and Morgan, I'm thinking that we should actually maybe stay clear of the beach just because I think the tide might rise and also the ground's uneven.
Yep.
Plus, it's so windy out, it might be kind of hard when you need the fire going.
Sounds
so
good.
I'm thinking we can maybe go inland and see if we can get through the first layer of trees, and that can be where we make shelter. Hey Morgan, this actually isn't a half bad spot right here.
I like it a lot. It's protected from the wind, still a view of the ocean.
Yeah, and it's nice and cleared out.
Now, today we're gonna be making an A-frame shelter. A-frame shelters are pretty easy and they're great on the trail. Typically it consists of 2 Y poles, 1 pole across the top, and then a simple tarp that you can drape over it and then attach from the 4 corners. Now, A-frame shelters we used to make all the time growing up in the jungle. We'd be out on the trail hiking in the virgin jungles of Southeast Asia, and all we had to do was stop, take about 20 minutes, and we could quickly whip up one of these. Now, for today, looking at this area right here, it's actually gonna be a lot easier to take advantage of these 2 trees. We're gonna use these trees, and instead of getting a pole across, we're just going to tighten a rope from the top, drape the tarp over, secure it from the 4 corners as we normally would, and that'll be our shelter. That's about it. Before making a campsite, make sure to look above for any signs of deadfall, also known as widowmakers. Perfect, Asher. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna be using a trucker hitch today to attach our line to tree B. Asher has it secured to tree A, this is tree B, and we wanna get it nice and snug. So here's a great way to do that. First, we're gonna take our line here and we're gonna make a little loop like this. Then we're gonna pull this part of the rope through, like so. Now we have a little loop here, and we're gonna take the rest of the rope, we're gonna wrap it around the tree like this, and we're gonna bring this part of the rope through. Do this, just cinch it until you get a nice tight line like that. You can tie rope across that if you want. You're gonna pinch this part with your forefinger and thumb next, and we're just gonna loop this rope through like this to create one more little loop. It's not going anywhere. If you wanna run this around one more time, you can to create a secondary knot. And then any excess rope you can just tie to the tree or just have it free hanging. That's it, that's the trucker's hitch, and this is gonna allow for a nice secure top line. Now we can drape our tarp over it. Now it's time to secure the 4 corners of the tarp. The knot we're gonna be using for that is a half hitch. It's about the easiest knot you can learn, I'll show you. For a half hitch, we're gonna take our rope, we're gonna go underneath through the eye of the tarp corner. We're gonna bring this part underneath and out again, and then we're just gonna cinch this tight like so. It's a pretty intuitive knot. And then if you want to, you can even take this rope and do a second little half hitch over it just to lock it in. The wind's actually picking up, and I think a storm's brewing, so we're about to get some rain, so it's important that we finish this up fast.
Shelters are super important when you're on an adventure just because they provide that area of just safety and comfort. And that's really, honestly, what God is for in the life of a Christian. God describes himself as our sanctuary, our refuge. And that's super encouraging because we know that in this life there's going to be all kinds of trials, elements that come our way. We know that for the Christian, no matter what's going on in our life, we know that God's always there looking out for us, protecting us, for those who love him. And so, you know, this is a great shelter for the night, and hopefully it'll take care of us, but God's going to take care of us forever. And so that's a real comfort.
Time to chill and take a break. A well-earned break. Good job, Asher.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
And if you're interested in learning more about partnering with Trail Life USA or becoming a member yourself, a member of a troop, visit traillifeusa.com to learn more there. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and seeing some more of our adventures, visit wildbrothersproductions.com.
Catch you guys later.
Hey guys, Morgan Wild here. Today I'm at home and I'm getting ready for a backpacking trip. In today's episode, I'm going to be showing you how to properly pack your backpack. You're watching Trail Hacks. On the trail, your backpack is your best friend. Ideally, you should have everything in your backpack to have a safe and fun adventure. Now, we encourage that you always bring along the top 10 essentials. And if you're wondering what are the top 10 essentials, look in the description below. There should be a link that'll take you to a video that goes over those in more detail. Here I have some of those. Now today, I'm not going on a long trip, and so that is represented by everything laid out on the table. I have some water, some food, a little bit of sleeping gear, an emergency shelter. There's a lot of things here on the table, and all these have to make it inside my backpack. But I'm gonna have to prioritize first what goes where. My sleeping hammock and my warm weather gear. This is stuff that I'm gonna be using at the very end of the day. And so I don't want this at the top because I'm gonna have to be shuffling, getting through it in order to get to things on the bottom like my snacks. My snacks, that's gonna be one of the first things I use during my hike. And so I want this near the top. I also want my water more accessible. I also want my matches more accessible and sunscreen. Those would not be smart items to put in the bottom. So prioritizing what goes where is important. The higher priority, the higher up in the backpack it needs to go. Keeping priority in mind, what goes where, it's now time to pack our backpack. And I recommend that you trailmen use what I call the sandwich principle. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, think about it. What does a sandwich look like? You have a bottom piece of bread that's pretty light, then the middle is comprised by heavier, denser fillings, and then you have a topper, another piece of bread that finishes off your sandwich. Well, when you think of your backpack, you should think of it like a sandwich. You want to have lighter objects on the bottom. You want the middle to be comprised of heavier, denser objects, like you're filling in a sandwich, and then you want the top of the backpack to be topped off with another section of lighter objects, like a sandwich. Light, heavy, light. This is gonna help a lot with your center of gravity, and it's gonna make your backpacking experience a whole lot better. So let's implement the sandwich principle right now. Here is my warm weather gear and my hammock that I'm gonna be sleeping in. This is low on the priority, and it also happens to be lightweight, so this is perfect. I'm gonna put this on the bottom of my backpack, and that's gonna be that first piece of bread. Now we come to the middle of the backpack, and this is the much bigger section, so we're gonna prioritize all of our heavy items. Here I have my emergency shelter, this big tarp. I have the first aid kit, and also some cooking gear. All these things are pretty bulky, kind of heavy, so I wanna put this near the middle. Now we come to the last piece of the bread, this final top section. And for this, we're gonna wanna put our snacks. This is high on the priority list, and some of these other items. Now you might be looking at this water going, wait a minute, what about that? Not only is this heavy, but it's also high priority. So do we break the sandwich principle? Does this go on top, or what do we do with this? In this case, you can do different things, but I would encourage a bladder like this, just actually sliding down in between everything up against the back of the backpack. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna be pressed firmly against your back, and that's just gonna help keep the center of gravity in the right place. All right, the last step is to cinch everything down and make sure that your backpack is secure, that there's not bulges or anything hanging off any kind of straps. It's important to do this because when you're on the trail, you don't want your backpack snagging on branches, and you also want it to be streamlined so that in the case that there's weather, foul weather, and there's rain especially, your waterproof case will roll right on with no issues. If you've done all these things, you're well on your way to have a great backpacking experience. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA and how to join a local troop in your area, head over to traillifeusa.com. If you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and some of our adventures, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
Trail life, the boys grow spiritually, physically, mentally.
Christ is their hero, not us so much, but that we point them to Christ so that they can go off and raise the next generation.
Other than my guidance at home as their father and Christ, I see it as the third largest thing that has molded them to be growing into men.
All right, welcome back to the AmericaFest Trail Life Media Row Table of Truth. And I probably shouldn't have called it the Table of Truth, because with me right now is my beautiful, wonderful love of my life, Tiffany Love. And so I am just excited to have you here. And one of the reasons is because I think you can speak to the heart of a mom who appreciates raising masculine boys in a way that a lot of moms probably can't articulate those things, but we talk about them all the time because I work at Trail Life. And so introduce yourself.
I'm Tiffany Love. I'm Kelly Love's wife, and we are parents of 5 children, but we have 2 boys currently in Trail Life. So
that's right.
They are of younger age. So yeah, we love Trail Life and our local troop and what they're doing for our boys.
So tell me, why was it important when I started working at Trail Life? Actually, before I started working at Trail Life, you found out about a Trail Life troop, and immediately you were like, Beckham, our 9-year-old, needs to be in Trail Life immediately. And what was that feeling?
Well, I think as a mother, we're constantly struggling with this screen addiction thing, this gaming, all of these things that are taking our kids hostage, it feels like sometimes. And I think, I was just looking for something where the boys could be boys and they could just enjoy the outdoors and get away from a TV, away from a gaming system, and fellowship with other boys as well. So as homeschoolers, they don't get to roughhouse around with the boys at the schoolhouse, in the schoolyard or whatever. So that was important for us too, that they develop friendships with other boys their age in a setting that we could trust. So, with leadership that we could trust. So all of those things played into, really wanting the boys to be a part of Trail Life.
Now, one of the things I love about my wife, we kind of have a role reversal in a lot of ways. We've talked about this on stage before. I'm the dad who says, get off of that tree. Don't climb that tree. I'm the dad who's like, don't climb those hay bales, probably because I stack the hay bales and know that I didn't do a really good job of it, right?
Yes.
On the farm. But you're the mom who's like, let them climb, let them jump.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm always like, let's let the boys be boys, okay?
Yeah.
Let's let them fall or do whatever they need to do to adventure and have fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
Where does that come from for you?
I don't know. I grew up sort of on a farm and, a lot of time outdoors. So I don't know. I'm just really relaxed. I want them to have fun. I want them to just be free. Be free outside to do whatever their heart desires.
That's right. So we send our 9-year-old and 5-year-old outside and just let them go.
Yeah, they go outside all the time. They just, I'll kick them outside. About lunchtime, we're finished with school. It's like, boys, go outside. You got to stay out there till 3 o'clock. I'll call you in. As kids, that's what we did. We stayed outside until it got dark. So it's just, trail life is, I think, just an important part of that, to teach skills of things they can do outside, that they can bring home and practice and try. It's really great. And I was thinking about something. So when you told me that you wanted to do an interview, I was kind of thinking through some things. And, a lot of times we talk about on stage at homeschool conventions that you as a father can't possibly be everything that our boys need.
Right.
And that it's so important that our boys have other mentors who are teaching them and growing them and coming alongside of them with skills and abilities that maybe you don't have, but they have, that they can pour into our boys. And, that's a whole nother aspect of it. As leaders ourselves, we're always looking for mentors for ourselves.
Right.
Like, why would we not look for mentors for our kids?
Oh, that's good.
So I think it's an important part of what trail life is, and I'm really excited. And it is so fun to see the boys, like, really being boys. Like, they're wild and crazy. Like, after a troop meeting, they've got grass stains all over their blue jeans. Like, I'm like, what did y'all possibly do in 2 hours? Like, you look like you've rolled in the mud. Like, they are, they just have so much fun. I just love it so much.
Fantastic. We also have a 16-year-old daughter. And so we think about, like, what kind of man we want her to marry. And I think that's such a powerful thing. I saw your lip quiver a little bit, so I'm starting. It's such a powerful thing. And so we're kind of on both sides of the coin. And a lot of parents out here are. Like, we also want to raise boys that we would want our 16-year-old to marry,
right.
Not our boys.
Not our boys.
Not our boys. Yeah.
But sure, yeah, like growing that masculine man that's going to be a good father, that's going to be a good husband. Absolutely. So, yeah, trail life meets so many needs. And we've talked about this a lot also on stage about, writing mission statements for our kids. And it's not about writing, I hope they're a doctor one day or, whatever. But it's more about the kind of person that you want them to be. And trail life meets a lot of that mission statement for us, for our boys. And I was thinking of a specific scripture that is one of my favorites, Romans 1:20. So it says, since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that men are without excuse. And that line is almost part of the mission statement for the boys, as I was thinking about it today, that they would see God's creation and know without a doubt that he is real.
Wow.
And it will become personal for them. So that piece of the puzzle is what trail life does for us, as far as our mission statement for our kids, showing them who God is through what they see and what has been made by his hand. So, yeah.
And everything that the Western culture would give our boys would be artificial and fake adventure through video games, fake relationships through pornography, fake relationships through social media.
Through AI.
Right. And so that's a big thing. Seeing what God's handiwork is part of the equation. Yeah, that's really good.
And it fits so well in what we do with homeschool. We do a lot of nature study. It's just such an important part of our lives in general that it just flows, them being part of trail life.
Yeah. Well, I know you got a busy afternoon, a lot of people you want to see. So I want to just give you, I'm finished every interview this way.
I've been watching.
60 seconds to share with the world anything you want to share.
No, I think I could share probably with the mother that this is a really special organization. And especially if you're in a situation where you don't have a father in the house. There are men that can help mentor your sons growing up and help keep them off of those screens and all those things that was the constant struggle. So I would just say, as a mother, get your boys involved. The cool thing is it's no girls allowed, so you can like just drop them and go get coffee and come back and pick them up. So just think about it, you know, if you're a single mother or if you're not, if you're a mother with, you know, a husband in the house, you guys talk about it, pray about it, and find a local troop near you.
Awesome, fantastic. My beautiful wife, Miss Tiffany Love. I love you, baby.
Love you.
My favorite part about trail life is that as a homeschool father, I don't have as many opportunities for my son to interact with other boys his age. Being in trail life allows him to be around other boys his age and learn more about how to interact with them in a godly way. And I really appreciate the way trail life has God just baked in from the very beginning, and it's not just tacked on as an afterthought, but it is the cornerstone and foundation of what we're out here to do. It's about teaching the boys to honor their God and respect Him as He has asked us to do.
Hey guys, what's up? Morgan Wild here. In today's video, I'm gonna help show you how to fix one of the most common problems on the trail, a sloppy backpack. You're watching Trail Hacks. Backpacking is a lot of fun, but the truth is, most of us, we don't know how to wear our backpacks. I know I didn't. My brothers and I, we actually grew up in Southeast Asia doing a lot of hiking. And it wasn't until just recently that we actually learned the correct way to align a backpack to your body. And let me tell you, it makes a world of difference. So in this video, I want to show you guys some simple hacks that you can incorporate the next time you get your backpack on before hitting the trail. Step 1, loosen all the straps on your backpack. Don't adjust an empty backpack. Make sure that you have 10 to 15 pounds in it before you start this process. All right guys, my backpack's adjusted my body and it's time to hit the trail. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. Actually, not at all, right? This backpack looks terrible. Now this is overly exaggerated, but the truth is a lot of people do hit the trail like this. I mean, look at this. My backpack, it's so saggy, it's hanging so far down low. All the weight is being borne on these shoulders. I mean, it's like pulling me back. After a hike like this, I'd have to go see the chiropractor. This is kind of how I grew up wearing a backpack, and this is not what you want. Let's see how to do it right. First, we have our hip strap. This is your hip strap. Now, before you tighten it, you want to find your hip bone. Your hip bone's right here. The top of this strap and the cushioning needs to be at the top of your hip. Buckle it in, and you want to tighten it so it's nice and snug. To do so, you might want to lean forward a little bit. That's going to help me. Easy enough. On to the next strap, your shoulder straps. These are your shoulder straps. Pretty easy, right? Now, you can see right now, there's this gaping hole between my back and the padding of the backpack. In order to solve this problem, you take these two straps right here on your shoulder straps and you just cinch them down. You want to get a nice and tight, nice and snug. You see that gap disappearing? That's what you want. Be sure to find a reference point on your shoulder straps, like these little plastic hoops, in order to make sure that each strap is equally cinched down. I can tell this guy's a little high, so I gotta pull him down until he's about the same with this one. Also, depending on your torso length, you'll need to adjust your shoulder straps accordingly. On the back of the backpack here, you see that you can actually adjust this, where the shoulder straps attach. This can be moved down or up depending on how tall you are. A good rule of thumb is to have this located right between your shoulder blades. If you do that, you'll know it'll be adjusted well to your torso length. Next, we have our load lifters. Now, the load lifters to me are probably the most underappreciated strap on the backpack. I didn't know about it until just recently. There's 4 of them. There's 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. Tighten all 4 load lifters. That's gonna help distribute the weight of the backpack across your whole body. If you do it right, you should be able to see a Z formation from the top of the ear to the backpack, falling down the load lifter, and then back to the edge of the backpack. You see that Z shape? If that's there, then you know most likely you've done things right. Here's a trail hack revolving around your load lifters. So did you know that terrain actually plays a huge role in what you do with your load lifters? If you're descending down a hill or a mountain, you're gonna wanna loosen your load lifters. And if you're climbing up a mountain, on the other hand, you wanna tighten them. Those 2 small adjustments make a huge difference on the trail. Last but not least, we have our sternum strap right here, this little guy. Now, he needs to be right over your sternum, not too low, not too high, And you just want to make it nice and comfortably tight, really just like that. It's going to prevent chaffing from your shoulder straps, and you don't want it too tight or else it's going to impede your breathing on the trail. Now guys, if you follow through, then you should be really comfortable, and the truth is, to do this on your own is hard. At Trail Life, we are all about community. We're about, you know, working together as teams, and so if you can get a buddy along to help you, especially initially as you're learning how to align your backpack to your body properly, that will save you a lot of stress and a lot of time. So work together with a friend or your dad or your mom, and you should be worlds ahead of most backpackers. If you guys have followed this video, then you've now loosened fully your backpack. You've adjusted the hip strap, your shoulder straps, the top and bottom load lifters, and finally your sternum strap. Man, my backpack feels great. I don't know about you. And if it does feel great, then that's a sign that you're ready to hit the trail. So let's go. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys like this video and you're feeling pumped about properly aligning your backpack to your body and getting out on the trail yourself, then like and subscribe. Now, if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, visit our website, traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and seeing some more of our adventures, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
Trail life, the boys grow spiritually, physically, mentally.
Christ is their hero, not us so much, but that we point them to Christ so that they can go off and raise the next generation.
Other than my guidance at home as their father and Christ, I see it as the third largest thing that has molded them to be growing into men.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually, the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about Trail Life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is.
We come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're a Christian, but he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
Hey guys, Hudson Wild here. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about knife safety and how to use your knife properly. You're watching Trail Hacks. When I was just a little guy and my dad gave me my first knife, the most important rule that he taught me was that your blade, your knife, whatever you're using, it's not a toy, but it's a tool. You have to know how to use it properly. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter what kind of blade that you're using. If you know a few important rules, you can implement it with any kind of blade that you're using. There's two basic kinds of knives. We have your folding blades and we have your straight blades. A folding blade, the blade folds into itself, into the handle. And man, it's pretty useful because it can collapse. It's more compact, you can fit into small places. But the complexity with this is that it does fold. To open it, for this one, it's easy. There's a spring attached, it flips right open by itself. For other knives though, you have to grab it, pull it open. Your fingers are away from the blade at all times. There's no way that you can cut yourself. Closing it is a little bit more complicated. You have to put your thumb in front of the blade for a short time to flip this little lever sideways. Once you've kind of broken the blade, it's starting to close, you remove your hand, it's holding the handle down here. There's no way that your fingers could get cut because they're all underneath the blade. And you close it, boom, done. Next, we're gonna talk about the straight blade. And as the name implies, it's a straight blade. So the blade does not fold into the handle, it just stays permanently straight. So with a straight blade, it always has a sheath. You don't want to be walking around without this knife sheath. Always make sure that's sheathed until the time of use. Now, with the sheath, you want it to be somewhere visible. A lot of guys think it's cool to keep their knife tucked back here, but then what happens is they can pull out their knife easily enough, but then when they return to put their knife back into the sheath, man, they can't see it, they don't have a visual, so they might actually poke themselves in their back and their bum. That's not very wise. Have your sheath somewhere visible, usually in front of you, where you can unsheath it very easily. When you return it, you can see, have a good visual, sheath it, very safe, you're not gonna get hurt at all. The next point about knife safety is your surroundings. You need to be aware. So as you can see around me, I got nobody except a tree behind me. But oftentimes, man, you're surrounded by your friends, your buddies. Last thing you want to do is be sharpening a stick, cutting an object. You slip, your knife goes back this way, boom, you just hit your friend. Very dangerous. So always be aware of your radius. And a good way to do that is just to take your hand, swing it around you. Oh, I got no one. I got a tree behind me. I got no people though, so I'm safe. This is a good safety radius for whittling, for carving, for preparing food, whatever I'm doing, I'm using my knife for, I know that I'm safe. Next thing you want to do, again, this is very simple, but a lot of people don't utilize this rule. Always cut away from yourself. Hold the grip firmly. You don't want to be like holding it like this because then, man, it's loose. Again, you don't have control of the blade. Hold your knife tightly, firmly, cut away from yourself. Then you'll always be safe. The next rule is to keep your blade sharp. A dull knife is a lot more dangerous than a sharp one, so take care of your knife. Once you use it a lot, it gets dull, sharpen it. There's actually a lot of different ways to sharpen a knife with a whetstone. I'm going to show you the way that I prefer. I don't like any technique that involves slicing into the stone. You have to have your angle really precise because tilted too much down, your knife is going to be cutting into the stone and you'll chip your blade. Or if there's inconsistencies with the stone, a little lump, a little bump in the stone might chip your blade as well. I prefer flipping the blade backwards as such, pulling away from the stone. That way the stone is just sharpening your blade. You're not cutting into the stone itself. I like to hold the stone at the very edge here so that my fingers aren't anywhere near the blade, but still have control over the sharpening stone. But the biggest tip is to find the right angle, degree of angle, in which the blade rests against the stone. The way I do that is to put the back of the blade, if it's resting in the center of my forefinger and against the stone, I know I have the correct degree angle. For this knife, since the blade is slightly curved, I start with pointing kind of the blade in the middle of the stone here, and then kind of make a half moon circle here. That way the whole blade is sharpened. I don't do it too fast, it's just nice, slow and controlled, but consistent. Now I'm going to switch sides and do the same thing. The only thing is I'm going to be pulling back now. So the same movement, same technique, except that the stone is going to be touching the bottom of the knife blade first, ending with the top of the knife blade. One thing always comes to mind as I sharpen my knives. In the book of Proverbs, 27:17, it says that a man sharpens another man like iron sharpens iron. What that means is that men are supposed to encourage each other, build each other up. They're supposed to refine each other, right? It's about community and the proximity. And you and your buddies, when you get together, yeah, you're encouraging each other, building each other up spiritually, refining each other, pointing out the flaws in each other, to build each other up, right? And it's the same way that your sharpening stone sharpens your knife, right? It's two hard objects, but man, combined together, it refines your blade, it sharpens it, it prepares it for good use. And that's what we're supposed to do with each other. Hey guys, if you enjoyed the video and learned something new, like and subscribe below. If you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA and maybe potentially joining the troop, go to traillifeusa.com. If you're interested in learning more about the Wild Brothers and some of our awesome adventures in the jungles over in Southeast Asia and here in the States, go to wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks guys.
Hey guys, Morgan here. Today, Hudson, Asher, and myself have split up to try to catch some small game. It's my job to track down some breakfast, and I'm going to do that by setting some overnight snares. You're watching Trail Hacks. All right, so first step, we're trying to find a good location to set the snare. I'm looking for something like a game trail, a little pathway that critters regularly travel. You might want to find a water source or a small burrow, droppings, animal droppings. That could be a good sign. Anything that indicates that this is a well-traveled path for animals. Okay, here we go. This looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks like a little game trail. I think I'm going to set my snare right here. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is not only a game trail, this is looks like the lair of the giant fire ant. Check this out, guys. That's a great trail hack. Always be aware of where you're stepping. That would have made a bad place for my snare. I'm going to have to find a second location. All right, guys, I found a new little game trail. This one is free of ants, thankfully, so this is where I'm going to set my snare. Now, the materials you need to pull off this snare is, first of all, a 3 to 4 foot flexible snap stick. Secondly, you need about a half a dozen 1 foot little sticks that are going to be used for the structure of the snare. Third, you're going to need 3 to 4 foot stick that we're gonna cut up into smaller sections to make the skeleton, the frame for our snare. Lastly, you'll need a knife and some fishing line. Let's get started. Now this is the game trail that I'm on right here, and so I'm gonna plant the end of this right here. So once you have your snap stick embedded in the ground like this, you're gonna take the other long 3 to 4 foot stick, and you're actually gonna chop it into 2 hefty guys like this. And then this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the end of this, we're gonna bend it down onto the game trail, and then you're gonna go 6 inches from each side of the end, and you're gonna plant these. So that's 1, 2. Okay, once you have these 2 sticks planted like this, we're gonna take the remainder of the stick that came from them, this nice kind of scrawny end piece, and we're gonna create an arch. And this arch is going to rest right between these 2 sticks. So I'm gonna plant this on this side nice and deep, place it up alongside these 2 sticks, then I'm gonna stick the end like this and create that nice arch. All right, now that we have the skeleton for our snare, we're gonna create the trigger. Okay, first knot, here we go. We take your fishing line, make a nice big loop, pinch it like this between your thumb and forefinger, and you're just gonna take this, the excess here, you're gonna loop it around like that, and you're gonna take the end and you're gonna stick it through that loop that you just made. Now you're gonna take that first knot, that little lasso, that little slip knot, and you're gonna take a little stubby piece of wood like this. It could be really from anything off the ground. You can whittle it, break it off from a branch. This is gonna be our actual trigger. So we're gonna take our loop, we're gonna put it around the trigger, and we're just gonna let that cinch get nice and tight. There we go. Taking our trigger, we're now going to reach up, grab the tip of our snap stick. We're gonna bend it down over the skeleton of our snare, and then we're going to tie this to the snap stick. Now if you can see here, there's already a natural little knot. That's where I'm gonna secure my trigger to the snap stick. So I'm gonna take about 1.5 inches of line, let it dangle, and then we're just gonna wrap this around and secure it tight. Now the fun begins. We're gonna bend this down, and we're gonna actually set our snap stick. This can be the most dangerous part of setting the snare. So you wanna watch out, you wanna make sure that none of your friends or your own face isn't in the way of this snap stick as you set the trigger. Okay, we're gonna put the trigger, drape it over like that. We're gonna take our little stick here, and we're gonna put it opposite side of the arch. Then you're gonna hold it in position. Meanwhile, bend this a little lower, and you're gonna basically put the trigger across like that. And then this little twig that was floating is suddenly gonna have tension applied, and it's gonna keep it in place. Now that our trigger is successfully holding that little piece of floating wood in place, we're gonna build a platform that's actually supported off the floating piece of wood. And this is going to be what sets off the snare. So this is really fun. It's delicate work. You have to have surgeon's hands. The last thing to do is basically make any kind of slip knot, some kind of a noose that's going to cinch on tension. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna lay that, drape it carefully over our platform. Okay, make sure the noose goes over the whole platform that's on top of it. That looks just about right. Excellent, excellent. I'm excited. All right, time to get the bait. It's been a lot of fun making the snare with you. This is actually a snare that my brothers and I learned how to build growing up in the jungles of Southeast Asia, so it's pretty unique. And the last thing we're gonna do before we set it off to show you how it works is to bait it. I'm gonna put some in my mouth, I'm gonna chew it up until it's nice and fine, and then I'm just going to spit. Yeah, I'm gonna spit all around the area, little pieces of it. You don't want big chunks that are gonna set off the snare. You just wanna scent the general area so that you can attract wildlife. Okay, the moment of truth. So let's give it a shot. Let's pretend that I'm the rabbit, I'm the small game, and I'm coming down the game trail, coming down this pathway. I caught the scent of the fresh carrot, and now I'm coming over. I'm gonna start eating it. Comes up here, puts his foot on the platform. Whoa, look at that. Gets snagged, and he's running around. And hopefully this would hold him overnight until I could come in the morning to track him down. Man, and this is amazing. This is just simple tribal technology, but it works wonders on the trail. So if you take the time to actually learn how to set these snares, you're well on your way to actually catching something. This is awesome. All right, before we head out, I'm gonna reset this and then we can take off. All right, guys, I've reset the snare back there. It's ready to go. And in order to maximize the potential of actually catching something, I'm gonna go out and set some more, 3 or 4 more. Guys, if you enjoy watching this trail hack, make sure you go to Trail Life USA to subscribe and to learn more about trail life. Maybe you can even join a local troop.
If you want to learn more about my brothers and I and our childhood growing up in the jungles of Southeast Asia, consider going over to our website, Wild Brothers Productions, where you can capture more of our adventures. Thank you guys. God bless.
Welcome back to Turning Point USA, AmericaFest, Trail Life USA media booth. We are calling this the Table of Truth. I don't know how much truth we're actually speaking here, but we're calling it
all the truth.
That's right, Table of Truth. Man, I am super excited to have Taylor Winston with us. I just met you like 15 seconds ago.
I feel like we're best friends already.
They're
going to come stay at my place in Nashville. Like, we go way back.
Way back. All the way back to AmericaFest 5 minutes ago. Cool thing about this guy, lots of cool stuff, but I just learned that you have a mustache tattoo on your finger.
I do. Me and my wife have matching.
That is hilarious.
It can be an inchworm. You can do all kinds of fun things with a mustache tattoo.
That is fantastic. Hey guys, this is one of the coolest stories. Cool's not the right word.
I would say uniquely masculine.
Uniquely masculine. I would say heroic. And a real American hero we're sitting with. And so if you're watching the live stream right now or you're watching this video, this is one that you're going to want to definitely tune into. Really quick, you're with 2A Daddy.
Yes,
we'll
sir.
let you talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about Nashville Dance Fest too, which is really, really cool. You bring a lot of people together in just celebration. But you were involved in you were there at the concert in Las Vegas when the shootings happened.
The Route 91 Las Vegas shooting of 2017, where a lone gunman shot and killed 58 of our angels and injured over 800 others.
Yeah, so that's the start of the story. Tell us the rest of it, man.
So I was there enjoying the festival. I worked in media for a long time in country music, and I worked with a network that had over 40 million followers across the entire network, and we did news and publishing, and I worked heavily with a lot of the artists there. I had finally just got a chance to relax and join my friends. I was excited to watch Jason Aldean. He's such a fantastic country artist.
Yeah.
And I was getting my first beer. I heard something in the distance that sounded like a gunshot.
And you were in the military.
I was in the military.
You've done a lot of stuff.
I was in the Marine Corps.
You were military, Marine Corps.
Yep.
And then you did a bunch of other stuff, like lived
I'll do the 20-second version. 17 in the Marine Corps, got out, worked at SeaWorld as a roller coaster engineer. Did a couple of years there, and then went to Australia, built a bunch of houses, got back from Australia, launched a custom design CNC fabrication business, Winston Design. I got really heavily into CNC routers, lasers, plasma, water jet, all those things. Continued being an entrepreneur, ended up getting with that large country music network, working with over a couple hundred country artists in the span of 7 years, producing over 1,000 acoustic sessions, and doing a lot of news and media and social marketing strategy for all these teams. Decided I wanted to start my own company and get more engaged with our Second Amendment community, and that stemmed from my time at that country music network and being at this festival. And I'll tell my story, but the takeaway was, there was one person that wanted to harm others, and thousands of other people stood up and said no, and there is significantly more good in this world than evil. So I knew that the gun wasn't the problem. A gun is a tool, and some people are bad, more people are good, and that started my 2A journey, and then I came up with the brand 2A Daddy. I felt as a new soon-to-be dad, I had a surprise child on the way with a girl I had just met who is now my wife. Lucked out. I am a unicorn situation. Do not follow in my footsteps, everybody. I chose life. She told me she was pregnant, and I said, well, we're going to have a child together. I own that, and we continued to date for a year, and then I asked her to marry me because it turns out she's absolutely incredible.
Awesome.
And just big time blessed. I now have 2 beautiful children, and it's been a wild journey. So that's where 2A Daddy came from.
Awesome. So one of our core values here at Trail Life is raising boys who are bold and courageous. And that can be an everyday activity, but there are moments in time where you, like, that is called to the carpet, right? And so am I going to choose to be a coward here or to be brave and courageous? And so I want to kind of get into that story a little bit. What happened at the Music Fest? So you're hearing a gunshot in the back, what seems like a gunshot. Ex-military, I'm sure, like, you're tuned into that sound.
Yeah.
You know when you hear it.
And I thought maybe it was just something happening outside of the events, and no worries. No one's reacting. Many people attribute it to being fireworks. There were no fireworks. I then heard it again shortly after, and I was like, that is definitely gunfire. And I was kind of hesitantly looking around. I still didn't feel directly in danger. No one was moving, like nothing was happening. I was like, security would for sure do something if this was people shooting at this event.
Right.
And then moments later, full automatic gunfire rained down into a crowd of 20,000 people, like shooting fish in the barrel. Pure chaos, the most horrific thing you could ever possibly imagine. Everyone screaming and running for their lives.
In all directions.
I too ran for my life. We don't know where this is coming from. I'm hearing bullets getting closer and closer, hitting the asphalt behind me, hitting people left and right of me. I don't know how I even survived myself. And that's all you can do in those moments is fight, flight, or freeze. And I chose flight in that exact moment. I then got over the fence line and realized that so many people needed my help, and I had a good idea, it turned out to be, to go check the staff parking lot for a vehicle that might have keys in it. The first vehicle I checked had keys in the center console, and I immediately drove back into the gunfire.
That's a God thing right there.
Yeah,
that's a moment.
There's no other way to explain that.
Yeah, people just don't leave at a concert, even in staff parking. They just don't leave extra keys in the console.
They share them sometimes, but just the first vehicle I checked that had them in there, you can't attribute that to anything else. So
yeah.
I drove.
So you commandeered this vehicle.
Commandeered it, drove into the gunfire, started loading up critically injured victims. People were, and I say this, and it's not like to bash on any other genre, but country music is heavily loaded with first responders. And so thankfully, we had so many people doing tourniquets, ripping their shirts off, belts, shoelaces, whatever they can get. And we just started stuffing people into every crevice of this truck that we could possibly fit. And I drove immediately to the hospital, racing there while also trying to be safe. And we come screeching into the hospital, immediately start dumping limp bodies into the hospital lobby, and it's just pure chaos in the hospital. Yeah. The nurses, doctors, no one knew this was going on, and I told them there's going to be a lot more coming. And I don't like being called a hero. I know my actions were of heroic. You can call me that, but
I'll say it.
There were countless other people using their own vehicles. I just happened to commandeer a vehicle, which is what made my story unique, and I did multiple trips. So most people...
Do you have any idea how many trips you did that night? Because it was a...
I did 3 trips. The third trip back, ambulances were allowed on site. Ambulances cannot enter an active shooting scenario until it's completely deemed safe and threat eliminated.
Yeah.
So people were bleeding out and dying. You had over 800 people with gunshot wounds. 58 of them died, and thousands of people risking their lives to save complete strangers.
Wow.
And that was, in the midst of tragedy, the most beautiful thing that I saw was I didn't walk up and be like, "Excuse me, sir, did you vote for Trump this year?" "Oh, no? Okay, well, I'm going to take this person." That doesn't happen. Barriers come down. It's just humanity comes out. I don't care if you're black, white, what religion you are, what political side of the spectrum. We are designed to look out for each other when called to. And so you just help whoever you can. Complete strangers laying their bodies on other people just to take the hits for them.
So this moment of boldness and courageous, like, it's one thing to commandeer a vehicle and kind of go on the outskirts, but you drove directly into the gunfire. Gunfire still whizzing.
On the first trip. The second trip, I believe they...
was deactivated, yeah.
He was not shooting. I don't know if they had neutralized him at that point or he neutralized himself. Quotation marks, because there's lots of untransparency in this thing that we still have answers for. But per the story, shooter kills himself, and at that time would not have been active fire going in the second time.
Wow. So, and how many people have you been credited for rescuing, saving?
I got accredited with saving over 24 lives that night.
Man. Yeah, almost the story is surreal almost. I imagine you even talking about it now is a little bit surreal.
I cried on the last one, so sorry. They got me for you guys. No, it sneaks up on me. It's been 3, 5, 8 years after, and I've told this story at countless college campuses working with Turning Point for the last 7 years. I've done all these meetings. I've been on every global major network, and I just don't know when it's going to sneak up on you. One thing a lot of people don't know about me is I spent an entire year after the shooting working with one of the world's leading clinical psychologists who is actually at Route 91 and in the kill zone herself. So she's one of the only most decorated doctors in her field who is in such a traumatic scenario herself. She worked with me because I had known a lot of people know me in the country music space, right, and leveraged me as a masculine male to practice on as her little guinea pig and make me have emotions. And so we spent an entire year every week doing trauma workshops across Southern California, Nevada, and Arizona. And I built a whole website and a YouTube video series for people to understand the things they were going through. And so I deeply understand the mental health side of it as her guinea pig working alongside her. And so that has kind of like really positioned me well, and what motivated me most to get into this space of Second Amendment advocacy, because I just went outside and one of these liberal tabling companies, debate me. And I said, sure, absolutely. I've been waiting for this my whole life. Sat down. Well, let me back up. They had some other person on that was not ready for that conversation. Yeah. He was getting absolutely roasted. And I just watched and let it happen. And I was like, all right, I'm going to sit down next. And I sat down. I had a great conversation with them. Everything that they were trying to throw at the other guy, I just neutralized with information, because I've spent a long time figuring this stuff out, and going historically, educationally, data, statistics, whatever you want. Like, I can kind of pivot and work with anyone who's against us. Like, I just understand they don't get it. And so I can't come into the conversation being mad at them. I just think actually, I feel bad for them, because they've been manipulated by mainstream media and education and information, and we just got to school them up sometimes.
That's right. So if people are interested in the story, or they're interested in 2A Daddy, how do they follow you? How do they get a hold of you?
Yeah, 2adaddy.com. We are a national suppressor brand that we are working on. And we have one of the better suppressors that we're releasing into the market for 2026. And I really chose suppressors as my flagship product, not to be an arms dealer or whatever. Like, yes, we have a gun store, I have all my licensing, but I chose a silencer very specifically because I have won over liberals who are scared of guns. They're big, scary, loud, right? And we can all agree they are. Right. I hate going to the range when someone's not using a suppressor. It's not fun. And so I invite people out, and I'm like, here, use my gun. And it's like, poo, poo. It's not Hollywood quiet, but it's really good. It's hearing safe. It gets it down to 138 decibels. And we have a good time and a good experience, and then that opens the door for them to absorb more information. So through a suppressor, I've been able to bring people onto our side and kind of understand the importance of our Second Amendment. So, and it's just, suppressors add a lot of positive health value too. It takes the percussion away, it's throwing it forward, you're mitigating the gas that you're breathing in from the toxic lead. All these things are just fantastic health reasons to you, and obviously hearing protection for users who want to exercise their constitutional rights.
Some of our volunteers and dads who are watching right now are geeking out on this stuff, because
hit me up. I will go down the rabbit hole with you.
We're a shooting clan. One of the things that we do is we pride ourselves in being the preeminent organization in the world to raise boys into godly masculine men at Trail Life. And so we teach the shooting sports and all of those things to those boys.
Suppressors are great for the children. Hunting, I have countless hunters who are like, this is the best suppressor I've shot with. And I'm not trying to hype myself up. Like, I'm on to something, and I have a fantastic product. And that's what I want, is to have. I've been doing laser manufacturing for over 12, 13 years. I understand quality products. And if we can put quality, safe devices in the hands of people who want to use their constitutional rights, I'm improving that, and I feel good about that.
Fantastic. I know our folks are going to check you out. The reason we wanted to have you on today was really to just be a real life example to our boys in our program and to the dads of what it means to have courage in the face of turmoil, to have courage when the whole world, whatever it may be, hopefully never a situation like you're in, but whether it's standing up for their beliefs, that they believe in Jesus Christ and He's their Lord and Savior, or whether it is standing on the truth of the Word. It takes courage in those moments to stand up. Courage that's not tested is not courage.
It's that paired with consistency. You have to get up and do it again every day when you don't want to.
That's right.
Every single day, do this every time, and you will be successful in whatever field or discipline you want to be in. And that's what I've learned the hard way. I've struggled. I went many months without paying my mortgage trying to be an entrepreneur. I survived a mass shooting. I didn't let that hold me back. I am here proving to my children that do not let these things be your identity. Do not be a victim. You are responsible for your own success, and you just have to get up and do the hard work every single day.
Yeah, fantastic. I thank you for being here. I want to give you 60 seconds really quick. And I want you to talk to, for 60 seconds, I want you to talk to dads. And here at Trail Life, we don't believe in like shaming men, but really to celebrate masculinity. But we're calling dads and calling boys into this journey of being a biblical masculine man.
Yeah.
And so I want 60 seconds. Anything you want to say? We do have a beep button, but it is not.
Hit me with that beep.
No. It's not a beep button, it's a crash button, so it crashes the whole live stream.
Boom, we got 60 seconds.
Yes,
here we go.
60 seconds. So we don't want to crash the live stream.
There we go. I got all these different buttons. All right, I'm ready when you are.
You're ready, go ahead.
All right, dads, listen up. I never thought I was going to be a dad. I had a very surprise situation in my life, and I took ownership of that, and I wanted to prove to myself that I could be the best dad possible, and it has become absolutely the most important job I've ever had in my life. I choose that every day as an entrepreneur. You just have to put your kids and family first. It's easy to get caught up in, I have to do this, or we don't make money to pay the bills, and all these things start stacking up, and the business needs more of your time. But the reality is you have to decide and put your family first and be part of your children's lives, and that's what I aspire to be and what I would like to do and what I encourage other fathers to do. And just be understanding with your children and helping raise them. They're not going to know everything. We have to take time to teach them. If something takes longer, take the time to do it. Teach your son, teach your daughter. And that's with reading the Bible, that's with building a chair, whatever activities you want to do, just take the time. That's my message.
Fantastic. I appreciate you being here. One last time, 2adaddy.com.
2adaddy.com, and if you want to come dancing with us at Nashville Dance Fest, it is NashvilleDanceFest.com.
Awesome. Fantastic. He's going to give us a count out. We got an awesome gift bag for you, too, with lots of great swag.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, everyone. I'm Hudson Wild, and today we're out here in a snowy wilderness. I'm going to be teaching you guys a little bit about layering up in the cold. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. I've been up here in the snowy wilderness for a little over 2 weeks now, learning a lot about the cold weather, the snow, hiking around, seeing some amazing mountain views, and I've learned quite a bit about how to work in the snow in the cold environment. So I can't wait to talk to you guys a little bit about the importance of layering up. Layering up and having the correct cold weather gear can really mean the difference between life and death. It's so easy to get hypothermia, so staying warm is vital to hiking out in the snow. So I'm going to walk you guys through a little bit of what I'm wearing right now. Let's start with my boots and then go up. These boots are insulated boots. They're waterproof and they go about halfway up my leg. They've been keeping my feet warm, keeping the snow from getting down into my socks. They've been great. So it's really important to have good snow boots for plugging around in the snow. And then second, underneath my boots, I have wool socks. It's so important to keep your toes and your feet warm when you're out in the snow. So I have my socks on, then underneath my snow pants, I have long johns, or like long underwear, and they're thermal, so they keep my legs nice and warm. Over my thermal underwear, my long johns, I have these snow pants. These things are great. They're waterproof, so I can sit in the snow right now. I don't even feel it. I'm staying nice and dry. The snow, once it melts, the water can't get inside. So let's check out what I'm wearing on top. Lots of layers here, lots to unzip. All right, so this is my base layer. It's a nice wool base layer, and it keeps me warm, but it's also very breathable. Over that, it's super important to have your secondary layer. And this can be, it can be a fleece, or what I have right now is a down layer. So your second layer is super important to have on. It just keeps the base layer nice and warm, keeps you nice and dry. And then your final layer is called the shell. And this is a giant ski jacket, and so it prevents the wind from getting through. It keeps me super toasty. So I have all these layers on, and then I also have my gloves, which keep my hands warm. These are vital. Man, if your toes or hands get cold, man, it's really hard to warm up. So I have my gloves and then my beanie. And 20% of the heat comes out through your head. So having a beanie on keeps me nice and toasty. It's actually essential because my ears get cold really easily. So there you have it. I have all these layers on, and it's for the purpose of keeping me nice and warm. So as I'm walking, I've actually just heated up quite a bit. My base layers keep me warm. My other two layers are actually just excess. I'm heating up, I'm starting to sweat. And the danger of sweating when you're out in the cold is that once you stop, that sweat is moist, it's gonna really cool you down, and all of a sudden you're gonna be freezing. So, trail hack, what you do is when you start to sweat on the trail, all you have to do is unzip a layer. Now I'm ready to keep going. I'm actually cooling down and feeling good. What you don't want to do is cause a sweat. And so sometimes you even have to take off like that, let your shoulders kind of be revealed, and oh, it actually feels really good right now. I'm cooling down. If you're really hot and you can't cool down, take your beanie off. Again, 20% of your body heat will come through your head. So as soon as you take your beanie off, all of a sudden, you cool down right away, you're good to go. Again, what you don't want to happen is to start to sweat, because then that sweat is going to make all my layers moist and wet. And so I'm going to be hiking, I'm going to be feeling hot but feeling fine. As soon as I stop to take a break or set up camp, all of a sudden my body isn't creating all that heat, it's not staying warm. And so the sweat caused me to instantly cool down. And all of a sudden I'm too cold, I'm getting hypothermia. Well, you don't want that to happen. So zip down layer by layer until you feel nice and comfortable on the trail, and then keep walking. And as soon as you stop, I've had my breather right now, I'm actually starting to get a little bit chilly. All you have to do is cover back up again. Zip up one layer, zip up the second layer if you're cold, you stay warm. And so it's a constant battle to just regulate your body temperature. If you're getting hot, zip down, pull off a layer. If you're starting to get cold, zip that layer right back up. Stay warm, but don't overheat. Thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed this video and learned a little bit, like or subscribe below. And if you're interested in Trail Life USA and how to become a member or part of a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers, myself and my brothers, and more of our adventures, go to wildbrothersproductions.com.
Hey guys, Wild Brothers here. Today we're stuck on this beach. We don't know how long we're gonna be here. It could be a few hours, it could be overnight. And so in the meantime, we're gonna set up camp, which means doing three things. We're gonna set up a shelter, find some food, and get a nice, good fire going. You're watching Trail Hacks.
All right, guys, well, we're here. We need to make the most of the daylight hours, and so let's get started setting up camp. It's time to delegate some responsibilities. Hudson, if you'd be in charge of getting food, that'd be great. Kian, if you could be in charge of getting the fire going, that'd be sweet. And Asher, if you could stick with me, we'll be responsible for setting up our shelter. All right, is that all clear?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so we need to find some shelter, and Morgan, I'm thinking that we should actually maybe stay clear of the beach just because I think the tide might rise and also the ground's uneven.
Yep.
Plus, it's so windy out, it might be kind of hard when we need the fire going. So I'm thinking we can maybe go inland and see if we can get through the first layer of trees, and that can be where we make shelter. Hey Morgan, this actually isn't a half bad spot right here.
I like it a lot. It's protected from the wind, still a view of the ocean.
Yeah, and it's nice and cleared out.
Now, today we're gonna be making an A-frame shelter. A-frame shelters are pretty easy and they're great on the trail. Typically it consists of 2 Y poles, 1 pole across the top, and then a simple tarp that you can drape over it and then attach from the 4 corners. Now, A-frame shelters we used to make all the time growing up in the jungle. We'd be out on the trail hiking in the virgin jungles of Southeast Asia, and all we had to do was stop, take about 20 minutes, and we could quickly whip up one of these. Now, for today, looking at this area right here, it's actually gonna be a lot easier to take advantage of these 2 trees. We're gonna use these trees, and instead of getting a pole across, we're just going to tighten a rope from the top, drape the tarp over, secure it from the 4 corners as we normally would, and that'll be our shelter. That's about it. Now, when you're securing the line to a tree like this, it's important to make the top rope a little bit higher than your head. The shorter it is, the less space you're gonna have inside. Now, the next step is really just to secure the 4 corners. The wind's actually picking up, and I think a storm's brewing, so we're about to get some rain, so it's important that we finish this up fast.
Shelters are super important when you're on an adventure just because they provide that area of just safety and comfort. And that's really, honestly, what God is for in the life of a Christian. God describes himself as our sanctuary, our refuge. And that's super encouraging because we know that in this life there's going to be all kinds of trials, elements that come our way. We know that for the Christian, no matter what's going on in our life, we know that God's always there looking out for us, protecting us, for those who love him. And so, you know, this is a great shelter for the night, and hopefully it'll take care of us, but God's going to take care of us forever. And so that's a real comfort.
Time to chill and take a break. A well-earned break. Good job, Asher.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
And if you're interested in learning more about partnering with Trail Life USA or becoming a member yourself, a member of a troop, visit traillifeusa.com to learn more there. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and seeing some more of our adventures, visit wildbrothersproductions.com.
Catch you guys later.
All right, well, welcome back. Here we are at AmericaFest here at Turning Point, and I'm Roy Baldwin. And as you can see, I am in Kelly Love. I'm in his seat, and I'm going to be doing this interview with kind of a new friend to us, Jackson Kraposchetz.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Nice. Kraposchetz. Like, you got to say that a few times.
Yeah.
So, Jackson, we're happy that you're with us. Thanks again to those following us online. And I'm actually really excited about this conversation. And obviously, to my far right and to your far left is Stephen Ashton, part of Trail Life. So, Jackson, you have a podcast called The Frogcast.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're part of Gen Z.
I very much am.
And so we have a really, I think, a great perspective. So when we think about trail life and, our audience of, ages 5 to 18 boys. And then I think, again, our huge army, our volunteer army of men pouring into these boys. We think about Gen Z, there's a lot of different metrics or statistics out there that I find highly alarming.
Yeah.
And most of that, I think for me, part of that is I have 3 kids of my own, 27, 22, and 18.
Yeah.
And so raising Gen Z. And, when I look at the challenges they had, when I look at their friend network, we're part of their youth group. When I look at the mental health epidemic, there are significant crises when we think about social media consumption, the level of loneliness and isolation and not having real life relationships and contact, and the mental health then that goes with that.
Yeah.
It's alarming and things that we need to be super concerned about. So I think just because you're in this space, and obviously you have a podcast that's speaking to that, so that's why we're excited that he's joining us. So talk to us a little bit about who you are, and what led to the Frogcast, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Yeah. So my name is Jackson Kraposchetz. He nailed the last name, so I will repeat it for him. And I am from Moscow, Idaho, where it is very cold right now. It was snowing hard as we were driving to the airport. It was hard to see. We were kind of sliding all over the road, which makes for a fun adventure. But so I started the Frogcast. I was actually I lived in Africa for the first 3 months of 2024, and as I was heading out there, my mother was like, "Hey, I'd love to know, what is this world that you're entering into? Can you give me some information on, what am I sending my son off to do?"
Right.
And so my thought was, okay, well, how about I'll start a podcast that'll enable me to talk to experts in Africa, theologians and professors who understand the African culture and are able to kind of inform me and, through the camera, inform my mother about the world that I was living in. And then it kind of blossomed from there. And so, now I've done over 100 episodes and had the likes of Dr. Vodi Bakaman and Chad Jackson and Doug Wilson and some of those other great guests. I've been very blessed to be able to speak to those gentlemen.
That's amazing. So you lived in Africa?
I did, yes.
So what kept you in Africa? How did you end up in Africa, and then how did you end up here? End up in Idaho?
So that Dr. Vodi Bakum that I mentioned, he was a pastor at a large church out in Texas, and he unfortunately passed away earlier this year from a heart attack. It was really sad because he was only 56 years old.
Yep.
He came out to Moscow, Idaho, and did a Grace Agenda conference. He gave a talk, and at the end of it, he was like, "Hey, there's this college I'm founding or working with out in Lusaka, Zambia. We'd love to have more young men at that college, specifically from America, to kind of, up the amount of experience for the African students there, right?"
Right.
And so my parents were at that conference. I was not, and they came home and they were like, "Jackson, you should go do this." And I was like, "That's a terrible idea. I'm going to fire you from the idea board." And then 6 months later, there I was in Africa. And so I went at it not as, it was connected with ACU, African Christian University.
Okay.
That was kind of the official reason that I went out there. But I saw it more as an adventure, a really crazy and very cool experience that you can't really get anywhere else. Africa is not the kind of thing that you can replicate here in the U.S. And so I saw this as a good chance to do something really difficult on my own that would help me to grow as a man and help me to kind of form my own personhood, if that makes sense.
Love that.
And so I did 3.5 months out there, and then a series of events happened, and I was like, okay, I've accomplished the things I wanted to accomplish when I set out to go to Africa, and so I think the time has come for me to head back home.
Wow, that's awesome. Are you on speaking terms? It sounds like you're on speaking terms with your parents again.
I very much am. So they that's a strange way of putting it, but yes. So I have a great relationship with my parents. Have always had one. So born and raised in a 2-parent household, all under the lordship of Jesus Christ, and pastored at a great church. Pastor Doug Wilson, who I mentioned before, is the pastor of Christ Church in Moscow, Idaho. So I kind of grew up there my whole life. A wonderful community. My parents are wonderful people. Think the world of them. So came back, and they were more than happy to have me back, and excited to have me back in Moscow. So
that's awesome. So it sounds like when you talk about going on this adventure, so what have you learned or discovered about yourself?
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to go do those things. It's another thing to come back, and obviously you've been doing a podcast now for a couple of years. Like, for you, what is the motivation behind that, the passion that comes from that?
Yeah, I believe, and I believe this is correct, that God blesses obedience, and God blesses people who are ambitiously obedient. And so there's a saying which I think was adopted from Nietzsche about long obedience in one direction. And so my thought was, this podcast has an opportunity to reach a lot of people. I'm only 21 years old. That gives me, Lord willing, many, many more years to reach a lot of my generation is kind of the goal. And we are really in a tough spot as a generation. We're going to have to be more like the greatest generation than I think we would like to be. It's much more comfortable to just kind of sit back on our haunches and let the world progress. But the world is progressing into a really dark place, and we are the generation that's going to have to step up. And unlike the men who stepped up in World War II, we have been told all our life that every masculine instinct is wrong. We have been told that the drive to go do things, the drive to shape the world, the drive to get married and have kids and raise them under the lordship of Christ and to change the world is wrong. And some of that comes from the church. Most of it comes from the world. And specifically in America, a lot of guys, specifically white guys, have been told that their innate being is a sin. And that has a huge impact on how they think of themselves. And if they don't have the confidence in themselves to stand up and do the right thing, they're not going to. And so as we're looking out at the chaos that is unfolding in this country, and kind of a lot of people are turning to Gen Z and saying, look, you're the ones coming up. How are you going to handle this? The answer for a lot of us has been abdication of responsibility, and which we learned. That wasn't something that, right, sure. That's something that we were taught, the abdication of responsibility and a kind of forsaken hopelessness that we have adopted, and we are feeling sorry for ourselves, and we are very tempted to be like Gollum. And then on the other side of that, there are some guys whose reaction is, fine, burn the world. Because men, it takes a lot to neuter men. A lot of porn, a lot of weed, a lot of video games to neuter men. They will either destroy or they will build. And a lot of men have been told that building is wrong. And so they're like, fine, I'm going to destroy. I'll burn it all. And that's why we see Nick Fuentes having such sway, is because so many men feel that they have been wronged, and instead of taking that as a chance to turn the world into the kind of place that their children can grow up in the knowledge that their children won't be dealing with the same things they had to deal with, they take it as venom to turn the world into ash.
Wow.
there's been talk about a quiet revival, and really in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, a lot of young people coming back and trying to make sense of some of this masculinity that you've been talking about, and saying, is there a balance, and how do I find this? And you and I were talking before we came on, and I'd mentioned the statistic that 4% of Gen Z say they have a strong faith community. Yeah. But there seems to be some real desire there. What are you seeing as you're looking at this? And
So the guys in Gen Z are reverting kind of back to traditional values. We're still working on getting those traditional values grounded in the triune God of the Bible. Right now, 75% of Gen Z guys would like to get married, and they would see success in life as being married. That's one of the key metrics for them. Unfortunately, only 25% of the girls in Gen Z feel the same way, but the guys are kind of reverting back to this tradition that they know, like they know what is happening right now is wrong, but they don't know exactly what's right.
It hasn't been modeled very well for them.
No, it hasn't. The church has been, in large part, very feminized. You look at the mega church sermons; they're not filled with a lot of deep theological wisdom. It's kind of just emotions. That's why you got a bunch of fog machines and lights and pyrotechnics and the whole thing is it's been effeminized. And men who are looking to stand on solid ground look at that and they say, "That's not for me." And so you see a lot of guys going to the Eastern European Orthodox churches and the Catholic churches, because there they see, okay, there's some attempt at least that's being made towards a theology that is practical and also deeply rooted.
Right. That
Truth
I would say also relevant.
Truth matters.
Right, and also relevant.
Right, 100%. So, go ahead. The relevant bit is also huge because we're trying to make sense of the world. We have the most information of any generation ever. We have so much at our fingertips, and so we're trying to make sense of the world. And most of the time, we have too much information,
or not accurate information,
Yeah, and we don't know what to trust anymore, and so we kind of just don't trust anything. But we really would love to see theology that is practical and applied to everyday life, so we can understand. Look, Christ is Lord. Yes. How does that play out in politics? How does that play out in architecture? How does that play out in the way that we should design, build our cars and design our communities?
Right. It's interesting. We had this conversation, and I think this would be a good segue into that. When we were kind of prepping before we came on, you talked about kind of faith, and really, I will say, when we think about faith transmission. And you talked about that it can't just be on Sundays, right? That it's this 24/7 thing. I remember, so I worked at Focus on the Family for about 6 years. And when we were looking at millennial parents especially, we were seeing some really startling statistics coming out. Lifeway had done some research, probably 15 years old now, but I think it's getting at the heart of what you're talking about, is that a large swath of kids leaving high school who attended church, but when they went to college, in lots of ways were walking away from the faith. And I will use that loosely. So if it's 6 out of 10, I think that one of the number one reasons for that was hypocrisy. Right.
Yes.
So part of that wasn't just what they were seeing out on Sundays. It really was what was being played out Monday through Saturday.
Yeah.
And so some thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's true that a lot of the church, because there hasn't been that deep theological groundwork that's been laid, the theology of work, the theology of everyday life. A lot of people are abandoning the church because they know that they do need a theology in their life.
Right.
They need a theology of Monday through Saturday, and they're not getting it from the church, and so they kind of just abandon it. And also, I'll add to that. Many times people say, "Oh yeah, I'm no longer a Christian because I disagree with some of the ideas, and I don't know that I believe them anymore." And oftentimes that's just an excuse for, "Hey, I want to sleep around, and I want to play video games all the time and drink lots." And so that's also playing into that.
Well, then I start looking at some of the statistics that come out from like American Bible Society, and you look at biblical illiteracy, like it's off the charts.
Yes,
that we don't even believe the basic tenets that Christ was born of a Virgin Mary. That Christ died and was resurrected. Like there's not like it's like 30% or something like that. It's like that's insane.
It is insane, and I think part of that is because the pastors have not done a good job of obeying and preaching all of the Bible.
Right.
And so for a lot of people, they're looking at it and they're like, okay, so if some of the Bible we're not really willing to say is true, then why is any of it true? If my pastor isn't willing to teach on biblical sexuality, if my pastor isn't willing to teach on the correct, race relations in the Bible and how that plays out, talk about, who is he willing to talk about slavery and what actually happened and what's the biblical response to that? Then it's like, okay, well, clearly he doesn't believe all of the Bible, or he's ashamed of part of the Bible. So why should I believe him on this Jesus part when he doesn't even believe Jesus on the other parts?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So when I think about our Trail Life audience, Jackson, and I think about when I think about the young men and boys who go through Trail Life, we focus a lot on character development. We focus a lot on leadership.
Yeah.
And obviously that is in the context of a biblical worldview. Like what does Christ in the Bible say about our masculinity, about their boyhood?
Yeah.
I think it's just really cool that you embody a lot of that.
Well, thank you.
Just in the sense of I'm going on an adventure. I'm going to go to Africa. I'm going to come back. I'm going to start a podcast. And I love what you said, like to be ambitiously obedient. I think that's really powerful. And I think at Trail Life, you're really getting at the heart of what we try to embody with a lot of our young men, that regardless of what that masculinity looks like, there are things that are very similar in what that looks like of obedience, of being a Christ follower. And that means being fully surrendered to his purposes, which requires boldness. It requires courage. It requires not just leadership, but a servant leader's heart in regards to those things. What have been some of the most valuable lessons you have learned, I guess within context of character or leadership or things? What have been some of those big principles for you?
Yeah, and first off, I want to say thank you for that compliment. It's all the grace of God, and it always has been and it always will be. If you try and do any of this without Christ, you end up being Andrew Tate.
Well said.
And we don't want that.
Right.
It must be Christ, and it always is. As far as some of the more valuable things for me, as I try and develop myself into a godly young man, and I think that probably the biggest one is to go do things. And that sounds very difficult because there's no scale in that. But the doing things could be, hey, can you go clean up the trash on the street?
Right.
Your street.
Right.
The one that you walk on every day.
Right.
Can you just make sure that is clean? And if that's clean, okay, God will show you the next thing. There's an analogy in confessing sin, that you have a mountain of clothes that are all dirty, and you're wondering, how am I going to deal with any of these? I don't even know what sins are at the bottom of this pile of clothes. And God says, all right, confess the 4 socks that you can see, and I will show you the 14 underwear that you can't. And so the confession of sin is huge, and it absolutely necessary. And then go do things. It can start small. If it's 50 push-ups a day, and that's the thing that you're doing, do it, and do it consistently, and do it for the glory of God, and not for your own glory. It can be very easy for men to do things out of the pride of their own heart.
Sure.
And it all must be surrendered to Christ, because you are his. And on top of that, because when you surrender your faithful, ambitious obedience to Christ, he multiplies it. The Bible is very clear about this. You plant seed in obedience, and it is given back to you 10, 30, and 100-fold. So if we want men who are going to change the world, we need them to be planting with great ambition in faithful obedience, and God will bless that faithfulness.
Yeah, because, it's the loaves and fishes principle. It's like, there are certain things that I can do, but what God can do with I would say at some level, are acts of worship.
Yes.
But, because we're going to worship something, right?
Yes.
But ultimately, when we worship the true Creator of who we are, our design and our purpose, ultimately He's going to take that and exponentially grow that in ways that we could never imagine. I think Ephesians 3:20 that He will do immeasurably more than all we could ever dream and imagine.
Yeah.
And so, but that requires confession, surrender. It requires obedience in regards to that, and trusting, right, at some level, trusting the Lord with our efforts,
Yes.
trusting the Lord
Amen.
with the outcomes, not trying to control those outcomes, but trusting the Lord with those outcomes.
Yeah, 100%. No, the Christians are not as ambitious as they need to be.
I love that.
I think Charlie Kirk was an excellent example of a Christian being ambitious, being properly ambitious, because that ambition was surrendered to God. All of it was a gift to Charlie, and so he turned around and said, "Greatly I have been given, so I must greatly give."
Yeah, well, that's good.
That's the way for Christians to be ambitious, is let me be ambitious the way God wants me to be, which is with my giving, with giving of myself, with giving of my time and my energy and my talents, without necessarily looking for a return. Christ did not come so that we could, He could make the scales even, where we give 50% and He gives 50%. He came to give all of Himself, and that's the model.
So I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. What has been a barrier for, like, if there's something that is constantly you're constantly having to be aware of, or conscious of, or a hurdle for you, what would that be for you?
I think pride and self-centeredness.
Okay.
But that's something that guys always struggle with.
Yeah, it's human nature.
Yeah, and if you're doing big things, like, you want some of the glory to come back to you, right? But that has to be surrendered to God, and it has to be surrendered to God because He made you. He made you what you are, and He put you where you are.
Yeah.
This is God has made you for this moment, and He has handcrafted your troubles and your trials and your difficulties for you, and He has handcrafted you to handle those trials and troubles and difficulties. And so all of it is a gift for Him. All of it is for His glory, because He's writing a story and we're just characters in it.
Right.
And it brings C.S. Lewis more glory for Peter to slay the wolf in the Chronicles of Narnia. Right? If Peter were to take that and point inward at himself, like, hey, look how good I am, he would not be a good king. He would not be a good man. He said the whole thing is for C.S. Lewis. And if we take the analogy out, the whole thing, all of it, is for God. You surrender it to Him, and He will give you the desires of your heart.
And I would add to that, and He gives us the grace and the mercy we need.
Amen.
When we fail.
Yes.
When we do make it about ourselves, which we will.
Yeah.
Right? He gives us the grace and mercy to do that. And part of that is because I think He is for us.
Yes.
He is for us, not because we do it right or perfectly. He is for us because we are His child.
Yeah.
Right? He is Abba to us. And He wants nothing but to love us and extend His mercy and grace to us. But I want to be careful of the word successful, but a kingdom successful, right? That at some level that it is to, make Him known, and He will give us the platform and the things that we need to be able to do and accomplish that.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And part of the way that you can do that, because I know that seems kind of ethereal and mist-like,
right?
But if you are able to do as many things as you can for other people, that's a wonderful way of grounding yourself and humbling yourself. Sure. Because then it's not about you.
Right.
And it's so easy for it to be about you and look at all the success for me. But, back to the example of Peter slaying the wolf, it's for Susan. And it's for the Narnians who need Queen Susan. It's not for Peter and his own glory.
That's great.
So if the whole idea of, like, do it for the glory of God seems to... I can't get a hold of it.
Right.
Do it to bless other people, and do it in obedience to God, and He will glorify that.
That's great. It reminds me so much of Philippians 2, that Christ did not consider equality with God
something to be grasped. Amen.
He gave it up. For us.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Like, if you, what I love is it always puts my life and where I'm at in life in its proper perspective of not just, hey, don't make this about you, but it also gives my life such extreme value.
Yes.
That Christ
Amen.
gave that up.
Right.
For me and for you and for the call that he has placed upon our lives. So
there's your meaning. Follow Christ, and Christ gave everything. And the one of the things that Charlie Kirk was known for is giving everything.
Yep.
Give as much as you can.
Yeah.
With not always expecting a return.
Right.
This is God's world, and he always blesses that faithfulness.
It's good.
We got 5 minutes left.
Fantastic.
And I would love, one of the things you and I were talking about before was Gen Z and faith and challenge and the failure to launch generation. And if we're going to reach Gen Z, if we're going to help them understand faith and disciple them effectively and help them understand these mission things, challenge, overcoming, these themes you've talked about so well, how do we do that?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is for fathers, if you have the opportunity and you still have your kid and your son in your life, and you're trying to bring him up in the nurture and admonition, make him a good man, a good man, then you need to be modeling that yourself. There's a study that was done that one of the best indicators for if a child was going to succeed was if he saw his father loving his mother. And sacrificing himself for his community. So that's kind of the first thing, is model it yourself. It's good. And your kids will model, your kids will follow through that. There's a saying that as a man goes, so goes the household. As the household goes, so goes society. So if we want to raise good men, we want to make the world a better place, then you have to be a good man. And so for the guys out there, for the fathers, that's your call, is show them the way and call them to follow you. It's good. And follow you as you follow Christ. And then for people who don't have that situation, because unfortunately a lot of my generation doesn't have fathers that they can look up to, the answer is look to your Father in heaven. If you look to Christ, he will set you free. He came to this earth, he struggled, suffered, and died, as we're celebrating here on Christmas in 5 days.
Right, that's right.
5 days.
Yeah. He is the example. So look to him, look at the what we're aiming at is not Tucker Carlson or Ben Shapiro or, there's been all this infighting in the conservative Republican Party. It's not any of your pastors, except when they point all of it to Christ and do everything in obedience to Christ. So if they are, if what they are doing stands in alignment with Christ, then that's your goal. And but Christ is the thing you must focus on. How can I be more like Christ? Which means you need to read your Bible, which means you need to pray, which means you need to seek out pastors who know the word and are willing to preach it. Follow Christ, go after Christ, be perfect as I am perfect.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, so we have just 2 minutes. Do you have a favorite Bible verse?
Let's see. Yes, I do. It's Psalm 8. Ooh, I do not remember the exact verse, but it's, what is man that you are mindful of him, and the Son of Man that you visitest him? For you have made him a little lower than the angels and have crowned him with glory and honor.
That's so good. All right, so for the young man, so if you could look at the camera, we'll give you 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, what message would you give to Gen Z?
Yeah. The first thing would be this: everything must come from Christ and be for Christ. So if you are not yet a Christian, this is your call to action. Nothing to lose but yourself, nothing to gain but all of Christ. And that is everything that you could possibly have in your life. The second thing, go do something. It doesn't matter if it starts small. You must start, and it should continue growing. Don't just start with picking up the trash on your street, then do it for your community, and then do it for your city. Grow and try and get more. Be ambitious for the kingdom of God in every area of life, not just necessarily as a pastor, although that too, but in every area of life. And then the third thing would be this: if you are not married yet, get married. If you don't have the opportunity yet to get married, see if you can involve yourself in your local community and become the kind of man that people depend on. Become the kind of man that everyone looks to for leadership and for guidance and for authority. So that means you need to read your Bible, you need to read a lot of other books, and you need to be thinking about these things and be a humble man. That would be the 3 things that I would recommend.
I love it. And I would add, be ambitiously obedient. Like,
Amen.
that is a gem right there, Jackson. By the way, I have 2 daughters, Anna and Emily. They're 22 and 18. I'm just saying, like, for me as a dad, right, who's like dated his daughters, like has tried to be that positive role model in their lives so that one day they're going to want, like, I want to find a man who's treated me like my dad. Like, I just love the fact that you embody so much of what I hope my daughters are able to find. So.
Yeah, and for fathers out there, be that man.
That's
so
right.
their daughter does not expect some little junkie with tattoos and spends all his time at the roller skating rink. Be the kind of man that they expect ambitious things from.
All right, so Jackson, the Frogcast.
Yeah, the _FROG cast on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and then you can follow me on Twitter at JWCrap. That'll get you all the way there. There aren't very many of us, so if you search JW Crap, you should find Jackson Crap.
I love it. All right, check it out, and man, what a blessing, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
really
much,
appreciate
Steven.
it. Yeah.
Good grab. All right, that's us for now. We've got some more interviews coming, and we'll be back soon.
Hey guys, Asher here. Well, the competition is still raging full force. Hudson and Kian, they're making some awesome stuff for Morgan, and I'm really excited. I'm going to be showing you guys how to make pine needle tea, and I guarantee it's going to be the best tea that Morgan has ever tasted in his life. It better be, because otherwise I'm going to lose competition. So, you guys are watching Trail Hats. So it's summertime right now, but actually what's great about pine needle tea is that you can make it any time during the year. Pines are evergreens, and so you can always rely on pines to provide those nice little needles, and it's gonna make a really tasty treat for Morgan. So right now I'm just looking around, trying to find a nice pine tree, and I'm gonna look for kind of the needles that are really nice and soft and green. They're gonna be really delicious and tasty, full of life. So follow me as we look around here. Okay guys, here we go. Perfect. So you can go ahead and pick your needles from like a huge full-grown tree, but I have a feeling that this little sapling actually might even be more tasty since it's so young and fresh. Let's give it a go. Let's see what it tastes like. Right, I'm really excited to go ahead and get started here. It's pretty straightforward. I have my my pot here. I have some water and even a little bit of sugar to give it a nice sweet tang. So I have my needles, and I'm just gonna go ahead and start picking them off, and you wanna be sure that you don't get any of the branches along with it. You just want the needles, because that's what's gonna have the taste. Pine needles smell so good. Making tea is fun regardless of where you are, but it's especially enjoyable when you're out on the trail. This is probably the most important part of making the tea is this brewing process. You don't want to put it like in the very hottest part of the fire just so that it boils super strong. You kind of want to keep it on the side a little bit and more of render it. You want it to be kind of a slow brewing process where it really just seeps the needles for a good while. And if you want to get it more flavorful, you don't put it on the hotter heat. You just put more needles into it. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm just kind of slowly making it heat up. Time for my secret ingredient, sugar. This is really going to make it pop. More pine needles. All right, the tea has seeped for long enough, so now I'm just gonna carefully pour it into this little cup. If a couple needles do fall in, that's okay. You can always just pick those out later. All right, there you have it, 1 cup of pine needle tea. I'm gonna go ahead and take it over to Morgan and see what he thinks. So basically, I poured my heart and soul into this cup, and it's delicious, and it's steaming, and it actually has a depth of flavor. So I hope you enjoy, and don't drink it all at once. Just take your time and slowly enjoy.
Is this for decoration, or am I supposed
That's
to
just for
garnish it?
effect, yeah.
Dramatic effect. All right. Well, thank you. This looks amazing, Asher. Cheers. It's pine needles.
Cheers.
Asher, way to go. This is good. I'm impressed. I mean, I think you've pulled off an excellent pine needle tea here. I'm gonna finish this entire cup. Good job, Asher.
All right.
Well done. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Glad you liked it, Morgan.
Yep. I'm loving it. Pine needle tea.
Guys, thank you for watching. Make sure you stay till the end of these episodes to figure out who wins this whole cooking competition. If you guys enjoyed the video and learned something cool like how to make needle tea, then go ahead and like and subscribe. If you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA and becoming part of a troop, then go over to their website, traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about my brothers and I and some of the cool adventures that we've had over the years, head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com.
Welcome back to the Trail Life booth here at AmericaFest. Man, I'm really excited. Just learning a little bit about you, David Webster. A couple of things that you said were just really impressive to me, and your understanding of the journey that God brought you through. So we got David Webster. David, tell us a little bit about yourself, just your stats, just the high-end stuff, whatever's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is David Webster. Like I said, 37 years old, retired military. Well, not really retired, medically retired. I enlisted for like 8 years, got out at 4 with some injuries. But I was raised in a conservative Christian home, a product of adoption, and I love this country. I love what we stand for, and you look at the way things are falling apart in the country right now. A lot of it comes down to a lack of masculinity, right? We haven't protected men. We haven't given boys a space to be boys, right? I was blessed to have really good parents that let me kind of fall on my face a bunch, which boys need, right? You learn how to pick the gravel out of your knees when you skip, you hit that rock and your bike, you go forward over the front of your bicycle, and we don't have a lot of that now. There's a lot more helicopter parenting, and there's a benefit to that, but I think also it's one of those things where you go too far, and you see what we have now with just the lack of male leadership in this country, and people being willing to be in their strength.
Right, and now you're into political activism a little bit. You got a podcast, Minnesotan podcast, I guess.
Yeah, so I recently started a podcast in the last couple of months with A.K. Kamara. He's the RNC committee man out of Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
And then our other co-host, his name's Drew Outstanding, and he's a veteran like me, but he was actually COVID injured when they forced him to take the vaccine.
Oh, wow.
And so he's been dealing with the medical ramifications of that. The three of us are here all weekend, but yeah, so we started working together a couple of months ago doing Culture Warriors Unchained. That's our podcast. And like we were talking about before, we'd love to have you guys on.
Culture Wars Unchained.
Culture Warriors Unchained.
Culture Warriors Unchained.
Yep.
What platforms is that on?
We're live streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and X, and we're working on getting Spotify and some other things set up.
That's great.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, and we'd love to be on your podcast.
Absolutely, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that you said that I think is really a great testimony to a couple of things. One is the spirit of overcoming and being an overcomer. You talked about 3 lives, but also I found it interesting that you're aware of the journey that God's brought you through. Because I think sometimes we go through life unaware of kind of what's happening to us or what God's bringing us through at that moment. So tell us about these 3 lives that you've been through.
Yeah, absolutely. So like I was saying before, I'm on my 3rd shot at life. And my sister and I, we were in Peru. We're in the third world. We're starving to death, right? And God led the parents that I have now through some missionaries coming to our church to come down there. There wasn't like a catalog. They didn't get to pre-pick, right? They prayed, they obeyed God, and they got on a plane, flew a couple thousand miles, not knowing who they were going to get, right?
Yeah.
And they decided to take both of us. So we got to grow up together in the same house, and that's 2nd shot at life, number 1. Then I joined the military. I deployed, and some of my friends made it, some of them didn't, and I was grace of God, lucky to come home with all of my limbs. That's the 2nd shot at life, number 2. And then I get out of the military, and I have a lot of the survival's guilt, the PTSD, the alcoholism, a lot of the problems that a lot of men go through when they're isolated, right? That's the number 1 thing killing veterans is isolation. And I was blessed to be surrounded by that same strong Christian family. And I got connected to a really good church. I got some mentorship in my life from some men that had the kind of life I wanted to live. And it pulled me out of that darkness into, from basically I was a homeless veteran for almost a year of my life in my 20s to where I am now. And people are like, that's completely unbelievable.
Right.
Right. Like, yeah, I have a really respected job in the healthcare industry, just as an administrator at a hospital. I'm politically involved with the Republican Party in Minnesota. I'm a podcast host, right? Like I've gotten to live so many lives. But this is now my 3rd shot at life. And then, like we were talking about before, my call to action, the thing that drives me is the passage, to whom much is given, much is expected. And everything after the orphanage, I've been given in abundance over what I deserve on any measurable scale. And so much is expected of me. At some point, you have to start giving back and making a difference.
Wow. So when I have a lot of work with at-risk youth.
Yeah.
And so when I look at just the mental health, and I look at like a lot of kids in foster care, sharing with you, I led a foster care agency. And
that's
when
incredible.
I look at when I look at a lot of our youth and the PTSD, like a lot of our kids in foster care are diagnosed with PTSD. And I know the significant challenges that they have had to overcome to be, productive, functional. Like you're living, like I would just say, knowing that world a little bit. I mean, you are a living testimony of probably God's grace and mercy and goodness in regards to that. What were one or two things that was instrumental in you to be where you're at today? Like, I think of community, having really healthy, safe connections is one that I know is vitally important, especially with kids in foster care. And again, that's even a part, your adoption story is a part of that. Like, there's significant resilient factors that I think are evident in your life. What are a couple of those that you could kind of put words to?
You hit me with a couple of questions there. Which one do you want me to hit first? No, you're good. You're good.
Like the resilient, like that.
Okay.
Some of those resilient factors.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, even in the most recent examples, like getting out of the military, I'd grown up in a conservative Christian home, right? So those values were deeply rooted inside of me. So, like, people raising children, like, my encouragement is, get them into the Word when they're young, right? My father, I used to joke we had a drug problem in our house. My father and mother drug us to church, drug us to school, drug us to practice, right? We got drug everywhere, and
that's good.
And I had different drug problems than everybody else, apparently. But that was so good for me because then I get out of the military. I'm this lost being, right? I'm drinking so I can sleep through the night. I'm taking like 18 different kinds of pain medications that the VA just kept handing out back then when they weren't really monitoring veteran health, right? And I had this thing inside of my soul that knew the truth. And so at one point, I started going to every church in my parents' hometown, trying to find where I belong. And I ended up finding a church in the neighboring town. And I went to that church for probably 6, 7, 8 years before I moved to the Twin Cities area where I'm living now. And I still occasionally go back down to that town. It's a small town in Minnesota. Shout out to Mankato. New Creation World Outreach Church, incredible ministry. And they accepted me for who I was. They did, and they ministered to my very broken soul. And I think that's that's a huge thing. Like if you have those foundational things already inside of you, Spirit knows the truth. It's crying out for that truth, even in the lowest pit.
Right.
So
go
ahead. No, I was gonna say. So when you say broken soul, there's a lot entwined in
Absolutely.
That statement. Being adopted and there's trauma from adoption. In that moment, there's trauma from having to be adopted when you're back in Peru. There's the trauma and the PTSD and all of the things that you said you struggled with. Describe what you mean by, my soul was so disturbed, or however you put it. I don't.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I think I had a lot of I didn't realize it until I was a little older that I had a lot of the issues that like children that go through adoption have, where you wonder, these people love me, and I had an incredible life. I have no complaints. My adoptive parents gave me one of the greatest childhoods I think I could have ever asked for.
Right.
They did everything right. I can honestly say there's not any point of my childhood where I'm disappointed in my parents. I mean, as a teenager, I thought I knew more than them, and I'd be like, you sucked at this and this and this. But as an adult now, I'm looking back on it, I'm like, I'm grateful for all of it.
Right.
But I still had that piece of me where I'm like, why wasn't I enough for this other family? Right? Why did I need to be in this situation? So that was kind of always buried deep inside of me. And then you find this other family in the military, and then from a really young age. I mean, I enlisted at 17 early, right? And then I was in until I was 23. And you just you start losing friends, right? And so it's this stack of losses, if you will,
right?
And if you don't seek the peace of God in your life, right, those will start to stack on you and weigh on you to a point where you actually hate yourself,
right?
Which is what a lot of vets struggle with. It's not necessarily the hate of others or the hate of the enemy. There's this piece of you that you start to hate yourself,
right? Wow.
And I guess that's what I mean when I'm talking about like broken soul and PTSD and stuff like that. Like I was racked with guilt because there were men that on paper they were better men than me. They were better soldiers than me, right? They had better character than me, and they weren't here and I was. And I'm like, why wouldn't God let me trade places with one of those people?
Some of that survivor's guilt.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's definitely a component of it. Yep.
So talk about the transformation. So you talked about God rescued you from that disturbed soul and the PTSD and all those things. And you mentioned the church. and you mentioned the people that poured into you, but personally, in between you and God, like as he's reaching down, what's he doing? Was it instantaneous? Was it a process to come out of? You know, you hear all kind of different stories. Like God healed me of alcoholism immediately, and all the things. Yeah.
So I think one of the greatest gifts that God gave me is I'm a really stubborn person, and when I'm using it with arrogance to my own benefit, it's really detrimental to my long-term, just overall well-being. But when I'm using it towards something God wants me to do with my life, all these doors open and things just. So I got out of the military, and family was one of the biggest things that pulled me out of the darkness. I remember I'm sitting outside of a McDonald's. I just played with my nephews in the playpen. They was back when they were super little. I was like fresh out of the military, and I step outside because I'm still chain smoking, right? And I look up and I just see these two little smeared faces on the glass. You know, there's snot and spit. You know, because they're toddlers, but they're watching everything I'm doing. Because their mother told them I was a hero. My sister spent the whole time I was gone telling them how incredible their uncle was. And I had something I had to live up to.
Wow.
And I looked up at them and I was like, I can't keep smoking. And so in that moment, I took the pack, I threw it in the trash can. I can remember to this day, McDonald's in Jordan, Minnesota, on 169, the halfway point between the Minneapolis airport and New Ulm, where my parents live. And I haven't smoked. Well, okay. Full transparency, occasionally when me and the Army guys still get together, we'll have cigars. We'll have like one. But I haven't smoked since that day.
Wow.
Because of just because of that moment where I was like, I have something bigger than me I have to live up to. And I think that's what every guy needs, right? You need something that's bigger than you, need a cause, no matter what age you are. And so that was one of the first things was, these people have this image of me, and I can't let them down.
Yeah.
And then that helped with the alcoholism as well. Just the reminder that, my father and I have the same name, so I'm a junior. So when I go out in town and act a fool, if I end up in the drunk tank or something, right, my father's name is in the newspaper, and what have I done to his image and his legacy and things like that. I think that it's stuff like that helps pull you out of things like that.
I totally agree. Yeah, when I look at a lot of the resilient research that's coming out of Harvard and other areas, like your story embodies so much of the resilient.
I also cold turkeyed alcohol for 8 years, and now I socially drink. Like if I go out somewhere, I'll have like a drink or two at the most, and then I'm switch back to soda water for the rest of the night. Throw some limes in there, you fit in, nobody notices.
So it's almost like there's this new this new wine and a new wineskin in you a little bit, right?
I would agree, absolutely.
The old man has, in a lot of ways, died.
Yeah.
You can re-engage in these things that no longer has a hold on.
And I mean, cleaning up my life, cleaning up how active I was, cleaning up the diet, the food I was eating, right? Primarily focusing on meat and like a couple of key vegetables.
Right.
Like I haven't had to take pain medications. Like I had a problem with it early on, and then and then now they regulated it a little more. But I haven't been on anything like that in over a year. The most I take is an allergy medication, and even that's going away because I started using raw honey and like the Greek yogurt I have in the morning. So it's like if you clean up your act,
make America healthy again, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. You get right with God. You get outside. You get some sunlight. You get some exercise. You can turn the clock back. I'm 37 and I'm in better shape now than I was at 27 when I was a mess.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
It's wild. It's wild the difference 10 years can make in a man's life who's committed to the Lord.
Well, and I think what I love, especially when I think of our audience, a lot of our troop leaders and, some of the young men, when I think about trail life, and it's outdoor adventure. It's getting with other band of brothers, this brotherhood, and it's doing things you've never done before. It's encouraging young men to step out of their comfort zones. It's encouraging to overcome fears or failures, and it is through like trial and error. It's trying things you've never done, and so just hearing your story, there's so much of that that's so applicable to a lot of our young men.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's I mean, I think. That outdoor camaraderie, that physical activity, it doesn't matter what age you are. If you're male, and I'm not saying that women can't do this, but specifically we're talking about men here, it's beneficial at any age. Like some of the best veteran outreach programs that I've seen are ones where they take them fishing or something, right? Like they'll get this donor to fund like a fishing trip to like Alaska or something, and we'll take a bunch of vets up to Alaska.
Oh, that's great.
Like, that's so it doesn't matter, boy, man. Like if you're trying to pull people out of darkness, one of the things you can do is get them some sunlight, get them outdoors.
Oh man, that's
you're
right.
No, you're
that's
right.
So David, give us the podcast name again.
Culture Warriors Unchained.
Culture Warriors Unchained. Right now, it's available on Facebook,
YouTube, and X.
Soon to be Rumble and all the other podcasts.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
We finally got a producer, and he's infinitely better at all of that than any of us are. So I'm good at this part of it. Like,
it's good. You are very good.
That was part of getting out of the military, is figuring out what are my gifts. Right. That's the other part of it, is you have to figure out what are you good at. Like, I tried everything from like CNC machining, sports journalism, you name it. I tried it. Car sales, and I just figured out that I'm better with people than things.
That's
and
good.
not every guy has that. But so this is definitely my niche.
That's awesome.
So here's what I want you to do, and I haven't given this 60 seconds to anybody yet. So we end our interviews here with 60 seconds of your message to the world on the topic I'll give you.
Okay, absolutely.
So you know
which
a little
camera
bit.
You want me to look at when I do that?
The world right there.
All right.
So you're going to speak to our trail life audience.
Okay.
And so you're just learning about trail life.
Absolutely.
And I want you to speak to our
organization.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I want you to speak to the world about trail life.
Okay. And what topic did you want me to?
Anything that pours out.
Yep. Listen, Trail Life family, this is David Webster out of Minnesota, and I'm just going to tell you, get active, raise your children in the church. Get those core foundational principles inside of them when they're young, because then even if they lose their way and you think, oh, I wasted my time, I can tell you from personal experience, those core values call out to you in your darkest moments and pull you back into the life that you're supposed to live. And you'll be doing your sons, your daughters a great service by instilling those values in there. And then also, get outside. Some of my favorite childhood memories in the childhood I want to give my children someday was, going fishing with my grandfather, going fishing with my father, my dad and I playing baseball in the front yard, or going camping in the woods on like church trips, or even just by ourselves, where you're just out in the woods for 7-8 days and nobody's showered and you all smell horrible, but you're having the time of your life, right?
He's been to a trail out camp.
Absolutely. Like, get involved in all of that and participate at a high level and get your kids involved in it, because it'll bring this country back to where we need to be. It's not the only thing we need, but it's definitely a huge component of it.
Fantastic.
That's so good.
Thanks for joining us, David. We
Absolutely.
really appreciate it. David
It's been an honor. I appreciate you guys having me on the show.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you so much. He'll give us a countdown. We got an awesome gift bag for you, too.
I came in as a boy, and I'm leaving as a young man.
Trail life, the boys grow spiritually, physically, mentally.
It's helped me with importance of leadership, because before trail life I literally did nothing.
They're developing lifelong friends, and they're being pushed beyond what they think their limitations are.
I've got one of my young trailmen, he was struggling a lot, and he is crawling up rocks. The entire time we're having some great conversations about his relationship with God, and we're still teaching him skills that he can use in life. He gets out there and he's just so awed by God's creation that at the end of it, he's like, I can't believe that I did that. And we just sat there and we prayed and we thanked God.
I like how you go camping and swimming.
There's a lot of leadership involved. You get a lot of good experience.
As a mom, I love the fact that I know that our son is involved in a Christ-centered, boy-focused group. I'm confident that he's in a safe environment, that he's getting the mentorship and leadership of men who have the type of foundation that we need him to get.
I've never really been able to talk in public, and being in Trail Life, everyone's so accepting of you, and you never feel out of place here. I never felt out of place, and that really helped me become who I am and who God wants me to be, and show me where my life is going.
Other than my guidance at home as their father and Christ, I see it as the third largest thing that has molded them to be growing into men.
Me and my dad, we really didn't talk a lot. I loved him and everything, but we weren't on the best of terms. And my mom wanted my dad to go. He was like, sure, I'll go. So he asked off for work and he went. And ever since then, me and my dad's relationship has gotten closer and closer. He's moved from just being my dad, being very close to me. Even when he's away, we talk every day, and he calls us and prays with us at night. It's just brought our whole family together closer.
We thought this ministry first and foremost was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually, the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about trail life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is. We come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're a Christian, but he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
Welcome back to the Trail Life booth here on Media Row, Turning Point USA's AmericaFest. Man, I am excited. So my 3 favorite interviews so far, Landon, have been our Freedom Rangeman. I know you're well on your way to Freedom Rangeman.
Yeah.
But we have Landon Kynard and Joe Kynard, Dad, also COO of Trail Life here with us. Great to have you guys.
Thanks.
You're
Get me on here.
Thanks, Kelly. It's great to be here.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, so you guys, how long have you been in Trail Life?
Well, I started in 2019.
Yeah.
Stopped in 2020 because of COVID and everything.
Right? Yep.
2021, I picked back up, and I've been in there ever since.
What were you when you started, Landon?
I was a first-year hawk in 2019. Whenever I came back in 2021, I was a first-year mountain lion.
Okay, hold up. I started this interview wrong, so we're gonna rewind a little bit. So tell us your age. You too, Joe. We want to know how the old you gentlemen are.
I'm 14 years old.
14 years old and about 7'8".
Probably more like 5 foot.
He's taller
10.
than me. He's taller than me for sure.
And I'm older than 14. And and we actually joined Trail Life at the same time. So before I started working for Trail Life, him and I became members of Trail Life.
Really?
So we were looking for something to do. I was a Royal Ranger as a kid, as his age. I was a Royal Ranger within the Assemblies of God, and looking for something like that, looking for an alternative to Boy Scouts. And I think my wife actually found American Heritage Girls. We connected through that into Trail Life. In there, we joined Trail Life, and it took us just a little bit of time to get rolling with it, but then it's been great for us. And then after coming back after COVID is when I actually loved it so much that I started working for Trail.
That's fantastic. Yeah. That's fantastic. So real quick, shout out to your troop. What's the call numbers for your troop?
CO 1613, Colorado.
1613.
1613.
What does that represent? Is there a verse?
1 Corinthians 16:13.
Can you quote it?
It is.
I'll put you on the spot.
Be watchful, stand firm in the faith.
That one.
Act like men. Yeah.
Act like men. Yeah. That's fantastic. So talk about a little bit why you chose. I want to get into the story of coming into Trail Life first. So why you, as a dad who doesn't work at Trail Life yet, decide that you talked about I was in Royal Rangers, I wanted a scouting alternative, but why did you guys as a family choose Trail Life to be a part of?
Yeah, just looking for something so that Landon can grow in that outdoor experience and the character and leadership that it offers. I love the outdoors. I love fishing. I love hunting. I love hiking. He loves it as well. We spend a lot of time doing that. Being able to be around other boys, other men that like to do that, it's been great for me to connect with that. Some of my best friends now in Colorado are men that I've met through Trail Life. They're the guys that like to do the same things that I like to do, and so that's how I get out and relive my childhood as well in connecting with them. And so that's been great for us.
Fantastic. Landon, top 3 things that you love about Trail Life.
Top 3, that would be campouts. I really love campouts.
Yeah.
I like during the troop meetings hanging out with my friends. That's one of my favorite things about it. My other favorite thing is learning life skills I could use for the rest of my life.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit about those skills you think you can bring into adulthood.
Some of the skills I could bring is for the first aid badge, I've learned how to save people's lives that I could use if I'm ever in an emergency where someone, maybe they're choking on something or they have venomous snake just bit them. I can help save their life.
That's a useful skill.
There's also, I can build shelters with the camping badge and outdoor life badge.
Yeah, fantastic.
So, Kelly, a quick story. You know, when we were, before I started working for Trail Life, when he was a hawk there, I remember this well, like going home one night after a troop meeting, and we were just talking. That's one of the cool things about Trail Life is that father and son time, that it creates that conversations that you don't get naturally outside of there. We were going home from it, and anyone that knows Landon knows how much he loves football. Like, it's a sport, he loves it.
Are we talking American football or
American football? Yes.
Me too.
Yes,
Me too.
Yeah.
So Arkansas Razorbacks.
Arkansas Razorbacks.
Yeah, Arkansas Razorbacks.
Big
Also
Suey.
Denver Broncos.
Denver Broncos. Okay.
Denver Broncos more for him. Yeah. So, but anyway, we were headed home from it. We were just talking about different things, and he just mentioned that, you know, his favorite thing to do was to go to Trail Life and with me in there, and so that was a moment like that. He loves football, he loves all these other things, but the thing that he really wanted to do at that time was go to the troop, be with his friends at troop, be with me there, and learn those skills. So it's just been great for us in that aspect.
So I think the natural assumption is that's fantastic for Landon, that he's going to have these memories with Dad. But what does it mean to Dad for you to hear your son say that to you? I'm getting emotional. Like, yeah, what is that?
I'll keep my emotions in check, but it means, the cliche means everything on there. So I really enjoy my time with him when we play sports. We do play a lot of sports together. We go fishing. We do those things. But having him there at the troop's been amazing. So he started in our Woodlands Trail program, our elementary program. You were maybe 7 years old when we started, I forget. But he started that age, and seeing him progress through the program exactly the way that Trail Life has it lined out. So in that beginning, when he was in Woodlands Trail, his involvement was showing up and hanging out with the boys and hearing the lesson from the leaders there in taking that on. Then we moved into Navigators in the middle school, which he just completed there. And it was a little bit more, hey, you need to do this. You need to learn these things on your own. But it was a lot of me saying, hey, bud, have you finished this homework assignment? Have you done this thing? And now he just moved into Adventure, our high school level. And just the other day, we were at troop meeting, and I'm still a registered adult, and I'm helping out in there. But I'm not the leader of him. It's been good for him to be with some other guys. But we're sitting there, and the leader's like, okay, who did their homework who did their work outside of here for this certain badge? And I was like, oh no, I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know it was supposed to happen. He's like, yeah, I got it right here. And the whole week in between, or 2 weeks or whatever it was, I didn't prod him, didn't ask him about it, because I didn't even know about it. But he had done that on his own. So just seeing that progression has been very important to me, to see that growth in him.
So Landon, there's you enjoy trail life.
Oh yeah.
But I want to spend a little bit. What motivates you? And I just saw Matt, who is our freedom rangeman here. I know you guys know Matt.
Yeah.
What's your motivation to go on your own and do these things? Not just that, hey, I enjoy trail life, because once you get to an adventurer, like, challenge is part of the process, right? So what motivates you to go through that?
Well, the main motivation is the Freedom Award, which I'm striving to get the Freedom Award right now. My motivation in Navigators was to get the Ridgeline Award, because I've always wanted to get that. I got that, so.
Yeah, you just got your Ridgeline Award, right? Wait, what was the project that we did to get your Ridgeline?
We built a fence at the Peyton Cemetery in Colorado.
Oh, wow.
It wasn't just a regular fence. These posts were like concrete. They were like 100 pounds each.
Wow.
Right? So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, tell me a little bit about your troop dynamic. So, you're an adventurer. How many adventurers are older than you?
Well, you say how many are older than me?
you?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm one of the youngest adventurers since I'm first year. But, so I don't know exactly who is older than me, but I know that there is at least 4 older than me.
And so do you find yourself looking up to them?
Yes, I do.
And tell me about, do you have a leader of that group, or do you guys swap out? A little bit about that.
Well, so we have our first officer in
Right.
adventurers, which is... Oh, yeah, his name's Tanner. He's good. Yeah.
Yeah, Tanner's our first officer. So what about when you started as a Hawk? I remember this well. When you started a Hawk, we started at Colorado 313, which is actually the troop that Matt is from that was on here. We started there. Now we're at 1613. But and you're as a Hawk, and you're in there, and that's a big troop. It's got a lot of adventures. I remember seeing their first officer up there leading the opening flag with the standard and all that on there. Do you remember those moments and seeing those? I mean, did they look like adults to you when you were a Hawk and you were looking at the high schoolers?
Yeah, I do remember whenever the adventurers would go up on stage and they'd be doing whatever they're doing. Sometimes they'd be leading us in a song, or sometimes they'd be calling the flag ceremony. And I remember looking at them and thinking that they're so old, and that I was never thinking that I was eventually going to be like that. But
and now you are, right?
Yeah.
Now you're the guy that the Foxes and the Hawks are looking at, and they're looking at you and thinking, this guy's old, right?
Yeah. So is that process, or seeing those older guys, been motivational to you to, like, man, I want to live up to that standard. I want to grow and develop into that kind of person?
yeah, I mean, this was whenever I was 8, so
Yeah.
kind of a foggy memory. But I do remember that I did look up to them, and I wanted to be like them.
Yeah, fantastic. So Trail Life's all about adventure, character, and leadership. So take me through, like, the best adventure you've been on so far.
Best adventure, it had to have been our last high adventure with Trail Life. It was a backpacking trip over 33 miles in the Colorado Trail over 3 days.
Wow, say that again, those stats again.
It was a 33-mile backpacking trip, and it was 3 days long. Yeah.
Yeah, we most of that time was spent above 10,000 feet. So it was,
wow.
It was section 6 of the Colorado Trail, and our adventures is a first backpacking trip for several of the adventurers. They had to learn all the different equipment that it takes. We've been on many camping trips, totally different thing to go backpacking. And there, Landon had gone backpacking with me a time or two, so he was the pro. But it was a great trip. It was hard, a big challenge for many of the boys to do that, and that's a big part of it. Like there was several of them that as we were getting started on that day one, and we may have been 3 miles into probably 10 or 12 miles we were doing that day, and they're like, I don't know if I can do this, right? And so the encouragement that happens, the boys that have done it before are encouraging the other boys, the leaders are encouraging on there, and they get to the end of that first day, and it's like, okay, let's just do another day. And every one of the boys completed that trip that went on that. So big accomplishment for them, and that's a big part of the program, is like they're facing a challenge, something very difficult for them, completing it, and then getting that accomplishment, looking back and saying, man, I did this. I can do other things too because I can do this. So
fantastic. Character. So what over the last, since you've become an adventurer, you're brand new in the adventurers, right? So since you've become there, what characteristic of a godly masculine man do you think God's imparting to you right now?
Currently, I'm not sure. I think the main one would be compassionate, because of like
wow.
what a good man needs to be. Because my parents have always told me that I have been compassionate ever since I was little.
Landon is a very compassionate person, very strong in there. So what are we currently doing faith-wise at? You know what?
We're reading a book, right?
Wild at Heart.
Called Wild at Heart.
Yeah.
It was, John Eldridge wrote it. It's a book about becoming a man and how to do that. and all this.
We're doing it as part of the Band of Brothers, which is one of the badges that you can earn with Trail Life. So Band of Brothers, and it's all about discipleship and doing a Bible study. And so the adventurers are coming together and working on that, and that's part of it. And that is another way that we're growing character, is using that Christian aspect of what we're doing and implementing it through this Band of Brothers program.
Yeah, fantastic. Landon, tell me, so you're reading this book right now. I'm putting you on the spot, I know that, but it is an interview, right?
Yeah.
So, one takeaway from that book that you're like, yeah.
Well, probably there's been a lot that like has kind of just like I've just like been like I've really never thought about that with, or is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, so some of the stuff like I'm trying to think of.
It's okay. I put you on the spot.
I was just going to say they talk a lot about marriage in there, right?
Yeah, that's one of the
so
things.
you got a few years before you get to that, but I think the section that we just went over is talking about the wound and how men have that all men have that hurt at some point, and then how to deal with that. And so this has been great father and son time too. We've been actually listening to the book on Audible as we're going to troop meetings and stuff. That's how we've been doing it, doing that together, and then we meet there and talk about it. And so it's been great father and son time to listen to that as well.
Oh, fantastic. Leadership. So adventure, character, leadership. Talk to me about being developed into a leader through Trail Life, and how that process takes place and how it's taken place in you, because you stepped into our booth this weekend and you're like hanging out with the Freedom Rangemen and in some ways just like crushing it just the same way that they are, and that takes a natural leadership level to be able to do that, and a learned leadership level. So talk to me. Obviously, you got a great example in a dad who's a great leader and helps leads our organization. But I want to know from you, like, what have you learned about leadership through Trail Life?
Well, I've learned being a leader isn't telling people what to do all the time.
Yeah.
It's showing people what you want them to do by doing it yourself. And how I've learned how to be a leader is I've been in Navigators. I was the junior patrol leader and assistant junior patrol leader in my patrol at different times, and that's pretty much built up my leadership.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, in this interview, the same way with everyone, and I'm going to give both of you a shot to do this. Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna start with Dad, and we're gonna finish with Landon.
Okay.
All right? Joe, I'd love for you to talk for 60 seconds to the dad out there who's considering putting their son in Trail Life and taking part in the process of Trail Life with their son.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything you want to say?
Sure. A couple of things I would say. First, I would say is you don't. I mentioned earlier that I love the outdoors. It's been a part of who I am, but I would say that you don't have to be like that in order to be in this program and to get something out of it. There are many different men from all different walks of life in there, all different levels. You don't have to be someone who knows how to backpack to be in the program. So I would say that first, and I would say secondly, I'd say it's vital time to spend with your son. In there, it's built-in time. We're all busy. We have jobs. We have all these things going on. This is time that you can schedule on your calendar that puts you together. You're with other guys. Your son's with other boys, but you're together too. And it's a great time to build that relationship, that father-son relationship together.
Oh, fantastic! All right, Landon, you ready for yours?
Yeah.
I want you to talk to the heart of a young man who's maybe 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, who's thinking about joining Trail Life. What would you say to him?
Well, I'd say I love Trail Life. It's been a great opportunity for me to learn a lot of life skills, and I've met some really good friends that could be best friends till I'm 50
that's awesome.
in Trail Life, and it's fun to not only learn skills that you use in the future, but learn it with your friends. And it's fun to learn how to be a leader. And It's fun to go on backpacking trips and camping trips. And for one of our high adventures, we were on a boat and we were doing a aquatics badge. But some of the time we weren't doing anything. We just rode out around in the boat, and that was really fun. And that's funny when I say to.
Yeah, awesome. You guys crushed it.
So
Yeah.
Kelly, before we go, Lena, do you want to shout out to anybody from our troop?
I'd shout out to Tobin Babcock, Camden Babcock. They're my best friends they've been my best friends since I was first year mountain lion. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And I'm first
Give
year
me their names again. Shout out to them.
Tobin and Camden. Shout out to you. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Tobin, Camden, hope you watch this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys, crushed this. We appreciate it. We got a great gift bag for you guys too.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelly.
You bet.
Thanks, Kelly.
Today we're out in the woods and it's a beautiful day, but we need to get out of here. We need to escape the forest. And so today we're going to use only what God has given us in His creation to navigate our way out of the woods. It should be a lot of fun. This is Trail Hacks. All right guys, here's what I'm thinking. We need to do a couple different things. One is find a reliable water source. Asher, if you and Kian can work together to find that, that'd be great. Meanwhile, Hudson, you and I can work on trying to find our sense of direction out here.
All right, Kian, you and Asher, let's just use the buddy system. Don't separate, stay together.
Sounds good, Hudson. Yeah, Kian and I will stay within calling distance, and we'll be back with as much water as we can here soon.
Good. All right. We need to find north, find our sense of direction, understand where we're at, and how to make forward progress. Now, in order to do that, we need the sun and some shadows. And with those two simple elements, we can find our sense of direction. We can find true north.
In order for this to work, we actually need a sunny spot, and we need the sunny spot to last for 10 to 15 minutes in order to accurately read the shadows. So right now, the sunlight's filtering through the trees, but it's kind of sporadic. Every time a cloud hits, it disappears, and so we're just looking for a nice little sunny spot.
Okay, it clears out a little bit right here. I have a nice shadow here. The tree's kind of cleared out. We're getting some beautiful sunshine. The first thing is to plant our stick firmly and then to mark the very tip of the shadow. Wherever the shadow of the stick lies, that's where we need to mark it, and then we'll wait about 10 to 15 minutes and see how far that shadow moves. And then we'll be marking the second point. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And so as the sun is making its arch over the sky, well, it'll hit the stick and it'll give us a shadow, and that's a point of reference. Then as we find our second shadow, it gives us a second point of reference. So Morgan, go ahead and mark the end of this shadow here.
Looks about right. So we just want to line that up, and now it's just a waiting game. We're gonna sit back, we're gonna chill, soak in the sun, get some rays, and the shadow is gonna progressively move. Man, direction is really important, and we're out here kind of lost in the woods trying to find true north. But the truth is, in a greater sense, because of our sin, we are all born spiritually blind, and we don't know the truth. We don't know how to get back to God, how to be in a right relationship with Him. And so we're stuck. It's a big problem, and everybody faces this. But thankfully, God has made Himself known. He's given us His Word. God's Word, the Bible, it's basically like our compass. It shows us how we can be made right to Him again, how we can escape the penalty of our sin and death and be brought back into a right relationship with Him. And so it's the most important thing out there. And honestly, that's one reason why you should never go anywhere without God's Word. Never go anywhere without your compass. You don't want to be stuck in this situation in real life, but how much more so without God's Word? All right, I think we have our shadow. Looks like a good 6 inches away from the first mark. Hudson, you get a second mark there. Nice. That's a good 6 inches or so. It's pretty good.
Yep. All right, so we have our 2 points of reference. The trail hack is to put your left foot on the first marker, your right foot on the second. Now, where I'm facing, tall and straight, this is now north. So we have found our sense of direction. North, directly behind me is south. I have east to my right, west to my left. So now we have just created basically a compass rose. We know our direction, which is pretty incredible because all this was based off of just the sun and the shadows. Isn't God's creation amazing?
Okay, now we know true north, so that's one step closer to escaping the forest.
Morgan and I are now going to use these same shadows to figure out what time of day it is. So stay tuned for the next episode.
If you guys enjoy this channel, make sure you like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA, then go visit their website at traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about us and our adventures, the Wild Brothers, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com. See you guys in the next video.
My brother Hudson and I were out here trekking through the woods this morning, and man, it's super pretty out. We're out in our snowshoes, and it's just absolutely amazing to be out here. But one thing that we're noticing is that there's always little footprints in the snow, and the snow is really like an open book. You just need to know how to read it correctly. So today we're going to teach you guys how to identify tracks, read the signs, and learn how to track the animals that made them. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. So right here we see, man, a lot of footprints already. And these are one of the most common footprints you're going to see. These belong to snow hares. They're like big white bunny rabbits. And yeah, they're just flourishing out here in the woods. But right over here is a great example of some tracks right here. This rabbit looks like he went bounding off this way. But we can tell right away that it's an older track because it's not a clear, crisp image. It's like it walked through here, but and then a couple nights later, some more snow fell and it froze over. So right now, it's kind of just a really soft image in the snow. But this track over here, for instance, this one's much newer. You can tell because it's a really crisp image. It's like the rabbit went through here, stomped his feet in the snow, and little bits of snow kind of went flying out as he did that. And the little bits of snow are still there. They haven't been covered by new snow, and they haven't melted away either. They're still fresh. And so if we were in a survival situation, you want to be able to tell the difference so that if you're trying to hunt or set traps, you could follow the fresh tracks and kind of figure out where the rabbits have recently been to and where they still are.
As a good trailman, it's important to be aware of your surroundings.
And so,
a big part about tracking is just to know what kind of wildlife is in the area to be aware of. And just the other day, Asher, myself, Keenan, and Morgan, we're out hiking on a trail and we came across really fresh wolf tracks right in the middle of our trail. It was incredible. But really good to know, whoa, we need to be aware. So a good trailman is always aware of his surroundings, aware of the signs, the tracks, so he can know what's in the area.
Hey, there's some little squirrel footprints over here. Oh, they're so cute. Oh my goodness. You can see exactly what their little paws have been doing. They're kind of just indentured in the snow like that. Super clear. Man, these little critters have been active this morning. They're just everywhere. I think one of my favorite parts about tracking is it just really gives you an amazing appreciation for all the different type of animals around here, all the different type of animals that God's made and put specifically in this environment and how He's equipped them to survive here. For the rabbits, it's their big feet. And I think that just gives us a really good appreciation for God's creation and teaches us to be mindful of them and to value them. And it's not like we're glorying in the creation itself, but we're just giving glory and praise to God because He's the one that made them. And so, yeah, that's probably my favorite part about cruising around here in the snow.
Oh, Asher, look, this is really cool. Oh, man, this is super cool. Asher and I have been tracking these snowshoe hares for a while now, and they've led us to these bushes. It looks like these little seeds here are food for the snowshoe hares. So they've eaten some and then they've left their droppings. So we've been able to see exactly what the snowshoe hares have done this morning. So what we've learned so far this morning is that one, it's good to be able to tell fresh tracks from old tracks and which direction the animal is going in. Two, to be able to read tracks so you're aware of what animals are in the area, whether they're deer and rabbits or predators like wolves and mountain lions. Three, to be able to read the tracks, it gives us a better understanding of what the animals are doing so that we can document them, observe their behaviors and their habitat, what they've done, and really that leads us to an appreciation of God's creation, the amazing world that God has made. So if you have learned all these things and can apply them, you're well on your way to being an equipped tracker.
Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys liked this video, feel free to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about trail life, head over to their website at traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I, feel free to head over to our website, wildbrothersproductions.com. Thanks, guys.
Hi, We're the Wow Brothers, and we're partnering with Trail Life USA to bring you trail hacks, essential tips you need to know in order to be a better trailman. In this episode, we're going to teach you the 10 essential items you need the next time you hit the trail. There's a fine line between being underprepared and overprepared. If you don't bring the right gear along on your adventure, you'll definitely regret it. But on the other hand, if you bring too much gear, your pack's going to drag you down. The top 10 essentials are 10 key items you need for any hiking trip, and they will cover all your bases without slowing you down in the process. First things first, on any adventure you need to know where you are and where you're going, or else you might end up lost. The first essential is navigation. Always pack a compass and a map of your local area. Know where you are, where you're going, and be sure to let others know as well. Essential number 2, sun protection. We live in Florida, the Sunshine State, but no matter where you are, you need to have a good plan for sun protection. Make sure to bring sunscreen, 30 SPF or higher, and a good pair of sunglasses. You could also bring an SPF shirt or cap. Essential number 3, insulation. It's not always sunny out. The cold can be just as dangerous as the heat. Make sure to bring extra clothing and insulation in case of a sudden turn in weather. Make wise decisions and take proper insulated clothing depending on your environment. Essential number 4, first aid. The first necessity to any adventure is to stay uninjured. But you can never tell when an accident might happen. Even the best of us make mistakes. The next essential is having a first aid kit and knowing how to use it properly. Essential number 5, illumination. Nothing's worse than getting caught in the dark without a light. Make sure to keep a reliable flashlight well charged in your backpack at all times, preferably a headlamp and one that's weatherproof. This is especially important during the winter months when you have less hours of daylight. Essential number 6, repair kit and tools. A sturdy knife is one of the most important of the 10 essentials. It is crucial for gear repair, food preparation, first aid, and the list goes on. Essential number 7, fire. You never know what kind of conditions you will face on your adventure. Whether it's dry or maybe wet and rainy, at some point you're going to need to get a fire started. Now, a fire can be started by using flint, a lighter, or even friction. One of the most reliable fire starters is a pack of waterproof matches. Make sure you keep these handy in your backpack. Essential number 8, hydration. Without water on the trail, you are toast. Always make sure to bring one full water bottle per person and an extra collapsible water reservoir to refill your water supply if you come across a clean water source. Essential number 9, nutrition. Adventures take up a lot of calories. On the trail, it is important to bring along something to refuel your body with. Pack snacks, preferably healthy snacks, and be prepared to bring some extra. Have enough food for a whole day because you never know if you will need it or if you need to share with others. Essential number 10, emergency shelter. The weather is unpredictable and we've all had experience with this. Rain, snow, or even hail has a way of regularly interrupting our plans on the trail. The last of the 10 essentials is some form of emergency shelter. This could be a tarp, bivy sack, or even a space blanket. Anything you can use to throw up a quick shelter and get out of the elements. There you have it, the top 10 essential items you need on the trail. Now you can have peace of mind knowing that whatever comes your way on your adventure, you're ready for it. Now it's time to hit the trail. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you want to learn more about trail life and how to become a trailman in your local troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about the Wow Brothers, go to wowbrothersproductions.com to see more of our adventures.
Hey guys, Wow Brothers here. Today we're stuck on this beach. We don't know how long we're going to be here. It could be a few hours, it could be overnight. And so in the meantime, we're going to set up camp, which means doing 3 things. We're going to set up a shelter, find some food and get a nice, good fire going. You're watching Trail Hacks.
All right, guys, well, we're here. We need to make the most of the daylight hours, and so let's get started setting up camp. It's time to delegate some responsibilities. Hudson, if you'd be in charge of getting food, that'd be great. Kian, if you could be in charge of getting the fire going, that'd be sweet. And Asher, if you could stick with me, we'll be responsible for setting up our shelter. All right, is that all clear?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so we need to find some shelter, and Morgan, I'm thinking that we should actually maybe stay clear of the beach just because I think the tide might rise and also the ground's uneven.
Yep.
Plus, it's so windy out, it might be kind of hard when you need the fire going.
Sounds
so
good.
I'm thinking we can maybe go inland and see if we can get through the first layer of trees, and that can be where we make shelter. Hey Morgan, this actually isn't a half bad spot right here.
I like it a lot. It's protected from the wind, still a view of the ocean.
Yeah, and it's nice and cleared out.
Now, today we're gonna be making an A-frame shelter. A-frame shelters are pretty easy and they're great on the trail. Typically it consists of 2 Y poles, 1 pole across the top, and then a simple tarp that you can drape over it and then attach from the 4 corners. Now, A-frame shelters we used to make all the time growing up in the jungle. We'd be out on the trail hiking in the virgin jungles of Southeast Asia, and all we had to do was stop, take about 20 minutes, and we could quickly whip up one of these. Now, for today, looking at this area right here, it's actually gonna be a lot easier to take advantage of these 2 trees. We're gonna use these trees, and instead of getting a pole across, we're just going to tighten a rope from the top, drape the tarp over, secure it from the 4 corners as we normally would, and that'll be our shelter. That's about it. Before making a campsite, make sure to look above for any signs of deadfall, also known as widowmakers. Perfect, Asher. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna be using a trucker's hitch today to attach our line to tree B. Asher has it secured to tree A. This is tree B, and we wanna get it nice and snug. So here's a great way to do that. First, we're gonna take our line here and we're gonna make a little loop like this. Then we're gonna pull this part of the rope through, like so. Now we have a little loop here, and we're gonna take the rest of the rope, we're gonna wrap it around the tree like this, and we're gonna bring this part of the rope through. Do this, just cinch it until you get a nice tight line. Look at that. You can tie rope across that if you want. You're gonna pinch this part with your forefinger and thumb next, and we're just gonna loop this rope through like this to create one more little loop. It's not going anywhere. If you wanna run this around one more time, you can to create a secondary knot, and then any excess rope you can just tie to the tree or just have it free hanging. That's it, that's the trucker's hitch, and this is gonna allow for a nice secure top line. Now we can drape our tarp over it. Now it's time to secure the 4 corners of the tarp. The knot we're gonna be using for that is a half hitch. It's about the easiest knot you can learn, I'll show you. For a half hitch, we're gonna take our rope, we're gonna go underneath through the eye of the tarp corner. We're gonna bring this part underneath and out again, and then we're just gonna cinch this tight like so. It's a pretty intuitive knot. And then if you want to, you can even take this rope and do a second little half hitch over it just to lock it in. The wind's actually picking up, and I think a storm's brewing, so we're about to get some rain, so it's important that we finish this up fast.
Shelters are super important when you're on an adventure just because they provide that area of just safety and comfort. And that's really, honestly, what God is for in the life of a Christian. God describes himself as our sanctuary, our refuge. And that's super encouraging because we know that in this life there's going to be all kinds of trials, elements that come our way. We know that for the Christian, no matter what's going on in our life, we know that God's always there looking out for us, protecting us, for those who love him. And so, you know, this is a great shelter for the night, and hopefully it'll take care of us, but God's going to take care of us forever. And so that's a real comfort.
Time to chill and take a break. A well-earned break. Good job, Asher.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
And if you're interested in learning more about partnering with Trail Life USA or becoming a member yourself, a member of a troop, visit traillifeusa.com to learn more there. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and seeing some more of our adventures, visit wildbrothersproductions.com.
Catch you guys later.
All right. Well, we are back. As many of you have been following us, but if you're following us for the first time, my name is Roy Baldwin, and I am actually the Chief Growth Officer at Trail Life. USA. Have been there 5 months, so this has been a whirlwind to be doing the show along with Kelly and Steven, and we've had so many incredible guests here, and I really hope that it's been a value add, hearing testimonies, what different ministries or organizations are doing, and I think our conversation here with Jordan is not going to be any different. And in fact, just preparing for this interview, I've learned a lot already, and so I'm really looking forward toward our guest here. So this is Jordan Lontine, and he is with Convention Estates. So Jordan, welcome to our little live stream.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate this.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm from California. I live in a very blue area, so it's very refreshing to be here at AmericaFest, and I'm just so happy to be here. I've lived in California for about 14 years, originally from Colorado.
Okay.
And when I was a youth, I actually did Boy Scouts, and so when I heard about trail life, I just thought that was incredible. I'm so happy that there's something like that for the young men. With Convention of States, I'm a volunteer. I've been working with them for about a year now.
Okay.
But like I said, it's a volunteer position, so I've got a day job. I work in supply chain for Beats by Dre headphones, and I really enjoy doing that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a very fulfilling thing to do, and it's just so nice to have an outlet for me to do some service and to follow a passion of mine. And that's really why I kind of took on this role of volunteering in Los Angeles, in a very difficult place to do what I do.
Right.
Because I get to follow a passion. I get to do something that's difficult.
Yeah.
You know?
So real briefly, talk about your scouting. You mentioned scouting.
Yeah.
Talk to our audience a little bit about your scouting experience.
Yeah. I was introduced to scouting through my church when I was growing up, and to be honest, my father was a really big baseball guy.
Okay.
And so it was always kind of a battle between baseball and scouting, and so I did a lot of both for a while, and then eventually I kind of went more into the baseball route. But when I was in scouting, I learned a lot of really great principles about how to treat other people, how to respect yourself. Also, a lot of things about camping, which I love. Right. I mean, just the concept of you always leave a campsite better than when you left it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So, or better than when you found it.
Yeah.
And it was just such a great experience.
That's good.
And I spent a couple years in that, and it was foundational.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you look back on that very fondly.
I absolutely do.
Yeah. So was that in Colorado?
That was in Colorado. Yeah.
I could just imagine how beautiful that was to be in the outdoors in Colorado doing scouting
was
versus
very,
LA.
Very blessed. Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. I don't know what the scouts do in LA.
We actually have some trail life.
You have the trail life in LA. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine doing some beach camping in Los Angeles. There are some great spots to do beach camping.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think when we were starting to get to know each other, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about us being here is we're really unknown, and I think a lot of people are discovering their disappointment in a lot of the direction that scouting has gone, and to find out that there is actually a great alternative to that program, which is for us is really getting back to the heart of how scouting started, which is being boy focused. It's not about the adults; it's about the boys and developing them into men. And for us, it's Christ. Just like you said, your church was a part of having that chartered org to charter troop. And again, that's for us, 1,500 churches are part of who we are and what we do. And God has definitely blessed us with that. So tell us a little bit about Convention of States.
Convention of States is the concept by which we can express self-governance in a way to inform our government of what we would like to do. So in American history, we have amended the Constitution 27 times, and each one of those times it's been through Congress. Congress will propose an amendment, and then the states will ratify it. And that's worked really well for a lot of the amendments. But there are certain things that a lot of people in America, a lot of American families would like implemented that Congress itself probably would not do.
Right.
An example of that would be a balanced budget or term limits, maybe preventing Congress from selling stocks. And these are just examples.
Right.
And we can understand that Congress would probably not raise their hand to say, I would like to be term limited.
Sure.
And so the concept of Convention of States is that there's a second way to amend the Constitution through proposing amendments through the states.
Right.
And they would convene to propose amendments, and then they would get ratified in the same way. And that's about it.
So I had no, like, before we got on, I'm like, what is Convention of States? And I went to your website. I thought it was very informative in understanding that. And again, we hear a lot about term limits nowadays. And I think with us, right, scouting was going a certain way.
Yep.
And there were, I think, 300 leaders, volunteer leaders from across the U.S. 50 of them gathered together in Kentucky, about 12, 13 years ago. And they're like, we're not comfortable with the direction that scouting is going. And voila, birth trail life. And so when I think about the Convention of States, it's very similar in the idea that if we're not happy with that, we do have, we have free will. We have the voice and the wherewithal to be able to make decisions that ultimately we believe are more, less government-centered or less governance-centered, like in the scouting program, but more empowering locally to what we want to do. And that's huge for us, especially from a trail life perspective, because our goal isn't to be a parachurch organization. It really is just to be a local extension of that church. It's the local church's ministry, not ours. Right. And so I get that idea, and I get that sense from what you're after and what you're proposing through your organization.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that it's, like you said, it's a way for for us to express our free will. Right. The government isn't there to impose things on us. It doesn't have itself any sort of self-justification. The only way that we have a government, or anybody has a government, is by the will of the people, right?
Sure.
We always talk about that in the Constitution. We the people.
We the people.
Right? And so I think it's a very powerful concept, and it's also something that's a very bold idea, right? When you guys had your meeting that kind of breathed life into trail life, must have been a very bold concept.
Sure.
I'm sure there were probably some very strong leaders that were involved in that.
Right.
And that's exactly what it takes to do something like what we're suggesting. It was bold leaders that formed our country and gave us the freedoms that we have. And it would be bold leaders that would help us to secure our freedoms or give us additional liberties that today we don't currently enjoy.
Right.
That leadership is so important.
It is.
And we need to have a way to build those strong leaders in America to win things that we want.
Right. Well, and again, I think that's true for what we try to teach at Trail Life is love of God, love of country. And understanding the freedoms that we have here, which is unlike anywhere else in the world or has ever existed.
We're very blessed.
Absolutely. And so the question I guess I would have that I think would speak really into who we are is how should parents, so we have a lot of troop leaders, a lot of volunteer, we have a volunteer army, we have over 20,000 that pour into young men. How should they or our mentors talk to young people about civic engagement? What does that look like from your perspective?
Well, I think, first of all, it's definitely trusting your children with the idea that they are capable of understanding it.
Oh, sure.
They're brilliant children out there. And giving them the opportunity to go out there and learn about this is so important. I think exposure is another one. I recently went to a city council meeting, in my home city in Santa Monica, and I was just kind of taken aback by how few times I'd ever thought about going to do that.
Right.
And as a youth, how I had never been introduced to that before. And I reached out to my local pastor and said, hey, I got an idea for you. For the young men, why don't we take them out to the courthouse on like a random Wednesday when they meet with the city council and just introduce them to what's going on. These boys, they like, being with their friends. They like, playing their video games. And, doing the things that they love to do. But, let's expose them to this and let's give them an outlet for introducing them to something that's very important. something that weighs on them, whether they know it or not,
Sure.
daily.
Right. Well, someone's making decisions that's impacting their lives. And was your pastor receptive to that?
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah. He said, hey, let's schedule it up and let's get it moving.
That's really cool. I'm assuming, I'm making an assumption here, when I think about, you just started volunteering with Convention of States a year ago.
That's right.
I'm sure there's parts of you, because of just something you just said, is I wish I had learned these things earlier in life. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, right, so that's why, if someone had done that for me, which is now for you,
Yeah.
hey, let's do this for others as well.
Absolutely.
Did you have an opportunity to take them down?
Not yet. This
Not
was
yet.
only like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, great.
Yeah, this is fresh out of the oven.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, is, hey, let's go find out what our city council is and meeting, and let's just go down like a field trip.
Yeah.
And think about what is talked about. I can imagine what is talked about, that when you could come back and go for some ice cream afterwards, just the breadth and depth of that conversation and the implications for us from a faith perspective, and why it's so important for us to be engaged in our local government and what's happening, civically.
You'll be surprised at who shows up there, right? They always have like the open mics, and they have people schedule up to say some things, and you bring your boys down there, and they're be taken aback by what's said. Just some of the things are quite brilliant, right? And oh my goodness, these are great ideas that are being going on. Right. And then you see some very silly things being said.
Sure.
Right. And they'll get to see, a really good spectrum of ideas being exchanged there, right?
Yeah. But it is a place to do that.
Absolutely.
Right? I remember, so we moved from New Hampshire to Lincoln, Nebraska. So family lived in Lincoln. In fact, my kids still live there. And I remember a thing that went viral of a young man who got up and debated or talked about passing a law about the difference between chicken wings and chicken nuggets. I don't know if you ever saw that, but YouTube it. It is
That's awesome.
It's hilarious, but I think it gets to your point. Here's somebody passionate about something, regardless of that passion, and here they are saying, "Hey, should we look at legislation?" Which I would say no, but but they're still given that platform.
Yeah, make an argument.
To make an argument.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's getting at the heart of what you're after.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the discipleship and mentorship part of that.
Yeah.
Because I can just see it, like you feel personally responsible to provide those opportunities.
Absolutely.
To do that.
Yeah, and if not me, then who? Right?
Right.
And that's, I think, the message that I've been carrying with a lot of the youth here at TPUSA is, I'll share the message, and, a lot of the youth will say, oh, this is great. Yeah, we should do a convention. We should definitely express, our self-governance, right? And I said, okay, great. Well, what do you think about that in your home state?
Right.
I said, I think we should do it.
Right.
Okay, well, why don't you get involved? We need people like you, people who are taking time out of their weekend to come down here to TPUSA and do AmericaFest, to spend time thinking about these issues, and then the boldness to even say yes one time. Right. We need very bold young people like that to go back and express some leadership and do something.
Yeah, that's really good. No, that's good. Man, that's so. There's part of that. I wish, like for me as a dad, my kids are grown. Like, how much of that have I really have I stewarded that? And part of that, for us, it's, because they're 18 and 22. There's lots of conversations that I think we have had with our kids about, social policy and the impact that it has had more on the educational side of things. Mm-hmm. But to think about, school boards obviously is another kind of those areas that are obviously passing, approving curriculum. Are we okay with those levels of curriculum? But again, taking that to even another level of, again, that civic engagement when it comes to the amendments, those things that govern our day-to-day lives and what we believe about those things too. The other question I had, so when I think about, and I'm going to screw this up, so you'll see, I'm no expert in this, but when I think about our founding fathers, I forget who was the person who quoted, you might know this, is about us being a virtuous society. Like at some level, we lose our ability to be self-governing if we kind of lose the virtues of that.
I want to say that's Madison, but I also might be misquoting.
I think
so
you're right.
Somebody's going to fact check us on that one.
But the truth of that is we really cannot self-govern if at some level we lose the virtues and character that make up a country in that sense, right?
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts, or from a convention of states? Talk about some of those virtues that you think are super important for a parent who maybe is like, what could I do to help my children better understand or be more informed or better engaged in that sense?
Yeah. I think getting in touch with your spirituality and your love of God, I think is certainly something that's important in that, and that's kind of where the rest of it will flow.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of engagement with just over here at our booth with the youth and talking about just to see what's kind of inside of them, right? What values are being expressed. And we had a sheet up, and we said, all right, if you had one amendment that you'd like to put to the Constitution, what would it be? And we got a variety of answers. I mean, we had from only one day of school to no homework. These are, I think, some of the playful ones. To people talking about a right to life or something like that, right? Which in today's America might be a very difficult one to get 3/4 of the states on board, but it's worth every effort to do something like that, right? It's worth the trying.
Right, and the ability to advocate, and I like what you said, or to make an argument at some level for whatever that freedom or passion that you have. But you can't do that if you don't truly know yourself and what you believe in, and having that strong, I think, biblical Christian worldview to sustain you versus just the debate itself, right? I think there's some people that debate a platform that really don't understand the platform itself or the truth of that, and I think so you need those depths of character that I think that need to be developed to be able to do that well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say it like this. If some of the youth that I suggested to come to the Santa Monica City Council, if they were to come and make an argument for maybe a pro-life stance, it might be equivalent to the one that you were saying about the chicken nuggets, right? They might see it in that way,
absolutely,
in that particular city
absolutely,
council, right? But it's not the point of winning it on that day,
right?
It's the point of making the argument,
right?
And I think that is expressing those values, and to imagine a young man being raised by a family to have the boldness to go and make that argument in front of people that might not accept it. That speaks volumes.
Well, yeah, man, that's so good, because I think, like, as a father, I would love to think that at some level I've raised a modern day Daniel, or I've raised a modern day Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego that are high levels of character recognized by a secular government, but at the end of the day, they would not bow their knee, right? They stood, and I love, when they're standing in the furnace, that we believe that our God will rescue us, but even if he doesn't, right? Like, we are not going to bow. Like, they're willing to die for that. And I think there's such truth to that. Whether you win the argument or not isn't the point. It's simply making the argument. Right? Yeah, that's really good. I don't think I put those two together.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see young men going out there and trying.
Yeah.
That's what we want.
Yeah, and I think for when I think about our troop leaders and I think about our parents, to be thinking about that. We were talking earlier, like, what is your vision? Do you have a vision, a picture of what you want your boy or what you want your young man to turn out to be? And I would say that would be like an attribute. Like, I would want my son to be able to make an argument for something that he loves. Like, and part of that is like a stand for Christ, right? Like, will you accept or reject the Jesus Christ, and what are you willing to sacrifice for that? And so I think it's a part of who we are in our faith, our DNA, in regards to that.
And in that effort, to not be afraid to fail,
right?
Because you might be met with opposition at times, right? And to have an attitude where it's like, I'm going to do what I know and what I believe and what I feel, despite the outcome,
right?
I'm going to continue to fight for that.
Well, and I think
that's admirable.
Yeah, and I think that's true. I mean, at some level, the reason fear is there is because there's so much of that is the unknown, and your ability to practice it, So the more that you practice, the more that you fail, the more that you begin to learn this skill.
Yeah.
So you've got at some level put it into practice. And I would think the younger we do that, the easier then it becomes in regards to that being a part of who they are.
Yeah.
And no, that's really good.
Yeah.
That's good. So the way we usually end these things is we give you 60 seconds to share whatever you want to do with whatever you want with the world.
Oh boy.
And so no pressure. But no, just it really is about sharing your heart. What you do at Convention of States. Definitely go check out their website. Learn about our civic responsibility to be engaged and involved. And I think your example of having that conversation with the pastor to say, hey, what do you think about taking some of our students down there and engaging that, and then having the ability to process that through the lens of a faith and pastor, and obviously with all of you doing that, I think that's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I so love that you've come on and just shared a little bit about what you do and who you are. And 60 seconds.
All right.
You can share whatever you want. You look right there at that camera.
Okay, great.
I'm not timing you or anything, so
Great.
But 60 seconds.
Great. Well, I would just say that I'm just so happy to be here, and thank you guys for having me on with Trail Life. And I'm just so excited about the idea of this group bringing on young men that are going to be the next leaders of our country. That are going to be able to do hard things because they've done hard things. And I just really encourage all the families out there that are bringing your young men to this group to really encourage them and to push them and to trust them that they're going to be able to do what it is that you always dream for them to do. I'm so happy to take on this volunteer role and challenge myself with leadership, and I think that this is such an excellent opportunity to have young men be leaders and to do things like this. And with Convention of States, we want to find young men who are willing to take up a mantle and carry it forth, so we can have the freedoms and success that we want as a country, and it's going to be on the back of those young men.
That's so good. Jordan, thank you so much, man. This has been so
great.
Informative and an education for me.
Yep.
And what a blessing. So thank you for
so
being
much
here.
for having me on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Jordan, and we'll be back with some other interviews.
Hi, we're the Wow Brothers, and we're partnering with Trail Life USA to bring you trail hacks, essential tips you need to know in order to be a better trailman. In this episode, we're going to teach you the 10 essential items you need the next time you hit the trail. There's a fine line between being underprepared and overprepared. If you don't bring the right gear along on your adventure, you'll definitely regret it. But on the other hand, if you bring too much gear, your pack's going to drag you down. The top 10 essentials are 10 key items you need for any hiking trip, and they will cover all your bases without slowing you down in the process. First things first, on any adventure you need to know where you are and where you're going, or else you might end up lost. The first essential is navigation. Always pack a compass and a map of your local area. Know where you are, where you're going, and be sure to let others know as well. Essential number 2, sun protection. We live in Florida, the Sunshine State, but no matter where you are, you need to have a good plan for sun protection. Make sure to bring sunscreen, 30 SPF or higher, and a good pair of sunglasses. You could also bring an SPF shirt or cap. Essential number 3, insulation. It's not always sunny out. The cold can be just as dangerous as the heat. Make sure to bring extra clothing and insulation in case of a sudden turn in weather. Make wise decisions and take proper insulated clothing depending on your environment. Essential number 4, first aid. The first necessity to any adventure is to stay uninjured. But you can never tell when an accident might happen. Even the best of us make mistakes. The next essential is having a first aid kit and knowing how to use it properly. Essential number 5, illumination. Nothing's worse than getting caught in the dark without a light. Make sure to keep a reliable flashlight well charged in your backpack at all times, preferably a headlamp, and one that's weatherproof. This is especially important during the winter months when you have less hours of daylight. Essential number 6, repair kit and tools. A sturdy knife is one of the most important of the 10 essentials. It is crucial for gear repair, food preparation, first aid, and the list goes on. Essential number 7, fire. You never know what kind of conditions you will face on your adventure. Whether it's dry or maybe wet and rainy, at some point you're going to need to get a fire started. Now, a fire can be started by using flint, a lighter, or even friction. One of the most reliable fire starters is a pack of waterproof matches. Make sure you keep these handy in your backpack. Essential number 8, hydration. Without water on the trail, you are toast. Always make sure to bring one full water bottle per person and an extra collapsible water reservoir to refill your water supply if you come across a clean water source. Essential number 9, nutrition. Adventures take up a lot of calories. On the trail, it is important to bring along something to refuel your body with. Pack snacks, preferably healthy snacks, and be prepared to bring some extra. Have enough food for a whole day because you never know if you will need it or if you need to share with others. Essential number 10, emergency shelter. The weather is unpredictable and we've all had experience with this. Rain, snow, or even hail has a way of regularly interrupting our plans on the trail. The last of the 10 essentials is some form of emergency shelter. This could be a tarp, bivy sack, or even a space blanket. Anything you can use to throw up a quick shelter and get out of the elements. There you have it, the top 10 essential items you need on the trail. Now you can have peace of mind knowing that whatever comes your way on your adventure, you're ready for it. Now it's time to hit the trail. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you want to learn more about trail life and how to become a trailman in your local troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you want to learn more about the Wild Brothers, go to wildbrothersproductions.com to see more of our adventures.
All right, this is back at AmericaFest. You can't see me. I'm one of these guys up here, and I'm talking with just ventriloquist.
Yeah, I know.
My name is Kelly Love, and I am going to be off camera here. And actually, our 3 Freedom Rangemen are actually going to give you guys we're going to let them riff, talk about adventures that they've been on and everything. So we have Avi, we have Matt, and we have Blaze, the 3 best good-looking men at AmericaFest. Matt, I'm handing it off to you. What's the first question?
All right, so the first question we got, what was y'all's favorite camp out? Like, favorite experience that you guys had on the camp out?
Blaze, why don't you go first?
Oh, you want me to go first? Golly.
Yeah, dude.
So you can think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can throw me in the fire.
We need to think for a second.
All right, well, I'd say one of my favorite campouts was Summer Adventure in the Southeast region back in 2022.
Where is the Southeast region?
The Southeast region of the United States. Yes. So I don't know exactly the states it encompasses, but yes.
Where did you go?
We were in Copper Hill, Tennessee. A summer camp out there. There was about 700 of us trailmen, and it was a week-long camp. Now, high adventure was mixed in with basic, scouting skills stuff, but it was a fantastic experience. So much that I worked myself to the point of passing out due to dehydration.
That's not good.
No, trailman, drink your water, please, and get your rest.
Yeah, drink water and sleep. Those are very good things to do. Okay. Anything else you have?
Oh, there's plenty of stories, but I think it's Avi's turn.
Okay. Avi, what's yours?
We'll give you time to think, Matt. So my favorite trip as a trailman was probably, I'd have to say, summer of 22. No, actually, it was summer of 23. Probably my favorite trip we've ever been on as a troop. It was about 10, 12 of us, about 8 youth, 4 adult, just trekking through the high Sierras, enjoying nature. we kind of camped on an alpine meadow in a really cool campsite where usually there are a bunch of mosquitoes in the High Sierra, but there was a bunch of sparrow nests, and the sparrows were flying around eating all the mosquitoes, so we weren't getting bit. And that was just a pretty cool experience, getting to hang out right next to the birds and watch the deer and all the other wildlife go by, and sit next to a river and just hang out, find cool little chunks of obsidian in the ground, and enjoy nature.
That's awesome.
Sweet.
I think my favorite. This one kind of is both my favorite and one of my least favorite memories of all time. Is the one
that's how they most commonly go, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got to see. So we saw over the course of the trip, we saw like 3 different moose. We were backpacking up in the Colorado Flat Tops, so it's a giant plateau, and we were backpacking up in the area around it. But we saw 3 different moose. Just a beautiful landscape, beautiful area. And then day 3 of the trip got stuck in a hailstorm up at 11,000 feet of elevation, and we're
that's wild.
Oh geez, here we go.
That's fun.
So that was a great time. We got off and we went home. It was
go
supposed to be a
figure.
4-day trip. It was a 3-day trip.
Yeah,
so
3 days.
It was a good time though.
Now I know you boys are out west, so you guys have some pretty spectacular places to hike. You know, back east, we have to make our experiences fun with the people and places we go. So. Yeah, good for you.
Thank you.
That's
I mean, from my understanding, the East Coast has some pretty awesome places to go. I mean, like the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
We do get to enjoy that. You guys just have very spectacular and dramatic scenery out here.
We have the mountains.
Yeah.
That's something that Tennessee does not have, sadly.
No. I mean, we have.
All right. So both y'all, all 3 of us were first officers at some point in time. What was probably one of the big lessons y'all learned as a first officer?
Probably how to give constructive criticism. So as a kind of a normal trailman, I learned how to receive it. But one of the most important lessons I learned was just how to give constructive criticism.
Yeah.
It's a fine art of how to just be able to tell someone, hey, I think you're doing great, but I think you could improve in this one area without making it seem like a personal attack on them and their character.
Totally.
Because, the humans are prone to defense whenever someone gives us any criticism of any kind. So the art of giving constructive criticism is something I really learned, and how to make it actually constructive and helpful and kind.
Yeah, totally.
Kind.
Blaze, you have any ideas? You want me to go?
You can go.
Okay.
I have ideas, but you can go.
Sounds good. I think like the big one for me was always just getting to relating with the younger navigators. I think that was something that I was always learning how to do, because and relating with different people, because as first officer I was 16. There were a couple of guys who were older than me in the troops. So I mean, I was actually leading a handful of freedom ranger at the time. There were still some freedom guys who hadn't quite aged out yet.
Wow.
Or who were working on their freedom, or very close to their freedom, and were about to age out. And then we were also working with a lot of adults. And so it's like you learn how to work with adults, you learn how to work with other people your age, people who are older than you, and you're telling them what to do, and then other younger guys. And you're trying to figure out how to respectfully communicate with each different group of people. And I think that was something that was like making the quick changes from, I'm talking to a group of 7th graders, 8th graders, to a group of seniors in high school, to a group of adult men who are supposed to be leading us or helping us lead. And that was something that was always like, that's super valuable for me, because I think that really just helped prepare me for like when I go to work and I'm communicating with people who are definitely older than me, or people who are a lot younger than me, and trying to communicate ideas with those people.
Yeah, that is tough.
For me, I learned how to put a team together, how to lead as not only a out front sort of thing, but how to unite people together for a common goal. That was my big takeaway. Some people are most certainly better than me in some areas, and I don't need to be good in all the areas. I just need to know how to put people together to make.
Delegation is a hard skill to learn.
Delegation, but not only delegation, but seeing what the people are good at.
Yeah, finding someone's unique skills and playing to them is again an art and a fine art to be learned.
Right. And playing off of your criticism note. Now, criticism is very it's a hard thing to master, like you said, but different people handle criticism differently, where I might say, if you criticize me, I might go and change. That might tear another person down so much so that they couldn't, recover from that.
Right. Yeah.
But
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. I would say like something else I learned was like delegation and delegating to the right people, as you said.
Yes.
Like that's a hard skill to learn. Like you want to at first, like the first camp out, you want to do everything by yourself. You're like, okay, I can do this. Like I need to figure out how to do this. And it kind of goes from an I to a we.
Yes.
And as soon as it goes from an I to a we mentality, it is okay, we need to get this done.
Yeah.
And find somebody to get the job done.
You know,
trust, and we'll get it done.
The first time you see a team work together well, it really kind of locks you into the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It changes your mentality on leadership.
Yeah, I will add, I was never actually appointed as a first officer. I was a second officer, but a lot of times I would step in for the first officer's role when the first officer was absent. So I learned a lot of skills about kind of how to fill a role that you weren't appointed to fill, and how to kind of learn from someone who's above you how to manage their position when they're not around. So that was a valuable experience.
So honorary first officer.
Honorary.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Are there any things that you guys want to talk about?
Probably. I was thinking, like, what's a good skill to learn as a follower that all you guys have had to learn or want to learn?
Oh, following.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Following skills. Let's see.
Not everyone's going to be a leader at first.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But not everybody's called to be a leader.
Exactly.
Yeah. I would say kind of taking that constructive criticism, because like at the same time that you have to be able to give it to some people, you also have to be able to take it, and then take it in a way that, like, okay, I can take this constructive criticism, know that it's not a personal attack on me, know that like it's something that I need to improve, and then go from there.
Right. And I think another thing is not only acknowledging that criticism from others, but then letting them know that you acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Because you can be criticized, act all tough and not, but then you also have to reach out to the person and say, hey, I listened to what you said, and it really changed me.
Yeah, so I read a book called The Art of Manliness that's really changed my life, and it had an entire section on how to give and take constructive criticism. And one of the things that was really emphasized in the part about taking it is thanking them for their time and appreciating their time, because no matter if the person who came up to you and gave you that criticism is like the biggest fool they at least took the time out of their day to notice something that they thought that you could do better and come and try and give it to you. And even if they don't give it in the best way, they at least took the time. So thanking them for that time, and thanking them for examining that part of your life and trying to help you is a really valuable skill to learn. And it's something that's difficult. It's a thing to overcome, because we all have that pride that's kind of innate.
Yes.
But yeah, it's it's definitely a skill,
especially as guys. Like I think guys have this like issue where it's like, oh, I can do everything.
Yeah,
I
don't need anybody.
500-pound weight. I can lift that 500-pound weight. We can do that.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You might be lifting it wrong. You might be hurting yourself.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I would say following is not something you have to, it's something you have to master. It's not something easy. But
yeah.
Blaze, anything that you want to talk about?
It's something I want to talk about. Not in particular.
Okay.
Maybe we could give a little encouragement to the trailmen who are striving for freedom.
Oh, that's a good one.
Nothing hard is really, I guess, to switch that around, something hard like the Freedom Award, especially the Freedom Award, in my mind, is worth doing.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Rephrase that one, please.
Yeah.
Rephrase that.
The Freedom Award is a difficult thing to do, and not just because of what the Freedom Award brings you, but because it's a hard thing, it is worth doing. It's very character building just because it's hard.
Yes.
Yeah. Nothing worth doing is ever easy.
Yes.
Not really, no.
Something that my dad has always told me. Yeah. So, like, when I finished my freedom, it was kind of like, man, that's an accomplishment. And and for sometimes it felt like it was easy, and then there's other times like I was bust down on the crying. Like I would bust down crying on my couch.
Yeah,
like,
boys, don't be afraid of doing that.
Crying is okay, guys. It's okay to cry. It's okay to show your emotions. There's a handful of
coming from Matt
campouts. As first officer, there's one camp out where like I was bawling with my buddies in the tent one time. It was just awesome. It was a great time. It wasn't great in the moment, but it was a good time.
When it's good, it's fun. When it's bad, it's funny.
Yeah, that is so real.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing for the freedom is have ideas for your project and ideas for organizations you're going to work with before you even start your project.
Yes.
Before you even start trying to do anything for your project, get ideas on paper, because when you have ideas for those things, it's a lot easier to go out and get them done than if you just try to wing it on paper to start.
Yeah. Having ideas, like
observing places where your troop regularly serves, and even places where they don't regularly serve. Even though the latter might be a great place to start, because a lot of places don't get a lot of attention, and they might require more help than the people you normally help.
Yeah.
We got Mr. Kelly over here waving at us for some reason.
Yeah.
Who are we looking at? Some guy dressed in all-American?
Yeah. I can't. I don't know what you're trying to say to us, Kelly.
He's pointing out that guy very clearly.
I know, but I don't know what he's trying to say about that guy.
I'm not sure.
Oh, he thinks it's funny.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's funny. So there's a guy behind Kelly who's in like all American flag decor. He's got gold shoes.
Yeah,
it's kind of hilarious.
But we've seen a lot of pretty crazy people here, so it's kind of not registering right now.
I have seen some pretty cool people here. I've also seen some pretty crazy people here.
I'm a little desensitized to crazy people here.
I know.
Yeah,
it's a good time though. What have you all enjoyed most about this conference?
We both went silent.
What'd you say?
Hanging out with you guys.
That is true. That's been a lot of fun.
It's been pretty fun. I bumped into Matt at the airport. We were looking for each other. For me, he was baby blue hoodie with tan backpack.
Oh my goodness!
And that's how we met.
I texted him because I was at the wrong gate. I thought his plane was landing at a different gate, so he was in a completely different part of the airport. And I texted him and go, "Hey, just so when you get off the plane, like baby blue hoodie, tan backpack."
First of all, why are you wearing a baby blue hoodie?
It's the senior hoodie for my school this year.
Okay, that's valid.
It's actually a nice hoodie. I really enjoy it. It's really comfortable.
Yeah.
But he texts me and goes, "Red hoodie, clear backpack," and I was like, "Okay, sweet." Well, we're walking towards a spot where we're like, okay, let's try to meet up here, because we had no clue where the other person was. And then we see each other from like 100 yards out. I was like, okay, sweet. And like, I look down at my phone and go, "Is that you?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's me." And I'm like, sweet.
Brotherly love at first sight.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Blaze, you got in Tuesday night, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we
late Tuesday night.
We didn't get the airport stories with you.
No, you just came into the room and saw who was top dog because took the queen size bed.
Yeah, we saw. I remember me and Avi walked into the hotel room, and there's 3 beds, and one of them is already like the one that's by itself is already taken. And we're like, oh well, I guess that's Blaze. Blaze was not in the hotel room at the time.
No.
It was really funny.
Yeah, but yeah, hanging out with you guys at the conference has been fun.
It has been.
I'd say probably the coolest thing is meeting and being able to engage with a couple of the speakers. Like I was able to meet Nick Freitas and hang out with him for a minute,
which Avi was very happy about.
I was very happy about
Avi
that.
was like fanboying this guy so hard.
I'm honestly surprised he's not showing his photo right now.
I know.
I would normally,
he was
but
so happy.
I was very happy. But yeah, seeing those guys and just being able to advocate on behalf of Trail Life and rep the brand is just really cool. Because I mean,
not only rep the brand, but rep who we are, man.
Yeah. Jesus
on top of everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, Avi's probably the best salesman I've ever met, and he claims to be an introvert. It's kind of impressive.
I think he is, but introverts have a way of being extroverts when they want to be.
Yeah. I can turn it on when I need to. Yeah,
that is real. Blaze, what have you enjoyed most?
Well, I've enjoyed, talking to y'all, talking to people, and just networking in general.
That is so true.
I love talking to people, and so I'm kind of peopled out, which is kind of rare for me.
Mm-hmm.
Same. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize I could people out until this conference.
I watched it in real time. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, be quiet over there.
Yeah. I think for me, like it's been a cool experience just getting to see like all the people, getting to hang out with you guys, because I haven't really gotten to hang out with any freedom arrangement outside my own troop. I mean, even those were typically 3-4 years older than me. But I would say something else that I've enjoyed is like just getting to see the speakers and getting to like kind of engage in the political world a little bit more.
Amen.
Yeah. Getting to see a little piece of that, a little slice of our side.
Yes, I was going to say being able to feel, go into that auditorium and feel that everybody is on our side, not trying to attack us, is a very comforting feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely super cool.
Yeah, and Trail Life obviously isn't an inherently political organization, but I mean, we are a part of the sort of culture war because we don't exactly conform to the culture. We've only really adapted to what the trailmen need, which is something that I really like about Trail Life as a whole, is that we haven't tried to win approval points from society. We've just been trying to make the process of Trail Life
And not only the process, but the outcome.
Yeah, the process and outcome easier, but also more challenging physically, mentally, and spiritually for trailmen. I think that's something that's really cool about trail life and something that lends us to the world of TPUSA.
Yeah, and I'd say that's something else that like trail life does really well is I would say I accredit a lot of who I am today to trail life. I've been in the program for the last 11 years. And that's just something that like I love to do. Like I love being around the guys in the program because the guys in the program made me who I am. They showed me like this is the parts where like you could work on, and this is the parts where you do really well. And I think that's something that like everybody kind of like. I don't know how your guys' experience was, but like that for the most part for me, like that was like we learned who we were on the campouts. Like we were in the bad sides and the good sides of who we were. On those campouts.
And I think it's interesting. You know, I'm from South Carolina. These guys are from Colorado and I almost called it Africa, Southern California. Sorry, tired. But you know, being a trailman, I knew who you guys already were, and I didn't have to really, you know, dance around the bush about, you know, things that I know who you are because you went through trail life.
Yeah.
Yep. We share generally common values. We went through the same process, so we are instant brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely. I think that's something that like a lot of us share. Like I know like even for competition campouts, like in Colorado, our region does competition campouts where we'll go out and we'll compete in like different skills. Who can like first aid,
tie knots the fastest.
Yeah, rope. Like actually, that was one that we had was like who can tie the knot correctly and the fastest with the fewest tries.
Right.
Or like survival skills.
Building
build
fires.
a shelter the best. Building fires. And like even through those though, like we'd get back to the camp out. We get back to the campsite, and then we would just be like hanging out. I was instant friends with like one of the first officers from one of the other troops, and so like we would hang out.
It's weird. It's a weird brotherhood.
He's getting deployed to Egypt in like 8 months now.
Wow.
Or 6 months, and we're just like hanging out chatting about it. Like it's a super cool time.
Yeah. Okay. What is a skill or a badge from trail life that has helped prepare you for the real world?
That's a good one. It's been a little
Hey,
while.
talking to your mic.
It's been a little while. That's a good call. That's a good call.
Yeah, of course.
I think
we need to hear you, Matt.
I think for me, one of my favorites was personal resources.
Oh, really?
Me and my friends, me and the other adventurers did the 3-month stock game, and it was really interesting to see how poorly the stock market can go for you if you don't know what you're doing. Me and my friends typically lost an average like $30,000.
You guys lost money?
It wasn't like we were using real money. We did like a.
But I know. I don't know. I did the same thing.
I managed to lose $30,000 one time.
How did you do that?
100,000.
Stuff happens.
I am not good at stock market. Apparently, is what
Oh
we decided.
golly.
Yeah. So we decided that you find probably sometimes lower risk, lower reward is probably the way to go. High risk, high reward does not always work.
Amen. Yeah.
I guess so. Blaze, how about you?
Oh, for me, let's see. Personal resources was very good. Very good, but also I enjoyed Family Man a lot. You know,
that was a good one. I did like that.
I already knew all the scouting stuff from my life at home, but Family Man and personal resources stretched me in ways I didn't know possible. So,
right on.
Yeah, that's true. I always remember like talking with my parents about it, and they were like, "Yeah, like we appreciate this badge for the fact that like we didn't have this when they were like my parents didn't have that when they were kids."
Yes,
right.
But
so
they also
like,
got taught in public school a little more.
Yeah,
about
that is true. They did have a little bit more better education back then.
Yeah.
But like that's something that they were like we didn't have this as when we were children, and so like and both my parents grew up in. Like it wasn't the easiest life for either of them. Both my parents had to deal with divorces, and so they were sitting here like we love that Trail Life is having y'all go through this because this is something that we know is going to strengthen your relationship, strengthen your marriage eventually one day, and that's something that they really appreciated about that.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
What about Yavi?
Well, emergency preparedness for me. So,
yeah, you want to give an example, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe just a little one, like
just a little. So, I had the pleasure and pain of going through a once-in-a-lifetime experience that called upon a lot of skills that I learned as a trailman. So, I am in Southern California, where I live. Early this year, early January, the Eaton fire took out most of my neighborhood in Altadena. So my home, thankfully, is still standing, and so is my neighbor's home next door. But, 14 out of the 16 houses on my city block are gone, and so are a lot of the other houses in my neighborhood. And basically what happened was I had to help my family evacuate and then go back the next day and fight fire and deter looters for about 2 extra days. And then After that, Trail Life actually responded to the area below the fire to provide aid. About 6 troops deployed to about a block below the fire zone, which was really cool. I got to work with them. But just having had some sort of preparation for like a small event, like an earthquake. I mean, not
Small.
necessarily
You call a house fire small? Like, yeah.
Well,
it's not
see, yeah,
small.
and that's interesting. So I'd prepared originally for like a small house fire. So our emergency preparedness plan that I'd drawn up for the badge was, if the house is on fire, you run to the mailbox. But if all the other houses around you are on fire and your house isn't, you can't really run to the mailbox because you're not trying to defend the mailbox, you're defending the house from everything else. So it's a really interesting situation to learn how to adapt and improvise and overcome to that situation. But some of the emergency preparedness kind of measures I'd put in place, like having food around, having a generator that was working
with the gasoline
water
inside
pressure.
of it.
That too. That helped a lot in containing the fire, keeping it from spreading to our house and our neighbor's house, and a lot of the kind of first aid training that I had also came in really, really handy. So guys, prep for that once in a lifetime situation, because it's going to happen at least once in a lifetime.
Yeah, those things do happen, and it's scary to think about. I know living in Colorado, I've been blessed not to have to deal with the wildfires, but it's something that a lot of people do have to deal with. I know that my parents and my grandparents had to deal with those kind of fires. And so I'm appreciative that y'all's house wasn't burned down. We're so grateful for that. We're thankful to God. Yeah. It's huge. But I also, I think the next thing that I just kind of want to segue into.
Time out. Before we do that, I just noticing that all the badges we're talking about are adventure badges only.
That is a good point.
Those are our life skill badges that what are they called? True Freedom badges.
Now, yeah, they're called True Freedom.
True Freedom badges.
Freedom, yeah.
So that's what we get into as high school. That's when we're really becoming the men. We're taught our basics when we're in middle school, basic scouting stuff.
Outdoor skills stuff.
Yeah, the outdoor skills. And then as we move into high school, we're taught more about how to be men rather than just the boys.
Right. Yeah.
So, sorry, you can go ahead, Matt.
Okay, the next thing I kind of want to talk about, and this one's a little bit deeper, how did trail life as a whole kind of grow you with your dads? Because I know that's something that I've realized is with me and my brothers, it really did grow us closer to our dads. And I don't know, how much time do we have left, guys?
5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. We'll probably finish this question then.
Yeah.
Yep. I can start if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So one really cool thing about what happened with me and my dad. So my dad had been in Boy Scouts with me, and then I transferred to Trail Life, and he became a part of that with me as well. He hadn't had the greatest experience with Boy Scouts. My brother and I had a rough time, but when we came over to Trail Life, he felt instantly welcomed, and we were able to spend a lot more time together. And we went on a couple campouts together. After he kind of decided that he was scouted out, so to speak, and so he stopped kind of participating in the campouts and most of the events. But even after I went to college, he decided to go to one of the fundraisers, and he was welcomed like he was one of the family, and they asked him to sit at their table and treat him like an honored guest. And he was really struck by, even though his son, me, the guy in the program, wasn't with him, he was still treated like one of the family, and that was really a special moment for him. And it really emphasized to him how special the connection between us was, to where I had created a community and that he had been welcomed into that community with me.
Yeah, that's good. Well, for me, I followed my dad pretty much everywhere. I'm the oldest of the children, and so Dad led, I followed, and he would be, let's say he'd be operating a tractor, bush hogging a field. I'd be sitting on the edge of that field watching him. That was my whole life. And in trail life, it's been really fun to watch him lead. He's always been in a different patrol than me, but he's always been there leading, and it's been fun interacting with him as we lead with each other.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I know when I started with Trail Life, my parents were actually the ones who started our troop, because they were looking at scouts and hey, they found Trail Life on one of the search results, and let's take a look at this. And so we love this. Let's start a troop. So they started a troop. My dad was a troop master for a few years, and that was back when I was a Hawk. And so I just kind of I remember as a Hawk in a mountain line, just getting to go out and do camp trips with my dad. We had one where we went and did archery at one, and then over the course of Navigation Adventures, I got to be a leader under my dad's supervision. So I was a patrol leader, and my dad was one of the adult leaders. And then as a first officer, my dad was one of the committee members. And so he was always there, and it was always a good time for us to go out, and we'd always go on camping trips together. It was a ton of fun.
That's awesome.
So we always got to get those experiences and have those experiences together with him. So it was always fun.
Dads, come to Trail Life. It's fun. We promise.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all being there. I know I've grown really close with other guys' dads because they were such huge mentors for me. So that was always something that was like super fun for us.
Yeah, it's cool watching dads kind of dad each other's sons.
Yeah, it takes a village to raise a man. So
yep, absolutely.
So starting with Avi, 60 seconds each. Same question. We're going to just go down the table. What has trail life meant to your relationship with Christ?
It has deepened it. It has deepened it beyond my wildest expectations. It has deepened it beyond my parents' wildest dreams. It's made me a committed Christian who is able to separate from the coattails of his parents and become a Christian who was able to defend his faith and keep up the holy habits, particularly through the Worthy Life Award, that really make Christians effective warriors for Christ in this world.
I would say for me, same as I've said, like it has deepened, but it's also stretched. We had a couple of campouts where we got into these discussions at late night. It's like 9:30 at this point.
That's where all the good discussions happen.
Oh yeah, we're sitting in the tent. I mean, we had the party tent, so I mean, there's like 12 of us in the same tent. So we're all talking about this discussion, and that time was predestination. So we got to the point where it was like, it's like 10:45, almost 11 now. And we're like, we've got an early morning tomorrow. We need to go to bed, and we just had to get to a agree to disagree point. And that was something where it's like we were able to discuss our views, the other guy's views, and then learn from those views and just see like, okay, why do I stand where I stand? Why, like, what do I believe and why do I believe that? Because that was always something that was super, super awesome to be able to do.
Yeah, for me, trail life really stretched me in my my faith. I wasn't super. I'd been raised in a Christian house. I hadn't had a really personal relationship with Jesus, and so as I was moving through the Worthy Life badge in particular, it really stretched me in. Who is this guy? Who is it to me? So it was a critical part in me developing my relationship with Jesus Christ. So
yeah.
Thank you all for listening in. We look forward to catching you all later.
Yeah, appreciate it.
God bless you.
God bless.
Hey guys, Wild Brothers here. Today we're stuck on this beach. We don't know how long we're going to be here. It could be a few hours, it could be overnight. And so in the meantime, we're going to set up camp, which means doing three things. We're going to set up a shelter, find some food, and get a nice, good fire going. You're watching Trail Hacks.
All right, guys, well, we're here. We need to make the most of the daylight hours, and so let's get started setting up camp. It's time to delegate some responsibilities. Hudson, if you'd be in charge of getting food, that'd be great. Kian, if you could be in charge of getting the fire going, that'd be sweet. And Asher, if you could stick with me, we'll be responsible for setting up our shelter. All right, is that all clear?
Yep, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so we need to find some shelter, and Morgan, I'm thinking that we should actually maybe stay clear of the beach just because I think the tide might rise and also the ground's uneven.
Yep.
Plus, it's so windy out, it might be kind of hard when you get the fire going.
Sounds
so
good.
I'm thinking we can maybe go inland and see if we can get through the first layer of trees, and that can be where we make shelter. Hey Morgan, this actually isn't a half bad spot right here.
I like it a lot. It's protected from the wind, still a view of the ocean.
Yeah, and it's nice and cleared out.
Now, today we're gonna be making an A-frame shelter. A-frame shelters are pretty easy and they're great on the trail. Typically it consists of 2 Y poles, 1 pole across the top, and then a simple tarp that you can drape over it and then attach from the 4 corners. Now, A-frame shelters we used to make all the time growing up in the jungle. We'd be out on the trail hiking in the virgin jungles of Southeast Asia, and all we had to do was stop, take about 20 minutes, and we could quickly whip up one of these. Now, for today, looking at this area right here, it's actually gonna be a lot easier to take advantage of these 2 trees. We're gonna use these trees, and instead of getting a pole across, we're just going to tighten a rope from the top, drape the tarp over, secure it from the 4 corners as we normally would, and that'll be our shelter. That's about it. Before making a campsite, make sure to look above for any signs of deadfall, also known as widowmakers. Perfect, Asher. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna be using a trucker hitch today to attach our line to tree B. Asher has it secured to tree A. This is tree B, and we wanna get it nice and snug. So here's a great way to do that. First, we're gonna take our line here and we're gonna make a little loop like this. Then we're gonna pull this part of the rope through. like so. Now we have a little loop here, and we're gonna take the rest of the rope, we're gonna wrap it around the tree like this, and we're gonna bring this part of the rope through. Do this, just cinch it until you get a nice tight line. Look at that. You can tie rope across that if you want. You're gonna pinch this part with your forefinger and thumb next, and we're just gonna loop this rope through like this to create one more little loop. It's not going anywhere. If you wanna run this around one more time, you can, to create a secondary knot. And then any excess rope you can just tie to the tree or just have it free hanging. That's it, that's the trucker's hitch. And this is gonna allow for a nice, secure top line. Now we can drape our tarp over it. Now it's time to secure the 4 corners of the tarp. The knot we're gonna be using for that is a half hitch. It's about the easiest knot you can learn. I'll show you. For a half hitch, we're gonna take our rope, we're gonna go underneath through the eye of the tarp corner. We're gonna bring this part underneath and out again, and then we're just gonna cinch this tight like so. It's a pretty intuitive knot. And then if you want to, you can even take this rope and do a second little half hitch over it just to lock it in. The wind's actually picking up, and I think the storm's brewing, so we're about to get some rain, so it's important that we finish this up fast.
Shelters are super important when you're on an adventure, just because they provide that area of just safety and comfort. And that's really, honestly, what God is for in the life of a Christian. God describes himself as our sanctuary, our refuge. And that's super encouraging, because we know that in this life there's going to be all kinds of trials, elements that come our way. We know that for the Christian, no matter what's going on in our life, we know that God's always there looking out for us, protecting us, for those who love him. And so, you know, this is a great shelter for the night, and hopefully it'll take care of us, but God's going to take care of us forever. And so that's a real comfort.
Time to chill and take a break. A well-earned break. Good job, Asher.
Thanks for watching Trail Hats. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe.
And if you're interested in learning more about partnering with Trail Life USA or becoming a member yourself, a member of a troop, visit traillifeusa.com to learn more there. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers and seeing some more of our adventures, visit wildbrothersproductions.com.
Catch you guys later.
Hey guys, Morgan Wild here. Today I'm at home and I'm getting ready for a backpacking trip. In today's episode, I'm going to be showing you how to properly pack your backpack. You're watching Trail Hacks. On the trail, your backpack is your best friend. Ideally, you should have everything in your backpack to have a safe and fun adventure. Now, we encourage that you always bring along the top 10 essentials. And if you're wondering what are the top 10 essentials, look in the description below. There should be a link that'll take you to a video that goes over those in more detail. Here I have some of those. Now today, I'm not going on a long trip, and so that is represented by everything laid out on the table. I have some water, some food, a little bit of sleeping gear, an emergency shelter. There's a lot of things here on the table, and all these have to make it inside my backpack. But I'm gonna have to prioritize first what goes where. My sleeping hammock and my warm weather gear. This is stuff that I'm gonna be using at the very end of the day. And so I don't want this at the top, because I'm gonna have to be shuffling, getting through it in order to get to things on the bottom, like my snacks. My snacks, that's gonna be one of the first things I use during my hike. And so I want this near the top. I also want my water more accessible. I also want my matches more accessible, and sunscreen. Those would not be smart items to put in the bottom. So prioritizing what goes where is important. The higher priority, the higher up in the backpack it needs to go. Keeping priority in mind, what goes where, it's now time to pack our backpack. And I recommend that you trailmen use what I call the sandwich principle. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, think about it. What does a sandwich look like? You have a bottom piece of bread that's pretty light, then the middle is comprised by heavier, denser fillings, and then you have a topper, another piece of bread that finishes off your sandwich. Well, when you think of your backpack, you should think of it like a sandwich. You want to have lighter objects on the bottom. You want the middle to be comprised of heavier, denser objects, like you're filling in a sandwich, and then you want the top of the backpack to be topped off with another section of lighter objects, like a sandwich. Light, heavy, light. This is gonna help a lot with your center of gravity, and it's gonna make your backpacking experience a whole lot better. So let's implement the sandwich principle right now. Here is my warm weather gear and my hammock that I'm gonna be sleeping in. This is low on the priority, and it also happens to be lightweight, so this is perfect. I'm gonna put this on the bottom of my backpack, and that's gonna be that first piece of bread. Now we come to the middle of the backpack, and this is the much bigger section, so we're gonna prioritize all of our heavy items. Here I have my emergency shelter, this big tarp. I have the first aid kit, and also some cooking gear. All these things are pretty bulky, kind of heavy, so I want to put this near the middle. Now we come to the last piece of the bread, this final top section. And for this, we're gonna wanna put our snacks. This is high on the priority list, and some of these other items. Now you might be looking at this water going, wait a minute, what about that? Not only is this heavy, but it's also high priority. So do we break the sandwich principle? Does this go on top, or what do we do with this? In this case, you can do different things, but I would encourage a bladder like this, just actually sliding down in between everything up against the back of the backpack. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna be pressed firmly against your back, and that's just gonna help keep the center of gravity in the right place. All right, the last step is to cinch everything down and make sure that your backpack is secure, that there's not bulges or anything hanging off any kind of straps. It's important to do this because when you're on the trail, you don't want your backpack snagging on branches, and you also want it to be streamlined so that in the case that there's weather, foul weather, and there's rain especially, your waterproof case will roll right on with no issues. If you've done all these things, you're well on your way to have a great backpacking experience. Thanks for watching Trail Hacks. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning more about Trail Life USA and how to join a local troop in your area, head over to traillifeusa.com. If you're interested in learning more about my brothers and I and some of our adventures, visit our website at wildbrothersproductions.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Hudson Wild, and today we're out here in a snowy wilderness. I'm going to be teaching you guys a little bit about layering up in the cold. You guys are watching Trail Hacks. I've been up here in the snowy wilderness for a little over 2 weeks now, learning a lot about the cold weather, the snow, hiking around, seeing some amazing mountain views, and I've learned quite a bit about how to work in the snow in the cold environment. So I can't wait to talk to you guys a little bit about the importance of layering up. Layering up and having the correct cold weather gear can really mean the difference between life and death. It's so easy to get hypothermia, so staying warm is vital to hiking out in the snow. So I'm going to walk you guys through a little bit of what I'm wearing right now. Let's start with my boots and then go up. These boots are insulated boots. They're waterproof and they go about halfway up my leg. They've been keeping my feet warm, keeping the snow from getting down into my socks. They've been great. So it's really important to have good snow boots for plugging around in the snow. And then second, underneath my boots, I have wool socks. It's so important to keep your toes and your feet warm when you're out in the snow. So I have my socks on, then underneath my snow pants, I have long johns, or like long underwear, and they're thermal, so they keep my legs nice and warm. Over my thermal underwear, my long johns, I have these snow pants. These things are great. They're waterproof, so I can sit in the snow right now. I don't even feel it. I'm staying nice and dry. The snow, once it melts, the water can't get inside. So let's check out what I'm wearing on top. Lots of layers here, lots to unzip. All right, so this is my base layer. It's a nice wool base layer. Man, it keeps me warm, but it's also very breathable. Over that, it's super important to have your secondary layer. And this can be, it can be a fleece, or what I have right now is a down layer. So your second layer is super important to have on. It just keeps the base layer nice and warm, keeps you nice and dry. And then your final layer is called the shell. And this is a giant ski jacket. And so it prevents the wind from getting through. It keeps me super toasty. So I have all these layers on, and then I also have my gloves, which keep my hands warm. These are vital. Man, if your toes or hands get cold, man, it's really hard to warm up. So I have my gloves and then my beanie. And 20% of the heat comes out through your head. So having a beanie on keeps me nice and toasty. It's actually essential because my ears get cold really easily. So there you have it. I have all these layers on, and it's for the purpose of keeping me nice and warm. So as I'm walking, I've actually just heated up quite a bit. My base layers keep me warm. My other two layers are actually just excess. I'm heating up, I'm starting to sweat. And the danger of sweating when you're out in the cold is that once you stop, that sweat is moist. It's gonna really cool you down, and all of a sudden you're gonna be freezing. So, trail hack, what you do is when you start to sweat on the trail, all you have to do is unzip a layer. Now I'm ready to keep going. I'm actually cooling down and feeling good. What you don't want to do is cause a sweat. And so sometimes you even have to take off like that. Let your shoulders kind of be revealed, and oh, it actually feels really good right now. I'm cooling down. If you're really hot and you can't cool down, take your beanie off. Again, 20% of your body heat will come through your head. So as soon as you take your beanie off, all of a sudden, you cool down right away, you're good to go. Again, what you don't want to happen is to start to sweat, because then that sweat is going to make all my layers moist and wet. And so I'm going to be hiking, I'm going to be feeling hot but feeling fine. As soon as I stop to take a break or set up camp, all of a sudden my body isn't creating all that heat, it's not staying warm. And so the sweat causes me to instantly cool down, and all of a sudden I'm too cold, I'm getting hypothermia. Well, you don't want that to happen. So zip down layer by layer until you feel nice and comfortable on the trail, and then keep walking. And as soon as you stop, I've had my breather right now, I'm actually starting to get a little bit chilly. All you have to do is cover back up again. Zip up one layer, zip up the second layer if you're cold, you stay warm. And so it's a constant battle to just regulate your body temperature. If you're getting hot, zip down, pull off a layer. If you're starting to get cold, zip that layer right back up. Stay warm, but don't overheat. Thanks for watching. If you guys enjoyed this video and learned a little bit, like or subscribe below. And if you're interested in Trail Life USA and how to become a member or part of a troop, go to traillifeusa.com. And if you're interested in the Wild Brothers, myself and my brothers, and more of our adventures, go to wildbrothersproductions.com.
Welcome back to the daily wrap-up here at the Table of Truth on Media Row, Trail Life booth, Media Row, AmericaFest. It has been a long 3 days so far, but man, what a great 3 days. Yeah. We just wrapped up with, I believe, the interview that is going to inspire so many boys to go to Freedom, to be part of Trail Life, and that was our 3 Freedom Rangemen just up here spitting words of wisdom, truth, and their stories and of adventure and how they grew in their relationship with Christ through Trail Life was absolutely amazing. You know, in my department, we talk to pastors, and I believe that video will go to all pastors. Say, I want you to check out the men who Trail Life creates. And it was, or maybe at least some snippets of it, was absolutely incredible. So that was my biggest takeaway today. Other than, man, we got to be on the largest stage that we've ever been on as an organization.
That's right. Yeah, I can't wait to see the impact. To get back to see what results come from all this. It's exciting.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of seeds. I think a lot of these seeds that have been planted here are ones that we're not going to see take real fruit for maybe for a couple years. But I think part of that is we needed to be here. When I think about the value add that we bring to the conversations that are happening here at AmericaFest, to talk about being Christ-centered and boy-focused, is absolutely essential to being a part of the conversations that are happening here in this community, and the relationships that have been built. Like, I was excited about the conversation we had with Turning Point Faith this morning.
I was going to talk about that, yeah.
Yeah, just the opportunities to partner, to find other like-minded organizations, whether it's from Turning Point Faith or to the Frogcast. Loved our conversations with that young man today.
It was great.
But there's just a lot of value add. I'm walking away myself blessed, which is huge. So how about for you, Stephen?
Wow, we've hit so much of that. I enjoyed some of our conversations this morning, talking through proven process and some of those things that we hadn't got to. I think that was great. But no, the takeaway, the biggest thing for me was the Freedom Rangeman there at the end of the day. That was just, I was excited about that. I didn't get to hear all of it, but I know those guys and I know enough of the character. I got to spend enough time with him this weekend that I think that's going to be that's going to be stellar.
Yep.
And the partnerships and relationships. I mean, that is the big takeaway from this week.
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, I think our win today started before we started. I think at 9:30 this morning, the meeting that we were in and potential partnerships, to be in rooms with pastors that we have not yet been in, is going to be significant for the organization. So the organization as a whole, there is on a repeatable basis, define like-minded evangelical statement of faith agreeing churches and pastors who believe what we believe, are fighting for the same things that we're fighting for, and to be in rooms with them repeatedly throughout the year, coast to coast, is going to make a huge difference in our organization. And the repetitive nature of that potential partnership is also important. A pastor's never going to make a decision to start a Trail Life troop the first time he meets us.
Right.
99% of the time.
Right.
And so being able to be there. I've also learned that I need some lemon and honey tonight, so my voice is absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, this has been great. Hopefully, a lot of our viewers and those who have tuned in today have benefited from it, but have been inspired. I pray that you've been equipped at some level. I know I have. Like I walk away thinking, man, there's things I wish I had done a little differently, raising my own son and my daughters, and those are good takeaways because, there's still those moments still haven't passed me by. Like I can still find young men to invest in.
That's right.
It's a big part of who we are as an organization. So hopefully you've taken away something from this that I can apply, whether it's in a Trail Life troop or as a grandfather engaging with their grandkids. It's never too late to get involved and engaged, and hopefully you've been inspired, equipped to do that today.
One of the things I'm super excited about, Roy and Stephen, is the stretching that has taken place of us as an organization to be here.
Sure.
And it's been stretched. Like next year, if we come back here, we're going to do it so much better than we did this year. And we're now able to go into bigger rooms, bigger stages, and bigger audiences, and do a better job than we were able to do here because we stretched ourselves. And that's the very nature of what we ask the boys to do on their adventures in Trail Life.
It is.
Right.
It is.
Right.
Yeah, no, really well said.
Well, speaking, a lot of people have no idea what went on behind us for the last few days. We're here on Media Row, but behind us there's a booth set up, and there's a whole team over there. And Kelly, I know you're super proud. There's a lot of your team, but Emily and Alex and Joe V and the Freedom Rangemen were working their tail off over there the whole time, just engaging with people and talking and having intentional conversations while things were going on here. So if you just, if you saw me, you might have seen Mark on stage today. But there were so many other things going on behind the scenes that really had a tremendous impact as well.
Well, and I would say even getting up to this point, all of those who aren't here, who have spoken into strategy or direction or design or the emails and all the things that
poor Brad on the video all day
Brad, absolutely on the video.
He had to listen to us all day long.
But we're creating clips and content, so there's been so many people, and obviously Light Symphony again continues to make us look and sound good.
Well, and we got to talk about Kayla making us look good too.
Yeah, Kayla and her design.
Her did. What's behind us? All that was her work.
Yeah. No, whole team has come together.
Lightsymphony.pro. If we can make those guys look good, we can make anybody look good. Check them out.
That's great. All right.
Yeah, today this is the wrap up. We're wrapping up. We'll see you guys back tomorrow for a brief time.
Yeah, brief time.
We're gonna have it's gonna be a long day. Secret Service is gonna be in the house. There could be all kind of people here.
Yeah, JD Vance. I mean, there's gonna be quite a presence here tomorrow, and so we're excited about being here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, again, hopefully you guys have had a great experience with us today, and I know we have. So. Yeah, let's close it out. Thanks again for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.